속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐 있으면 해 here with me 가득 심장이면 please tell me 빨리 고백해볼까 눈 감고 말해볼까 미치겠어 only you 이런 건 처음이야 너무 설렘이 좀 나 I've been thinking about it
gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. Fire in the veins, I fight to gain, breaking all the rules to keep me sane.
What's going on, everybody? What an amazing turnout. Oh my goodness. Let's give it up one more time for Remix Conf and having just conference in person in general. Woo! It's amazing to see and meet so many one of you. For those of you that haven't met yet, my name is Ashley. You can find me as Dark Vader on the Twitters.
And I'm Shruti Kapoor, and my alarm just went off. My name is Shruti Kapoor, and you can find me on Twitter at ShrutiKapoor08.
Awesome. And together we'll be your tag team co-MCs for the conference, sharing all the vibes. Before we dive in, we're going to go into some housekeeping items.
All right, so you can find us on the Discord channel. You can connect with other people who are attending the same conference on this Discord channel. Find it there. We have a welcome reception today, 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. on the second floor. Wait, that was yesterday. Never mind. Days are just lost. And if you have any discomfort about getting your photos snapped, we also have a red badge, which you can indicate that you do not want your photos clicked. So please find us at the reception desk for that badge.
Thank you so much. Before we also kick in, this is an awesome and safe environment, and we want to ensure and invest in continuing that everyone feels welcome and safe here. So we do have a code of conduct. Here's some other information. Please take your phone and take a screenshot. If you do ever encounter any situation you feel uncomfortable, please reach out to one of us, and we'll take the appropriate actions to ensure that the safety of the environment remains intact. And all the vibes can get shared. Anyone, no screenshots for info, general info? No? You want to kick your phone? Well, it's all on the Discord, so we'll continue. So with that, we want to give an extra special shout out to our sponsors. None of this would be possible without them. It's, no lie, it's some tough times. So we really, truly appreciate all the effort and generosity that our sponsors give into making this conference possible. Thank you. Let's give it a shout out. Let's give it up for our sponsors. We love using their stuff. We all know these. They're basically household names at this point. They're all part of our family. And a huge special thanks to our civil sponsors for supporting our scholarship recipients. Sometimes it's difficult to even access some of these conferences, and these scholarship opportunities create those avenues for those that are less fortunate to experience such a safe and awesome and welcoming environment such as Remix Conf. So let's give a huge shout out for our sponsors as well as our sponsorship recipients. Thank you so much.
Also, special shout out to Deep Gram for taking care of the live captions and making this conference accessible to everybody. Accessibility is super important to me, and thank you so much, Deep Gram, for enabling this for everybody who's watching this as well. Final notes, thank you so much to all the speakers, organizers, and everybody who came here to Salt Lake City for making this conference happen. We have a podcast recording happening today, live at 7:30 p.m. Do not miss that. There's also an after party where we're going to have board games, which I'm super excited about, and music and cash bar, so don't miss that. If you are looking for Wi-Fi, this is the Wi-Fi Hilton Honors meeting, and the password is RemixRun.
And with that, we're going to announce for our keynote speakers.
Okay, so before we actually get into keynote speakers, we've got some special things to give away.
That is very true. That is very true.
Okay, so Ashley, what do we have to give away today?
So we have tons of extra swag. Some of these you might call it maybe some of the vintage series from last year's.
Okay.
And remix swag. So yeah, special edition. But how are folks getting some of these swags? What are some opportunities we could give them?
Okay, so because I'm up on the stage, I feel like we have to do dev jokes.
Let's do it. I'm for it.
So I'm going to be asking you a question, and you just have to yell out the answer. The nerdier, the stupider, the better. Everybody gets a prize regardless of whether the answer is right or wrong.
Or bribe for participation.
Yes. So here's your first question. Actually, let's start with a dad joke. And I actually heard this on Radiolab. So any Radiolab listeners? All right, you're going to know this. What do you call a male frog that has children? A frogger? Okay, I like that. You get a swag bag.
For you. Please come to the stage after.
Yeah. And by the way, we have different sizes as well. So if somehow women's small doesn't fit you, we've got more sizes. Don't worry.
This is also like a perfect opportunity to channel my inner Oprah and throw these, but these is probably not a safe item to throw into the crowd. So.
Okay, anybody else? Deadpool, yeah! Hell yeah! Correct answer, you get a swag bag. All right, next question. Why was there no food served at the developer conference? The bugs ate it? Oh, I like that. Who said that? All right, swag bag for you, sir.
All right, let me step up and get it.
Get it.
Keep it going, let's keep it going.
All right, anybody else? Yeah, who said that? Correct answer. What? They were dog fooding. Good one, good one. Okay, so I think that's all the swag bags we have to give away, right?
Yeah, that's 3. I think we have one more.
Okay, let's do another one. What do you call an idle server?
RESTful service.
What? Oh, that's good. That's really good. You get a swag bag, don't worry.
We have plenty more to go on, so I think there's plenty of opportunities down
Yeah, we have like a whole cart full, so don't worry. Yeah. Okay, what do you call an idle server? A waiter. Ah. Okay, what do you call a busy waiter? A server, yeah!
Hey, all right.
There you go, swag bag.
They probably already all have the same remix swag, so it's like, yeah, I got it. All good.
Doesn't matter, you get it. Okay, so now we can introduce our keynote speakers.
Yeah. Also, right before we do get into that, there's one last thing I want to highlight is this month is May, so it's Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So definitely would love to highlight and honor all of our Asian Americans and those from that community, Pacific Islander community as well, throughout this conference. So let's give it up for those that contribute. Last but not least, this one's very dear and near to my heart. I'm from Haiti, and we also have a Haitian speaker. So it's also Haitian Heritage Month. So I'm definitely gonna be doubling down on that as well. So please, if you can also celebrate that with me, it'd be a huge honor. Thank you. All right, I'll stop taking any more of your time. Let's dive right into what we are here for and hearing all awesome speakers.
All right. So it is my pleasure to welcome on stage Ryan Florence, who is the guy who introduced Use Effect to the world and then deprecated it. And then a singer who also codes, Michael Jackson. Please welcome on the stage Michael Jackson and Ryan Florence.
I like that. The guy who introduced Use Effect to the world that deprecated it. I love it. All right, are we live? Good morning, Remix Conf, and thank you all for coming. This is awesome. So I'm Michael, and this is my buddy 10X developer, Ryan. Don't worry, we're not going to bore you with a bunch of slides this morning. I'm not that really good at creating slides anyway. But we did want to, we're actually going to do a lot of code for you this morning, so I hope you're pumped up about that. Some people in here know some things about code. That's kind of just how we roll. Remix is all about users, right? It's all about developing the best websites possible, making the best user experience possible. That's really why we built Remix. And it's been an honor to share it with the world over the last couple of years. And this year at Remix Conf being the second Remix Conf is pretty incredible to see so many people show up who care about users, who care about HTML first web development, about progressive enhancement. It's really, really cool. So thank you. I just did want to hit on just a couple of highlights from this last, since we saw you last year. A lot has changed, right? For one thing, we actually joined Shopify. Yeah, Shopify has been a great steward for Remix thus far. Shopify, as you know, is one of the world's leaders in building e-commerce sites, and as far as like an engineering maker culture, it really doesn't get better than working at Shopify. Toby, our CEO, he's very involved in a lot of the decisions that get made around code. Like, he's actually in the chat talking about, hey, maybe we should use a cookie for that, or maybe we should use a web component for that.
He DMs me typos in our tutorials.
Yeah. It's like, wait, what? This is the CEO. Doesn't he have more important things to do? So it's like throughout the company culture. It's pretty rad. And so it's a great place, honestly, for Remix to thrive and grow. So far, we've actually relaunched Hydrogen v2 on Remix. Yes. Hydrogen, as you know, is Shopify's platform for developers for building like headless e-commerce experiences on top of Shopify's platform. So Hydrogen v2 was relaunched earlier this year, built on top of Remix. Also, there have been Shopify.com was recently rewritten and launched on top of Remix. The Shopify third-party apps will have a template later this year. Sorry, I didn't want to spoil their, take away their thunder, but they're going to be announcing later this year a template for third-party apps built on top of Remix for the Shopify admin UI. And Shopify is dog-fooding Remix a lot. There's a lot of stuff. Like, it seems like every conversation, Toby is in there poking somebody like, hey, why don't you use Remix? Which is really one of the reasons why I was so excited about React in the first place, right? Is because I knew Facebook was dog-fooding it, they were using it, and it was getting good. And so this is all going to help make Remix a lot better and a lot more, it's going to stable out and flesh out over time. Let's go to the next one. So another thing that we accomplished this last year was we remixed React Router. You heard Cameron talking about that yesterday. Basically, what this was is taking a lot of the best parts of Remix, our data loading and mutation APIs, and putting them into React Router. This was actually a pretty big deal. Given just the number of React Router apps that have been built since 2014, which is a lot of React Router apps, and they now have a built-in way in React Router 6.4 to load data on page transitions and mutate data as well, which we think is a pretty awesome thing. That's also, it also works for server rendering and suspense transitions client side, but then also everything works server side as well. And then something else that we're working on right now is Remix v2. We're doing this a little bit differently than other, major versions that you might have used in the past. Okay. The cool thing about Remix v2 is you can actually use it like today. Because the way we're doing it is we're shipping a bunch of future flags in Remix v1 that let you opt into all of the features that are going to be in Remix v2. So you can literally, you can just enable those feature flags. You can use Remix v2 features in Remix v1 today. And then when v2 ships, all those flags will be the default, and you can clean up your config. So this, for anybody who has worked on apps where, or has worked with frameworks, React Router v4, where you completely had to rewrite your app, we're saving you from that, and we're taking a lot of care to avoid the rewrites. So that post was written by Matt Brophy, one of our developers on the Remix team. So awesome work there. Okay, but I don't want to bore you with any more of that. Those are just a couple of the highlights from last year. Today, I really just wanted to get into why the heck did we make another web framework? Don't we already have enough web frameworks? What is it that makes Remix cool? What is it that makes Remix special? Let's build something. I want to build something fairly quickly, and so let's see how fast we can build I don't know. Let's make like an app for you know, browsing the talks that are going to be at RemixConf.
So I can take notes on what people are talking
Yeah,
about?
let's take some notes. Yeah, make a little note-taking app. So what do we got here? We've got welcome to Remix. Okay, that looks kind of familiar, right? Just a basic page. Wait, what is this? Remix Gen Scaffold? Okay, sorry, this wasn't in the this wasn't in my notes.
No?
Wait, what the heck is that?
Scaffold? Like
no,
generators?
No, the Tailwind. Like, why the heck are you using?
Oh. I mean, it's pluggable, so would you rather like plain CSS, nobody understands next week?
Yeah, no, let's just that'll be way better, right? Fine. You know, I don't want this to be a talk about Tailwind. Let's just use whatever you want to use. That's fine.
We'll probably want an ID on all of these talks. Oh, you know what? Actually, I goofed up. Let me get out of there. Let me try that again. I want to scaffold a talk.
Yeah, what's wrong, dude? I mean, you having trouble typing today? I mean, what's this thing on your wrist? Jeez.
So UI will use Tailwind. And then what's our model going to have? We're going to have an input type text for the ID. We'll have a first name, I guess, for each speaker. That'll be a text. Last name. That'll be text. What else do we want to store? Maybe their avatar.
Yeah, like their
GitHub profile
handles,
name, text, and then if it's favorite, is favorite. Let's just say favorite. And that'll be
like a
checkbox.
checkbox. Okay.
And then some notes.
I thought you would have said Boolean there for favorite.
Remix starts with HTML, my friend.
Oh, I like that. Okay. Text area, checkbox, text. So where you get to think in terms of HTML with this tool. That's pretty cool.
Huh.
Ah, cool. Okay, so we got like this kind of bare bones app. It looks kind of like we've got like a master detail going on here. That's a cool way to view a collection.
You know what?
How's it going?
I don't want to sit here and add a whole bunch of talks every time the server restarts. Let's look at this code that we got. We got in our routes an index route that's showing our form. We've got some ID, talk ID, edit, talk ID, and then talks, our layout route. The layout route's got an outlet in there. We got some Tailwind. Some of you are throwing up in your mouth. Others are like, yes, I'm so glad they like Tailwind.
This is not a talk about Tailwind. Let's go.
Yeah, so now we're beyond that. Okay, and so now we have this fake little data model that stores things in memory, but you could plug in anything. And since Remix restarts your app server for consistency during hot module reloads, I'm just going to put a couple things in here, so we're not doing this the whole time.
Okay. So this is so the data model is pluggable. So you could probably plug in Postgres or SQLite or
anything.
Kind of
Prisma.
Cloudflare. Yeah. Key value store, something like that. That means not found. 404. I'm pretty good at HTTP.
All right, here we go. How am I doing, boss? You want to
yeah.
change anything about this?
Yeah, no, it looks good. I mean, I kind of come from the old school where, like, we didn't have web apps. It was just like websites.
Oh, okay.
Like this kind of feels too appy to me. Could we just
the whole sidebar and just swapping out the stuff on the side there?
Yeah, like Rails new would just give me like an individual page for this stuff. Can we like lose the nested routing and just go back to like
sure.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I want like a /new thing in the URL, and I don't want to.
So you want something like this?
Yeah, there you go. That looks
I mean,
good.
I got the border. We could go get rid of that, but
yeah, no, that looks
here we
good.
are,
Yeah.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that better?
Yeah, old school. Yeah, I like it. And you know what? I mean, this app is so simple. Like, we probably don't even need JavaScript to run this app, right?
Sure.
Like, couldn't you just disable that altogether? I mean, it's just a CRUD app.
Yeah, so down here you can see we're just doing normal posts. Here, let me do it again. Edit. Yo. Boom, post.
So what happens when you, well, we'll get to that.
I don't know. Yeah, are you sure you want this layout though? You sure you want to build a website, not a web app?
Let me try it. Let me try it.
Okay.
Let me try it. So if I come in here and I can like edit this record, and then I come in here and say, Ryan is
Careful.
cool.
Oh, okay.
All right, so I should be able to.
What are you trying to do here?
Wait, why doesn't Command Enter work on this text area?
Oh, websites don't do that.
No, dude, everybody does that.
Web
Command Enter's-
apps do that.
All right. Let's go back to the web app.
All right,
let's
let's
make
do
it
a
look
web
like
app.
a web app.
Yeah, I'd much rather have a web app here.
These kids, these web apps. I thought Remix wasn't good for web apps.
We turn off JavaScript too often.
I thought forms weren't good for web apps. What are we even doing?
React has forms now, so
Okay,
it's
all right.
okay.
We're over that hurdle. Got it. Okay, so yeah, let's revert back. I mean,
Can I enable JavaScript again since you want some cool behavior?
yeah, sure. Put JavaScript on the page.
Now, here's the thing, is Remix is actually already a web app. If I click around here, look at what's happening in the network tab. These are fetches for data. I know it looks like full pages, but it's an SPA. It's a SPA, as they
A
say.
single page app. So it's pretty easy to go from a nested layout to just a regular kind of multi-page looking app.
Totally.
Pretty cool. Okay, let's.
Oh, that's right. I need to do your thing. So I'm going to come over here
yeah.
to
Let's make
my
Command Enter work.
edit route and come down to our text area. Where are you? There you are. On key down.
Okay.
Get our event in here.
Embrace the code completion. Right?
Oh my gosh. Especially with this.
I mean, it's, right? I mean, come on now. How good is that? Did you practice this?
No, that's.
Is Copilot like, hey?
Copilot just knows what I
I've seen
want.
you type this before.
But then when it has a bug, you're just your host. Let's see. So what do we do? On key down. What
Trust
do we want to do? We
machines.
want to submit this form, right?
Yeah. How would you submit a form in Remix?
How do I get access to this form?
Almost like it would be cool if it like read like English.
Submit the event current targets form.
Yeah. That.
Are you telling me that text areas in their event handlers, they know what form they're in?
It's part of the DOM, my friend.
So then we can come up here and get. I guess we're back to const on this one. So I'm going to bring in use submit from
Why
Remix.
are you using const? What's up with that?
Because I don't want my variables to change.
Didn't you like have a?
And I love the way it sounds coming out of my mouth. Const. My tongue goes like 8 different places.
Just let it be.
All right. All right, so check this out. Submit the form. Here we go. Does it work? I'm going to get rid of that thing. Command. Eric, you want to give it a
Question
shot?
mark. Question mark. Boop. That's 400. That means bad request.
That does mean bad
It's a client
request.
side error.
That is.
Golly, they told me you were a 10x developer.
It worked this morning. I
Oh
think
my
I might just skip this. No one wants to debug up here. Oh, we're gonna do a full debug session with everybody. So
Dude,
current.
we got Chris Shadow in the front row here. He's
Yeah.
helping us out.
I really don't want to debug this right now, but that should work. Post.
You got use submit. You got your
Came in
post.
from the right thing. Yep. All right. Well, try again. Yeah, bad request.
What's it? Got the stuff coming in?
Yeah, posted it all. I got to tell you the truth. The scaffold thing isn't actually like done.
Are you? Is this vaporware?
There's a really good chance that it's an rsync. Just rsync one directed to another of some code I already wrote.
rsync probably has a bug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bet it's probably a bug in that.
It's been used for like 40 years on many websites, millions of production-ready applications. It's probably got a bug.
Yep. So we're going to move on.
All right, let's move it on. All right, cool. So
if I turn off JavaScript, it works.
Okay, so you know what would be really, really cool is if I could see, like I can't even tell in the left sidebar over there, like which one I've selected. Could we improve that a little bit?
Sure. My confidence is a little low now, though.
Don't worry about it.
Like this is it.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Switch this to a nav link. Come over here to the class name. Nav link's class name can be a function, and it'll tell you if it's active or not.
Is active.
It is seriously so hard to type with this thing.
You're doing great.
Thank you. And then where did that P come from? And we can come in here, and if it's active, then what do you want? Like text red 500 or something?
Yeah, we'll make it like a red link if it's the one that we've currently selected. Otherwise, nothing.
Yep, I still need the link in there. Did I edit the wrong link? I did.
Copy paste. There it is. Yeah, these are the sidebar links. You just nuke that one, right?
Yeah, I'll just nuke that.
Like underline. Yep.
We'll just keep the text black on that one. All right. Boom.
Okay.
Let's move it around.
Cool. So you got a little nav link. That looks nice. That looks nice. So let's see. Let's go back to the edit page.
What you need here?
Yeah. So on this one, I worked at Twitter for a while, and we had like these cool little stars when we would favorite stuff instead of like a checkbox.
You want a star there instead of a
checkbox? Is kind
checkbox?
of.
I'm thinking maybe on the show page we'll do that, where you're just showing it.
Okay.
Instead of that, it will leave as a checkbox,
Sure.
and then
Okay.
over here make it a star.
Yeah. Let's do a little star. Do a little star.
I don't know if you've noticed, but they aren't stars anymore on Twitter.
They're not?
Nah, they're hearts.
Ah.
It's Valentine's Day all
Hearts.
the time.
Hearts. Because you love tweets.
Yes.
You don't.
It's not a favorite tweet.
Star them. Got it. Okay.
There you go. Here, let's make it favorite.
Aw, that's cute. You love yourself.
Oh, whoops. I mean, you have to. Someone has to.
That's healthy. Don't worry. Okay, cool. But you know what would be really cool is if I could see those hearts like over in the sidebar on the left.
I gotcha.
So I don't have to like click into one, so I can see the heart.
Yeah.
How could we put it over there on the left-hand sidebar?
Yeah, Copilot knows what's up already.
Copilot's like, I've seen you do this before.
And then what do we need here? We need a little bit of flex and a little bit of justify between, and a little bit of gap maybe in case they're close. Oh man, sure wish I was writing CSS right now.
What would you name that class?
I'd probably name it justify between.
Like this is literally the point where you think, okay, what do I name the class now?
It's not a tailwind talk.
Sidebar.
Even though I'm failing at the remix parts.
Sidebar link. Okay.
All right, I got you.
Oh, okay, that's cute. Cool. Okay, so we got the things over in the. Why can't you click them though?
It kind of feels like you should be able to click them, huh?
Yeah, no, you should be able to click them.
That would be really cool.
Let's go. Why would you just put them over there? And
Well,
not make
the
them
edit
clickable?
form's over here, though. So.
Nah, come on.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought you knew how to build web apps, Mr. App Developer. Yeah, let's make those things clickable over there. How do we do that?
I always just kind of like to start with a component and be like, favorite button.
Ah.
We'll say it's a favorite if
That's a good name.
talk.favorite. And then, let's see, I'll probably want to get the talk ID as well to go change it.
Should use context here. Or are you passing props?
Context doesn't work in React anymore. That's what I heard.
Oh, that's cold. All right.
Okay, so I got to pass
You got
in
your is
the
favorite prop. There you go.
is
There
favorite. Thank you. Oh, it can't like do two things at once, can it? Talk ID.
It's a Boolean. All right.
Yep, that one's a string. Thank you very much. Little refactoring. I want this to be a button now.
There, yeah, a little button. Okay, okay. Let's check it out.
I think I called it a favorite button. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Let's make sure that's still working over there. All right, cool. Still working.
Okay. Well,
Well,
not really.
That's because the data's in memory. It's a little scaffold, so
Oh, okay.
resets
got it,
every
got
time.
it.
Okay, so I want to somehow talk to my server and change this checkbox. But I don't want to do a navigation. Like this makes sense, right? I'm going to different pages and I'm navigating. The URL's changing. I can go back to that edit page. But in web apps, sometimes you need to do a lot of mutations.
Right there.
And you don't actually want to be like navigating around and filling up this history stack up here like I have been.
Right, but you can't use forms for that. You should just probably put
Yeah,
an on-click on the button.
probably, yeah, on click. Let's go get some context somewhere. Probably need a data library or
Yeah, I
three.
mean, Ajax.
Maybe a
haven't you heard of it?
state
Come on.
management, maybe a global state management.
Might, I don't know, maybe.
Look, man, the state lives on my database, so that's the only state I want.
All right.
Use
Bring in a
fetcher.
fetcher. Let's bring in a fetcher. Got your form there. Oh, interesting. So a fetcher is not going to cause a navigation. A fetcher is just going to let you put a form right there on the page, send a request to the server, make a mutation. Let's add a couple of hidden inputs. Tell the server what's up.
So if it is favorite right now, I want to say no.
Yeah, you're going to tell the server the opposite.
And if it is not a favorite right now, I want to say
Yes. Yes.
In CoffeeScript, did you know that no and on and yes, no, on, off, and true, false are all the same thing?
Yeah.
So-
the,
So when I used to work in CoffeeScript, and I have some old coworkers here, I strictly used on and no. Aaron, you remember that code? Yeah, they got mad at me.
this is why you had to start your own company, right?
It is, and you can barely put up with
Yeah,
me.
you can't work with other people.
All right, so now I got my little form here.
Can't do
Let's-
that to people.
So something's going to happen here. There's a funny DOM thing that's going to happen here, where I've got a form inside of a link. So I do need an on-click here to come in here and say event.stop propagation.
Ah.
Yeah, don't go up there and click the link.
Because normally a form will cause a navigation.
Well, it's because
no,
we're
this is for
nested in the link.
Got it. Yeah, this
yeah.
is for the link. Yeah, we don't want to follow the link.
All right, so let's check this out in the network tab, and everybody pray to whatever God you believe in. And if you're into energy work, like, I don't know, get some oils out and help me out here. Does not have an action, but you're trying to submit to it. Oh, that's right. I probably need an action. Oh, man, I got red stuff over here.
I think you just called it.
Yeah, this is how you fix those kinds of things.
No, not. Do the bang bang in front. Do the bang bang in front. In front.
Do you speak Spanish or something?
Bang bang. There
Like
you go.
this?
Not that. Make it a Boolean. I think it's complaining because it's undefined. There you go.
All right. That's very exciting. It's bangs either way. Export async function action. Gonna get my request. Action are actually the same as loader args, just FYI. We're just pulling a trick here. And then get our form data. And then we put some names on those fields. So I'm gonna say, oh man, it's starting to understand how we write this stuff. Yeah, talk ID.
Talk ID, and the other one was is favorite, I think, or favorite.
Oh, man, it just knows
I don't know, you
everything.
keep going back and forth between the two. There it is. Equals yes. I like it.
And then
No, you're good there. You don't need that string on that second one. You already got the Boolean, right?
I like it.
There you go.
Bring in update talk from our little scaffold. I'm going to give it the talk ID, and then if it's favorite or not.
Thank you, Copilot.
For real. Although it's probably why I had that bug earlier. It's the source of all my bugs these days is Copilot. And then I'm just going to say, like, OK, true.
Yeah. A little couch DB there for you.
Hey.
Huh. Wait. So why is the UI updating over on the right when you click the button over on the left?
Because the data changed.
But that's pretty awesome.
You think I need code to do that?
Yeah, you need some kind of like a synchronization. I mean, what's going on? Like, is there some kind of like a...
You like, if there's no JavaScript and this is old school PHP, you think that these posts to the server need some sort of JavaScript state management and effects and reducers you want to refer to? You want to use imperative handle?
Jeez, I would have thought. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Okay, so Remix automatically keeps your page, the data on the page fresh, up to date as you're clicking around, as you're making mutations. That's a pretty cool trick. What happens when you mash that submit button really fast?
Well, this is local, so it works.
Well, let's slow it down and check it out.
Everybody has a fast network, Michael. We don't have to worry about this.
I want to feel it.
All right.
Feel it. Oh yeah.
All right.
Feel it now. Mash it. Mash it. What are all those canceled requests going on? What's going on here?
Well, if I'm clicking again, I don't want to waste resources in the browser dealing with that request coming back.
All right, because that's what the browser normally does in a regular app, right? In a non-SPA, if you're mashing that button.
If I disable JavaScript and I mash this button,
you get the exact same behavior.
That's what the browser does.
Cool.
So Remix emulates that.
In a SPA.
For a SPA. But it also allows each of these fetchers, they maintain their own state. So if I'm mashing this one, I'm mashing this one, those posts are independent of each other. They aren't dependent on the post for the other. However, all of the revalidations that come through on these gets are synchronized with each other. And Remix will commit the freshest response that it gets for the revalidation of the whole page without blocking any of the other requests that are out there. So yeah, kind of cool. We actually have 10,000 lines of tests.
Yeah, it's like you thought about this for a while, you know, like you did that intentionally.
I think I spent 3 months.
Interesting.
Writing those tests before we wrote any code and studying the browser. Yeah, pretty cool.
So let's think about all the things that we have here, right? Oh, actually, can we do one more thing? Can we do one more really quick thing?
We're 15 seconds over.
Oh.
It's your conference, but we're 15 seconds over.
These people probably don't want us to do one more thing anyway. Should we do it? Should we do one more thing?
Then you better all be here for the last talk when it ends.
Yeah. You know what would be really cool is if this UI were a little more, I mean, because right now there's some lag, right? In between you click that star.
click, wait, click, wait, click, wait.
Yeah, no, that's janky. Bad. No, let's get rid of that. Let's do the UI optimistically.
Ooh.
Let's just assume that when we submit this form, that there are no goblins in the network, that the server executes perfectly and flawlessly and returns a happy response. Let's make the UI optimistic.
Sorry, I'm using let. Everyone's going to have to deal with it.
Oh, I mean, in the same code base.
Yeah,
crying out loud.
yeah. Well, I'm going to change this
See
one.
what I have to put
I will
up with?
never change this one. But unfortunately, I can't do anything about these ones. I can change them all I want.
Right.
No matter
yeah.
how much my team loves
Throw a
const.
const in front of that argument.
No, this is not a tailwind talk. This is not a const let talk either. Oh, crap. Yeah, it already knows. Man, it's getting good at
Okay,
this.
so the fetcher gives us access to the form data that's currently being submitted. That's cool. So we know if the requests that we're currently sending
Yeah,
to
if the network's
server-
busy.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's plug that in down below.
Oh, brace getting in the way again.
Yep. All right. Okay, let's feel this now. Oh, nice. All right, so the UI is immediately responsive, right? So optimistic UI and just a couple of lines over there that we tweaked. Okay, so let's think real quick. Let's just kind of in summary, let's talk about all the things that are kind of going on here, right? We're doing nested routing, nested layouts. We're hydrating the page, so we have JavaScript. We can use Command Enter to submit this thing. We're using fetchers over on the left-hand side to have multiple forms on the page.
Dealing with all the race conditions involved with multiple concurrent mutations happening at the same time.
The same way a browser normally would if this wasn't even a SPA. We're doing optimistic UI. These are the things that we really care about when we're building great user experiences. We care about making the development experience as productive as possible, and we care about using web standards to do it so that your apps are super resilient. And hey, maybe if there's an error on the page, maybe it'll still work because the app isn't going to be busted because it actually works most of the time without JavaScript. We've got a bunch of really, really awesome people here at this conference. We're sharing the stage with some just really lovely people this week. And you're going to hear a lot of talking about progressive enhancement. You're going to hear a lot of talking about HTML first-driven development. And we're just so honored that you're all here, and we can't wait to get on with it. So thank you very much.
Oh, was it scripted? Was it on the spot? Who knows? Ryan is a 10x developer. It's not easy getting up here on the stage and having a bug and still being able to debug it and like working with the boss under pressure. I don't know about that boss, though. He's kind of bossy. OK, so the next talk is Web Beyond the Edge with Igor Minar and Nevi Shah. Igor is a software engineer at Cloudflare. He's also a co-creator of AngularJS, Angular, and Karma. And fun fact, he likes bananas. Nevi Shah also works on developer products at Cloudflare. They're going to be talking about how developers can utilize edge computing to build full-stack applications, and what are the strengths and weaknesses of this approach. Over to you, Igor and Nevi.
Thank you, thank you. We're also going to try to do some live coding, but I don't know. We'll see.
I think we're going to need your support a
We
little
will
bit.
definitely need your support.
Encouragement.
We just pushed the last build like an hour ago. So what could go wrong? Awesome.
It's so funny that Shruti said that Igor likes bananas because I didn't notice it until this trip. Igor hoards bananas. Like, I'd be so surprised if he didn't have one strapped to him right now. So it is a fun fact. Hey, everyone. We're so excited to be here in Salt Lake City. We actually had a little adventure ourselves yesterday. And we wanted to think about how to make this talk come to life for us.
And for you.
And for you. And that means we wanted to bring the edge to life. To us, that meant going to Bryce Canyon. Took a little detour. And so today, we're going to talk all things edge. What is it?
Bryce Canyon's edge?
Bryce Canyon's edge, the web edge,
Okay.
all of it. What is the edge? How does it work? How do you use it? What is it good for? What is it not good for? And we're going to do this all as told through our adventure in Bryce Canyon. And not even what is just the edge, but what is, should we say it at the same time? Nah, I'll just say it. Beyond the edge.
We descended down into the canyon. We took photos. We'll show you. It's awesome.
Let's get started. So, hey everyone, I'm Nevi. I'm a nice little person from Cloudflare who works on developer products. My first hobby is eating New York pizza because I'm a New Yorker. Any New Yorkers here? Yeah. My second hobby is talking to developers about their pain points.
And I'm Igor. I like building stuff for developers. I love web, and I love enabling new things to be possible by everybody, all of you. So before we go and start talking about the edge, let's talk about the journey to the edge. And I'm not going to go and talk to you about how we rented a car and went down to Bryce, but I'll talk to you about how edge happened and where it came from. Because it was a surprise to me when I started doing research a couple of years ago into this area that edge computing has been something that has been talked about for over a decade now. Back 2010 or so, telecommunication operators started talking about 5G. What is 5G going to look like? And one of the ideas they had was, well, what if we put servers into our antennas so that we can bring compute very close to the mobile devices, so that instead of you talking to some data center far away, you would talk to a server that is directly in the radio tower of a 5G tower. So this is where it started. This is what is actually happening today, but it's a very special purpose thing. It's not something that regular web developers care about. It's used for like routing traffic and congestion management and stuff like that. But that kind of technology became appealing in other ways, in other areas. And one of the things that became important for developers, especially recently, was reduction of network latency. And this is what edge is about. It's about compute, not necessarily in the 5G tower, but somewhere close to the user. And how can that compute be used to run your application? So before we go and talk about edge, let's talk about how we build applications today and what can edge do for these applications.
So let's start with Jamstack. It was a term that was coined a couple of years ago. Let's kind of explain how this whole process works. You have a user, right? That user wants to use a browser to connect to Jamstack. The browser then makes a request to the web server. And the web server is like, oh, I have some static assets I should probably send over, and a lot of JavaScript. And the JavaScript is then downloaded to the browser to be executed. And then you've got application code that runs in the browser only. Then the app realizes, I probably need the data, makes a request to the web server. The web server talks to a database to get the data, and the database responds, sends the data to the client, and can finish rendering the app. Really great, almost. Good developer experience. Very convenient.
Yeah, you don't need to run your servers. You just have static web server,
exactly.
Upload your build static assets or build artifacts, and you're ready to go.
But there's a problem.
Yep.
And that problem is it's client-side rendered. So sometimes things show up with some time. And that's not great for our end users, right? So convenient, but slow. So let's go ahead.
The next, so Jamstack was good because it was very quick, but quick to build, but not necessarily quick for users. So we started exploring like how can we do better, and the answer to that was server-side rendering, and full stack came to life.
So here you have the app that runs on the client side and the server side, and this is your typical Shoutout Remix app. Instead of the browser making the request, we are making the request on the server side. And so then the server can talk to the database, which is quick because the database is near to the server. And the server can create some HTML representation, but now you really need to download the JavaScript. And we're back to our original JavaScript story that I just told with Jamstack.
But now I have to run servers.
But now you have to run servers.
Or use serverless.
Or use serverless. So let's take it a step further.
So this is all good, but usually if you need to run servers or if you use serverless, the compute is not necessarily very close to the user. It's usually centralized. You're probably using AWS, or GCP, Azure. There are these big data centers. You have to pick a region where your application is going to run. And that's where the application runs. So if you pick the right region for users and your users are in that region, you're good. But if your users are all over the globe, then either some of them get subpar performance because they need to connect to a data center far, far away, or you need to manage a multi-regional setup, which is a headache, and you probably don't want to do it. But there is a hope. There are solutions that are coming up that can make this easier. So this is where edge comes. Edge is, how about this compute actually happens much closer to the user? Many people say that edge is a runtime. I would disagree. I think edge is a location. It's where the compute happens. And to run the compute, you need some kind of runtime. And typically, like all of us know JavaScript, we're used to Node.js. Node.js is not the best kind of runtime for the edge because it's a little bit too heavyweight. It was initially built for stateful applications, not for serverless applications. In order for the edge to scale and be super scalable, super low latency, you really want it to be serverless. So Node is out. We need something else. We probably don't want Rust. We don't want some kind of like stuff we cannot code that we cannot reuse between server and client. So we want JavaScript VM. And the up-and-coming solutions, almost all of them are built on top of V8. Not everybody, but almost everybody is built on top of V8. So basically, we take the VM from the browser, and instead of running the code in the browser in a V8, we take the V8, deploy it at the edge, deploy the application to the edge, and run your application instead of in the browser, we run it at the edge in V8. What would you use it for? Typically, most of the use cases today are around A/B testing, authentication, geolocation, or some like customization based on your location, rewrites, internationalization. All of these use cases don't need data. They are mostly stateless operations or transformations, or you need just very little data at the edge to perform these. So your application still can run in your traditional setup in AWS, whatever you have. But you have the edge that is in between your application. And why is edge interesting? When I started doing research around 2021, I went to Apple headquarters to buy some stuff from Apple Store, and I already back then suspected that edge computing is going to be big, and 5G is going to make it real. So ever since like mid-2021, I've been like testing networks and just seeing like how close we are. And it blew me away when I went to Apple headquarters and ran my test on my iPhone connected to 5G network, and this is what I got. I got 2.4 gigabits per second downstream latency, downstream bandwidth, 54 megabits per second upstream, and 9 millisecond latency. 9 milliseconds. Imagine your compute is 9 milliseconds away. Some of those heavy things that you do in the browser, now you can do on the server because the server is 9 milliseconds away. But that was 2021 and Apple headquarters where they were trying to like show off. So I've been testing around the world as I travel, and it wasn't quite the same elsewhere. 5G is not everywhere yet, but it's been deployed quite a bit. But today, actually on Sunday when I was flying in, I ran my test in Denver, where I had a layover on the flight on the way here. We ran the test, and this is what I got. Denver Airport, 11 milliseconds. It's becoming real, and it's going to become real very quick. So just very quickly, what can you do with this, with the compute at the edge? Typically, I'm not going to go through this diagram. You can look at it later. But edge is in between your application and the browser. So when the browser makes a request, edge can intercept it, can augment it, can do things with the request, sends the request, forwards it onto your real application, where your application runs. And then, as the response is coming back, edge can make further transformations on it. whether it's localization, whatever it is, and sends it back to the client. This is cool. This is really cool. But what if we actually deploy the application to the edge? What would that look like? So instead of having a web server, what if we deploy the application to the edge? In this case, we basically get rid of the web server. Our edge talks directly to a database, and the browser talks to the edge. This is really cool, because now you can do server-side rendering at the edge with dozens of milliseconds in latency. This is something that was not possible before. Edge makes it possible.
So how do you use the edge? Like how do you even go about doing this? If you've used any of these companies, you probably already have used the edge, or they have capabilities that are available to you to use the edge with very little hassle. And Cloudflare, where we work, is a space that typically is known for their CDN, but we've actually been involved in edge computing for quite some time, 2015, I think we started. And now we're trying to make the edge more accessible to developers to ship code. So let's see it in practice. Let's deploy a little Remix application to the edge. Can I get a little?
Yeah, we need help here.
Good vibes.
Is this big enough? Shout, please, if you can see it, if it's not big enough. OK, so we really want to make it simple for you. We want to make it very easy for you to come and onboard on the edge. So we create a single command, npx create Cloudflare. You run it. And we're going to ask you, what is it that you want to build? So let's try Remix Conf demo. OK, what are we building? Static site? Let's do a full stack.
Full stack.
Angular? Are we building Angular?
Yeah, no.
I don't think that would
wrong
work.
Wrong crowd.
Another conference.
Yeah, another day.
So let's pick Remix. And guess what? We don't want to tell Remix how to build Remix applications. We want Remix team to have full say in how Remix applications should be built. So we just call into the Remix API and hand over control and be like, yo, do something, build us application. So we call into create Remix, and this is just a typical create Remix flow. Fingers crossed that NPM's not going to break on us. So we are just running the application, downloading all the NPM dependencies, everything you typically do with when you build Remix application.
And this is really nice, right? Because we don't know the best way to deploy, or for Remix. Remix knows what to do, right? So we're not going to make an opinion on how Remix apps should be deployed. Remix should. So this is why this command is super cool.
Cool. So we have now Remix application built. Not there yet.
Not yet, but just
we're at the edge.
We're excited.
We are close, very close to the edge. So we built the Remix application, and we actually now configured it so that it's super simple for you to deploy to Cloudflare, to the edge. And we ask you, do you want to deploy? Well, let's say yes. So let's deploy. Now comes the tricky part. Let's see if this works. So what we are doing now is we took everything that Remix built. We just used the traditional Remix build system. We built and we get all the assets, the client-side static assets and the server-side assets. And now we are deploying it to the edge, both the static assets as well as the server-side compute. And we are deploying it to the whole world, because edge is everywhere. Let's see what's going on. Still doing something.
Deploying.
Deploying. Yeah, there should be.
Creating.
Okay, creating. Okay. It's happening. It's happening. So, okay. Almost there. Now I'm trying to decide if I should fill in the space or just let it finish. Is it going to do it?
I think it needs a little applause.
Okay. Look, we have a URL. We have a URL. Okay. We have a URL now, and we're just waiting for all the SSL certificates to be provisioned. And we want this application to be truly global. So we are not deploying to just single node. We're making sure that it's deployed to Earth. Is it going to work? Is it going to work?
Yeah, so just think about this application being everywhere, 275 cities across everywhere, every city you could think of, almost every city.
You know, let me just go to the browser and just see what happens. Oh no! Demo fail.
That's all right.
Ah, it's not squads. No, it's coming. It's just okay. Let's go forward, and then we'll come back. It's going to happen.
So had it been deployed, which it will be, some of the things that you can do on the network, right? 275 data centers globally, load of a 10 million requests per second at peak. And this is the coolest part, in my opinion, but like less than 50 milliseconds away from users. So user requests the application, it's there within 50 milliseconds.
And when we say 50 milliseconds away from users, we mean 95% of internet connected people around the world. We don't mean like here in Salt Lake City or in the US, all around the world. I actually went to Europe to visit my family, and I spent a week with my sister. She lives in a village, not a great internet connection. I built an application, deployed it to Cloudflare, and I was able to connect to Vienna data center from a village in Slovakia, and the latency of my application was about 20 milliseconds. 20 milliseconds.
And it's cheap, right? Inexpensive to get started, and also cheap to operate and scale.
Yeah, we built this amazing CDN. We've been building the CDN for 13 years. The network is very easy for us to operate and very cheap for us to operate. We want to pass on the cost savings to you. So it's easy to start. Many people are successful with their free plans and just running like production applications with free plans. But if you get to like significant scale, we can talk, and you don't need to be worried about it. It's fraction of what you typically pay today. Well, one thing we didn't talk about is, okay, we built the application. Let's actually check on it. Maybe it's working now. Is it? No. No.
I'm going to give enough applause. It's fine. That's all right.
Okay. What we should see is basically this. This is the Remix application deployed. This is the default application. This is one of the many rehearsals that we've done for this talk. So I think we built like 50 applications in the last 8 hours.
Yeah.
And deploy them to the world. So maybe we are pushing it a little too far. But what we didn't talk about is that we haven't added data. And application without data is not very useful. If you add data, then interesting things happen. This diagram that we had here becomes very bottlenecked on the part where the server-side rendering happens and talks to the database. We have just one request here, but really, in order to render any application, you're probably making many requests to the database. And in reality, if you run your full stack application at the edge, your database might be very far away, because edge is everywhere, but your database is usually centralized. When I came to Cloudflare, I thought, oh, it's going to take us just a year or two to move data over to the edge. But now, a year and a half in, I'm like, OK, it's going to be like 5 to 10 years before data is to the edge. So rather than moving data to the edge, which we should do, but it's going to take us a long time, in the meantime, we should figure out if there is a way for us to move the compute close to the data, but still keep things at the edge.
So here's a quick visual to just TLDR what the previous diagrams were about. So users in one spot, data's all the way on the other side of the world. These are approximate locations. Don't at me. But look at these round trip times, right? 150 to 250 milliseconds back and forth and back and forth. But like, it doesn't need to be like that, right? What if we just brought the compute closer to the database? And you know what they say.
Go beyond the edge?
Go beyond the edge. So you could have something that looks like this, where the compute is close to the data, the back and forth trips are smaller, and the 150 to 250 milliseconds happens once. Think about what that does for the performance of your application.
So this looks like magic. And it would be cool if it existed. But it doesn't exist yet. But it will exist next week. So we were hoping to show you a demo today, but things are like literally still being tested, scaled, and everything
know how it
is,
goes.
you know, like we
You know how it
barely got basic stuff working. But next week we'll be ready. Next week we're going to be announcing smart placement.
Yep. And literally all it takes is one click in your dashboard.
So the same application that we already deployed to Remix, you just go to the dashboard, you click, you enable smart placement, and we will start monitoring what the application is doing, what kind of databases it's talking to. And based on that, we'll determine the optimal location of the compute. So there's nothing for you to do. You can monitor, make sure that we are not screwing things up. But that's all you have to do. You just take your existing Remix application, you enable this, and you're ready to go. What will happen from the user's perspective is that user will connect to the nearest data center the Cloudflare has near them, wherever they are. So they still enter the network at the edge. But we recognize that the user's trying to talk to an application that is smartly placed, and we'll create a tunnel from the edge to the optimal location, and then spawn the application near that database, near whatever it's talking to. The application will handle the request, and through the tunnel, the response comes back to the user.
Wrapping up quickly, couple of action items for all you out in the audience. Sign up for early access to smart placement. You can use the QR here. Follow us on Twitter for some really exciting announcements coming up next week. All next week, product launches, feature launches, updates, all of that good stuff. And the last thing is start thinking about moving data to the edge, right? If we can't bring, so right now we're bringing compute closer to the data because we can't bring data to the edge, but we're working on it, right? And we want everyone else to start working on it too.
Yeah, we will need your help to move the data to the edge, so this needs to be a collaboration. In the meantime, we have smart placement that makes existing applications work, but we do believe that in order to create hyper context sensitive applications, applications that really adjust to the user, where the user is, what device it is they are on, we need the data at the edge. That's when the really cool things can happen. This will take us many years, and we need your help. So please start thinking about this, start talking to your team workers and coworkers, and thinking about like, what would it look like if our application had data at the edge? What could that enable? And how could we take our existing applications to that future? Thank you.
And don't forget, I think I'm off, all right. All right, thanks. I think my mic's off.
Oh.
Oh no, it's not off. Don't forget to live life beyond the edge, everyone.
Thank you.
Pushing a build right before the demo. Now that's living life on the edge. Okay, what a cool demo about putting Remix on the edge. Next up, we have Clifford Fajardo, who's going to be talking about using Remix to ship faster, build ambitiously, and deliver great user experiences. Clifford is a full-stack engineer at LinkedIn, where he works on infra tools. He loves contributing to open source. His favorite pizza shop is Bronco Billy's Pizza, which I got to try out. So he's going to be talking about some things they've built at LinkedIn using Remix and why they chose it over other alternatives. Super excited for this talk. Take it away, Clifford.
Testing, testing. OK, I think everybody could hear me. Awesome. Who's from Utah? I'm just curious, trying to see the audience. OK, good amount of people. Anybody coming from California? Oh, nice. OK, my peeps. OK. All right, looks like it's ready. So my talk is titled Using Remix to Ship Faster, Build Ambitiously, and Deliver Great User Experiences. Currently, I'm a senior software engineer at LinkedIn in the San Francisco Bay Area. So a bit about me, Clifford Fajardo. I work on a team called Software Defined Infrastructure at LinkedIn. And I primarily work on front-end web applications for visualizing our infrastructure, taking action on it. A few years ago, I wasn't so close to the infrastructure side. I worked mostly on flagship apps, very close to the core user experiences of whatever company I was working at. Fun facts about me, I have a twin brother, so I often get confused for him a lot. That little flag there that you see there, the emoji, that's from Nicaragua in Central America. I know that there's folks coming from different places from around here, Chile and a bunch of other cool places. And yeah, from the Bay Area. And let's see. So quick overview of LinkedIn. I'm sure people are very familiar with it. So currently, we have about 930 million members, about 200 countries. It's being used by people in over 200 countries, and our mission is to create economic opportunity for everyone in the global workforce. So before I dive into the topic, I kind of want to send or give context on what my day-to-day looks like, and then because I know everybody works, we're different companies, you might work in a similar environment as me, and you might have never considered Remix because you thought, okay, maybe, I'm not doing that thing, or I'm not part of this team, or what have you. So I work on internal tools and products, focus on infrastructure. The type of environment that I work in is kind of feels like a startup. It's all engineering led. There's no like PMs. There's no designers. It's wearing multiple hats, ship fast, doing a lot of data visualization. We do API design and UI and UX. That's like a lot of different roles. And fortunately, you'll see how Remix just helps us out a lot with our endeavors. So I work with network engineers, storage engineers, SREs, site reliability engineers, and yeah, that's a bit of the day-to-day. So this quick image is just to show you kind of what I spend a lot of my time on. So we're building at LinkedIn for our infrastructure a kind of like a hub to house a lot of infrastructure apps. So this thing, catalog, is growing and growing, and we're building lots of complex features, and that's that. So quick overview, I'm gonna share how we're using Remix at LinkedIn to build internal tools and products, our journey of adopting Remix and why, some challenges Remix is solving for us, and if you've been on the edge about Remix, I know there's lots of different technologies. My point is not to convince you of a particular technology. I just want to pique your curiosity. So I want to talk about the challenges we had with our previous stack before Remix. So we were dealing with developer productivity issues, like we wanted to ship faster. We wanted more performant, out-of-the-box experiences. So when I joined this team, I was one of the first UI engineers leading this new catalog or portfolio of products. And we're building a lot of custom web UI. And I felt at the time that we had some decent tools, but I felt like there's other tools that I needed to explore and look into to help us ship faster. One of the big things is we wanted to use the same language for the front end and back end. That was huge. We wanted to eliminate context switching between the UI code and the front end server code. So before we were using Python. It really doesn't matter what you use if you're using Java, Golang, like the same pain points would have still appeared for us regardless of the if the backend was Python, Java, Go, whatever it was. We wanted to spend less time to develop complex features. Again, just like maybe 2 UI engineers at the time, and we had ambitious goals. And I wanted a technology that would empower UI engineers to be more full stack, so enable folks working on UIs to move to the back end very quickly, seamlessly, go, add caches, use, all these other great server-side technologies that exist. But like I mentioned, when you're using different languages and you're time constrained, it's sometimes difficult to context switch. Regarding the performance side, we didn't have like modern SSR streaming capabilities with our existing server at the time. And again, whatever language you're using that's not JavaScript is just a bit more complicated to do all of these things. And I put modern SSR because you could technically SSR with any language, like you can spit out a template, but is the experience and the that you're producing great for the user and great for the developer? I put down there like on that sub bullet point, like you typically need like a sidecar process, meaning like let's say I have a Java server and then it talks to some node process that got spawned by the Java server, and you're doing all this communication, and I wasn't really looking forward to that, doing anything like that. And then we lacked in our previous stack, which was a client-side rendered React application, out-of-the-box performance optimization, so code splitting of assets, prefetching, nested routing, all of that stuff. You could do like, code splitting, you can do that in client-side rendered React apps, but it's still like a manual process, whereas like with Remix and these newer frameworks, if you've used them, you know that you don't have to think about that stuff. It's just there, just a route that and it spits out the right stuff. And this is how I like to explain Remix to people who don't know too much about it. It's a JavaScript server, and I put asterisk there because you can run this in Node, Deno. There's different runtimes, but at its core, I like to think of it as just a JavaScript server that serves your React web applications. In the future, you'd be able to serve other types of apps, like Vue or Solid. I think the team has talked about supporting those things. But the key thing that I like to let people know, remind people, is that it's a Node or a JavaScript server that's optimized for building web experiences. Because you could choose, like I said, all these other technologies, Python, Go, Java, whatever, Rust, but is it optimized for building the best web experiences? And I felt that those other alternatives weren't the best choice for that. And sure, they're fast, and but the nice thing about Remix is because it's optimized for building web experiences, it understands the structure of your web application, the route, the hierarchy, when to fetch and do things at the right time, eliminate those waterfalls if you guys have visited the homepage, the network waterfalls. So getting into like evaluating Remix, like how did I arrive to Remix? Because there's so many different options that exist nowadays in the JavaScript ecosystem. So, but before I do that, quick thought experiment. I want you all to think about for a few seconds the difference between malleable and flexible. So I'm just gonna let you guys think about that for a few seconds. Okay. So I'm gonna define the terms quickly and then show you guys where I'm going with this. So flexible, it's capable of being bended easily without breaking. So here's like a paper, you can bend it, it's flexible, you can modify the shape. It adapts to different conditions or circumstances. But the way I like to think about malleable is that it's like a superset of flexible, where something that's malleable could also be flexible, but I think it also has other properties that set it apart from being flexible. So it can be changed, like I said. You can see here that one of the properties, it's flexible, it's adaptable, but the interesting thing for me is that it can be shaped and molded, and you can apply pressure to it. It can be hammered. Like, I think it has more properties to it. And that's how I was kind of thinking about the software that I wanted to use next. After our existing stack, I was thinking, okay, what's going to allow us to, be flexible, malleable? Like, I don't know what the future holds, and I want to make sure we're starting off on a good step. So, flexible and malleable. So, some observations that I saw with Remix is that I think it's quite customizable under the hood. So if you didn't know, you could actually customize the underlying server framework. So you could use Express, you can use Fastify, you can swap out or use your own implementation. So I think that's nice that you have that capability, because as you know, these frameworks, they have their own way of structuring things, the module system or the plugins. I liked how Remix, you can ship it to different deploy targets. So You could put it on AWS, containers on Azure. You can put it on a DigitalOcean box, typical long-running server. And again, thinking about the future, at LinkedIn, we're moving fast and things are changing. I was thinking, okay, like I like that it has these properties and pretty much almost don't have to change your application code to take advantage of this stuff. It's multi-use case, and I'll explain a bit about that. So when you have a Remix app, the way I like to explain it to people is if you've experienced the joy of Create React app and how it just lets you spin up a quick React app very easily, Remix has those properties as well. You can spin up a full stack application. The node server is there. The front end works. Let's see. Lost my place. Yeah, so the joy of the Create React app and these fast experiences, like you don't lose any of that with Remix. It actually felt when I was using Remix, I almost felt like there was no transition, and that felt nice. Coming from Create React app. So your app, it gets server-side rendered, but it can run in single-page application mode. And I think this is important to call out because some people might be building apps or companies, and it might need a public-facing version of the application. So you might need to serve your pages to, Googlebot, search, these things that get shown on search engine result pages. Last year, there was actually a talk about how a team migrated from whatever stack they had to Remix, and they were able to eliminate a lot of infrastructure that was solely for like server-side rendering. Like this framework can do both. It can do it's good for SEO. It's good for internal apps, and I really like that flexibility. The streaming capabilities, HTTP streaming, I really haven't seen too many other implementations of HTTP streaming like done so nicely, so well, and it's so easy to adopt. It's just a keyword in Remix. It works with no JavaScript, so you can load your app and users can start interacting with it if you set up the app the right way. And another thing was when I was thinking about Remix is how does it integrate, because it's like a full stack framework. I was thinking, okay, will I be able to use my existing tools like MSW, Playwright, Chrome DevTools, StackBlitz, Code Sandbox? How incrementally adoptable is it? So those are all observations and considerations. So I think it's important for me to call this out that Remix is built on React Router, which almost gets 10 million downloads a month times 12. It's in the hundreds of millions per year. Like tons of React apps are using this, and I call this out because I mentioned incrementally adoptable, and when you'll see later in this talk when I talk about incrementally adoptable, how just this alone made our transition to Remix very, very seamless. When I found out that I could just copy and paste for the most part my folders of my Create React app application into my Remix app, I was just like mind blown. I was very excited. So this is the React Router docs on the left side. You see all these hooks. So all the hooks and everything you're pretty much familiar with React Router, you can still reuse that knowledge in your React app. We were using React Router in our client-side rendered React app, so when I saw that we didn't have to adopt a new router, learn new APIs necessarily, and that it was pretty much plug and play from just out of the box, I was very ecstatic. It also helped me sell this to my team and manager, like, hey, this is we're gonna be able to move faster and migrate to this faster. Before Remix, when we didn't have using Remix and even just like Node on the back end front end server, I always had these compromises or thoughts that I had to make in my mind, like should I put this in the web UI code or do I want to put this on the back end that's written in a different language? Like there's time constraints. Sometimes I would think to myself like, man, this feature, it's gonna take me like 5 hours to do if I do it on the back end because I'm not an expert in that particular programming language or its ecosystem, but I could have done it. But then I would usually resort to just doing it all in JavaScript because, hey, I'm very familiar with JavaScript, and sometimes I would have to make compromises on the user experience and the speed because it just wasn't as easy to develop these features when I wasn't using something like Remix. Okay, so benchmarks. So I wanted to share some benchmarks of our client-side rendered React app and then moving to Remix. I may have put these out of order. This is a quick demo just showing on the left side the client-side rendered React app. The right side is the Remix app. And on the right side, I'm not even taking advantage of all the Remix features. I'm just SSRing the app shell pretty much. And you'll see how significantly faster it is, hopefully. It's pretty visible. So the right side is the Remix app, and it loads in 2.85 seconds. So this app, it has like Canvas. It has a bunch of different technologies on the page, but it loaded in 2.85 seconds. The left side is the same app, but no SSR. It's not using Remix. So I'm loading it. Hit enter. And it takes well over 8 seconds, and caches are disabled and everything. So when we migrated, like I had mentioned earlier, all I did was like copy folders. I wasn't even taking advantage of actions and loaders yet, but Remix does stuff for you out of the box that you don't think about. Like if you inspect let's see, is it on here? Trying to find the slide. So you can see the script tags and links on this page. Like it adds these module preloads and a bunch of other things that you don't have to think about setting up. So this is fetching my JavaScript early. My HTML is getting built early. Let's see. And when we did take advantage of loaders and actions, this is a slide that Ryan Florence shared in a tech talk last year, but this is what our setup looked like. We're doing a lot of client-side fetching, so the JavaScript gets parsed, a component calls the network, and that might call or load another component, and then that might call the network, so there's this like waterfall effect. With server fetching, we initiate all that on the server. Things just, aren't waterfalls anymore. Everything happens earlier. So we're definitely taking advantage of all that stuff in our current app, but definitely I think this visual is amazing. So this is some before and after of the demo. So you can see like I was running my app for the most part in spa mode, I would call it. Just the app shell was getting SSR'd, and I was already doubling the performance, and things were a lot quicker. We could take advantage of like prefetching and things like that because Remix understands the structure of your app. We also are taking advantage of streaming, and when I mentioned earlier that Remix is one of the pieces of technologies that just makes these decisions of whether you want to change your app's architectural style, it just makes it so easy. So on the left side, you see I'm making in Remix, use JSON to SSR a page. On the right side, you see I'm using the defer keyword, and that's all you need to do HTTP streaming. And that's been useful for us when we're calling third-party APIs. Maybe I'm doing like 20 API requests, and I don't have control over the other team or the third-party library's network latency, but just with a keyword change, I can do HTTP streaming, and things like that weren't possible when we weren't using Remix. And just to give you an idea of how the migration was for us, which we're an internal tool, I mentioned we're using Create React App, migrating to Remix. On the left side, you see the Create React App. You see we have a components folder, hooks folder, pages, services. And then on the right side, you see pretty much a similar structure. And all I pretty much needed to do was copy what I already had and then just move it into the Remix app. And I didn't change any client-side code. For the loaders, I did have to do some wiring up of the API routes, but I did that like in a day or in one sitting, just copying the code from the other framework we were using, but didn't have to change the UI code at all. And then this was really cool. So somebody from the Remix community, Sergio, created this awesome package called Remix Utils. You can see on the line 5, there's a client-only component, and that was like the magical thing that made our migration easier, because we're using React Router 6.4, but we weren't taking advantage of loaders and actions yet. And when I finally got to trying to migrate things, I was like, oh my God, I didn't plan this out well. I can't believe I might not be able to do this in the timeline that I had told people. Like, what am I going to do? I don't want to rewrite everything in actions and loaders just yet. But client only saved the day. You can see on line 28 through 32, I just wrapped the page component from my old app inside of a client only, and things just worked. Like React query, everything that I had in there before, all the context and complex hooks, everything just worked. And that was our migration story for this internal app. So another thing I want to call out is we weren't the only people taking advantage of Remix. Other people at LinkedIn noticed, and we've had even teams where there's no UI engineers, purely backend, site reliability engineers, people who do not call themselves front-end engineers by any means. We had a team that adopted Remix. They needed to build their own app to service their customers, and in about a sprint, they shipped a fully functional, full-stack Remix app. And I think what awesome about Remix is that the philosophy and the structure, I feel like, lends itself to being very easy to grok, and understand the code. And that was another consideration I didn't put in the other slide, but I honestly feel like if you're a backend engineer and have never done UI, you'll have a joy with Remix, and there's not too many concepts to learn, and that's another thing that made me feel more confident adopting Remix. I could potentially hand this off to a backend engineer, and I felt like they could handle it. During our migration journey, we did some HTTP load testing. I don't think this is the most important part of the talk, but what we did was we used this CLI tool called OHA. It's a Rust-based HTTP benchmarking tool. We use that just to show our stakeholders and people hey, if we move to Remix, we're going to get this, these performance improvements. And it's not surprising that JavaScript is a fast language. V8 gets updated every month. So for us, besides the browser stuff, just moving to Remix, which is powered by Node, was a significant win from the other dynamic language we were using. Another amazing thing that we got with Remix, which we couldn't really get with our previous tech stack, is a fast debugging story. So I'm not sure if folks are familiar with Stack Blitz or Code Sandbox, but I could spin up an entire Remix environment, the front end, the back end, in literally minutes, and there's templates. And this helps with troubleshooting so much. I have some of my colleagues who are on my team are here, and we run into issues, and I'm like, okay, just go create a Stack Blitz and go post it in the GitHub discussions or Discord. But before, it was hard to do this. We had a different language, different runtime, but the JavaScript ecosystem is rich, so we can take advantage of things like Stack Blitz and put these things in our PRs, debug very quickly. So just wanted to call that out. Use something like this if you haven't. It's really awesome. You can see this is on the sidebar, really a full stack Remix app, and it's seconds to create one here. It's all in the browser too. So before, our tech stack looked like this. We had the browser at the bottom, our front-end server, and then that front-end server calls different APIs. So we're already doing back-end as a front-end pattern. And then the only thing that really changed with our migration story is we're using Remix, which is, for us, we're using the node runtime. So you can see, like, it's not a big migration or change. It doesn't require, in my opinion, re-architecting your entire stack. And then that's, before and after. Some challenges that we face with Remix, we're using React Query, things like that. And I had to, as an early adopter of Remix, I had to create my own abstractions. You can see on the right side, I created something that's similar to React Query. So use Remix Fetcher, use Remix Submit. So sometimes you might need to create your own abstractions when adopting a framework, but it wasn't very complicated at all. It helped me learn Remix internals even better. So I would say, yeah, React Query, we're using that heavily. We still use it in some places. It's still a great library. Testing and mocking, because we're using the same language on the front end and back end, TypeScript, we could use MSW. If you haven't used MSW, please look at it. Please look at it. It's so awesome that we have we can reuse our mocks on our Node server, and also run them in the browser. It just makes testing so much easier, debugging, just mocking in general easier. Kenzie Dodds, I think he's the one that I learned this from. Phenomenal technology. You have to look at MSW, and it integrates well with Remix. And I'm showing you a picture here of this repo I created where you can download this Hello World repo, and you can see this Remix app running completely offline and using Playwright as well. Okay, before Remix, we had slower build times, context switching between different programming languages. Felt like we always had to make compromises for the web experience because we either had to do things manually, or time constraints, or things were just complex. So manual performance monitoring is kind of something we had to do, but Remix as a framework does the code splitting, module preloading. It understands nested routing and all of that stuff, so that helps with performance. After Remix, faster build times, no context switching between languages, compromising less, I would say. I feel like now we have like more options and levers to pull. I can think, now like, hey, I'm gonna move this to the server so I don't have to manage so much state on the front end, so that's like a DX win. But then I could also make trade-offs as like, if I put this on the server, everybody else who touches the web app could take advantage of this because the server is centralized. So I have lots of different options with Remix. Less state management, so I just want to call that out. It seems like a small thing, but when you have a framework like Remix that just lets you copy and paste code from pretty much from the front end to the back end, it makes it almost a no-brainer to move lots of things to the back end, the front end server, and that significantly, at least for us, reduced the state management. So we don't use effect that often. Lots of the re-rendering issues and just managing client state have gone away with Remix. I like that because Remix is focused on the web platform. We've had interns who've converted to full-time, like not know anything about web development, but now they're using keywords like SSR, streaming. They're understanding servers better. They're on MDN more, which I think is awesome. And we're now spending less time on framework specifics, and I think Remix lends itself to just being a good technology that allows you to transfer your skill sets to other domains. Like, I don't know, you might have a Go server, because you're more focused on concepts of rather than framework specific stuff like that. I just want to call out the Remix community resources because some people might be like, oh, like Remix is new. I don't know if I should adopt it. I don't know if the support is there, the community is there. Well, React Router, 10 million downloads a week. The whole React Router community is part of Remix. There's a Remix YouTube channel, lots of great videos there, tutorials and everything. There's a Remix GitHub discussions tab. I don't know if everybody takes advantage of the discussions tab on GitHub. I think it's only been out like 2 years, but this is like an amazing resource in the Remix community. I like that the remix community is very receptive to feedback, so people are posting proposals and RFCs, proposals, so requests for comments. And this is just an image of me sharing, like, hey, I have this idea or this challenge or pain point, and I just shared it. People commented, people were giving me suggestions. So very welcoming community, very helpful community. The Twitter, I've gotten so many of my problems and challenges solved on Twitter. If you're not using Twitter for tech and career elevation, I think it's an awesome tool. Yeah, in summary is Remix is helping us ship faster due to its out-of-the-box features, debugging story, just the guardrails it has, not having to think so much about manually tuning performance because it's built into the framework and the way you think about things. It offers levers to adjust our app to different use cases. So, running our app in SPA mode, which is pretty much what we did when we initially migrated. Everything was just SPA mode, and then we incrementally started adding the loaders and actions later. We could do streaming. You could run your app in MPA mode, asterisk there. But you can do a lot of things with Remix, and I like that we get to reuse our knowledge of the web platform and just become better web engineers in general. And I think that's it, yeah.
For Clifford, his first conference talk. He did it. Amazing. If you're sitting in the audience and thinking, damn, I want to be on the stage up here, you can do it too. Apply for a conference. Come speak to one of the speakers on how they got started. We're going to take a break now, and we're going to take a break until 11:15. If you want a swag bag, please come and collect it. And if you know a dev joke, please post it on Twitter with the hashtag RemixConf, or tag me on Twitter so we can feature your dev joke and get you a swag bag. Enjoy the break.
just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna I've been thinking, 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 I've been thinking about you. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 잖아. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속작 My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 잖아. I've been thinking about it.
Give me some shawa like that. Oh, man. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. The first segment has been amazing so far. Everybody settled in. I am getting blinded by the light. It is so shiny. How's everyone liking the talk so far? Yeah? All right. Okay, cool, cool. I'm like the keynote. Like, I don't know if it was scripted, if it's just like so good at tag teaming together, or it was just like straight up freestyle. Such a good keynote. Any other talks? Yeah, we're gonna get to it. I'm gonna keep blabbering until I let some folks come in, and before we kickstart the next set of talks, I'll be emceeing for y'all. Hopefully sharing my vibes a little bit. It's a little greedy segment. I brought a little Easter egg. I mentioned Haiti, and if you're not familiar with the flag, looks like, here it is. I would take every opportunity to show off the flag. Sorry about that. All right, cool. So we're gonna play a little activity. So I'm gonna say "sac passe," and someone should respond. This is a pop quiz if you want some swag. Oh, I heard something back there. Okay, you deserve a swag. All right. So that is actually some Haitian Creole. That is how we say "what's up." Ma boule is the response to that call. It literally means "I'm burning." If you ever seen that "this is fine" emoji, that's actual characterization of it. So we're gonna try it together. I'm gonna say "sac passe," and we're all gonna say "map boule." All right, let's try it. "Sac passe." Woo! Let's get some energy going. "Sac passe." One more time. "Sac passe." Oh man, this is great. You guys are. I need to create some temporary Haitian badges so I can just pass around. You guys have earned that title. So every time we're gonna be doing that call in action. So my next guest, can you say again? Oh, all right, that's the second swag bag. As if you haven't noticed, there's still some more going on in the corner. So please participate if you want to have some. There's plenty of bribes to go around. So my next guest needs very little introduction. She is a star in every sense of the word. I'm waiting for her to pop up in any sense of moment at the moment. But as she gets on here, I wasn't able to bribe the AV guys to get her theme song going. But if there was theme song playing, it'll definitely be Cardi B smashing in the background. So everyone, please give a super warm welcome and applause to Monica.
Thank you. So today I'll be talking about how you can use MDX with Remix to improve the accessibility and usability of content. I am a senior software engineer working in educational technology at Newsella, and I'm very interested in open source, MDX, and creative coding. So if you're interested in any of those things, let's chat more later. And I also founded a meetup group for women and non-binary React developers. And if you're interested in seeing these slides or any of the code associated with this presentation, you can go to links.monica.dev, which is where this QR code navigates to, and you will be able to view the source code as well as the presentation and resources. So let's get started. What is MDX? If you're not familiar with MDX, you can think of MDX as Markdown that's supercharged with JSX. So you have the simple syntax of Markdown, but as needed, you're able to leverage components to make your content more interactive and customize and extend the markup. Similar to how with TypeScript, you have JavaScript, but you're extending it with types. And what makes me really excited about MDX is I think it's a great educational tool, and it really takes advantage of different web technologies. In particular, it can be used to create interactive technical documentation. This is an example of how Prisma is using MDX in their documentation site. They have a React component within an MDX file, which is like a markdown file. And this component allows visitors to switch the syntax of the code sample based off of, or the language of the code sample based off of their preferred language. Similarly, another site that uses MDX is React Docs. They did a huge overhaul that went out of beta earlier this year, and they have over 600 interactive examples, and a lot of them are powered by MDX. So if you go to the new doc site, you'll see that there's sandboxes where you can start building a React application without having to set up everything locally. You can open it in a code sandbox, and there's a lot of interactive checkpoints. And if you're interested in using MDX, then you should get familiar with Unified. And Unified is a huge ecosystem with over 500 different open source packages that allow us to work with content as structured data, also known as abstract syntax trees. It's also a core package that is used to inspect and transform content with plugins. If you're not familiar with abstract syntax trees, they're more verbose versions of human-readable code. So on the left-hand side is an example of a loader function, and on the right-hand side is that same function, but in the abstract syntax tree representation, which is a lot more verbose. I'm not going to pause the animation, but I think it illustrates that it's more verbose. But you don't have to get super familiar with abstract syntax trees in order to take advantage of MDX. You can leverage the remark and rehype plugins within the Unified ecosystem to transform your content. Specifically, remark plugins are used when you want to transform Markdown, and rehype plugins are when you want to transform HTML. And if you've ever used Prettier or ESLint to format or lint files that you've written with Markdown, they're using Unified under the hood. Or if you've ever submitted a challenge on Free Code Camp, they use Unified to parse the challenges that are submitted. And I was first introduced to Unified through Gatsby, which uses it to parse or to pull in content into their GraphQL structure. And of course, today I'll be focusing on MDX, which uses Unified to combine Markdown with JSX. And the great news is if you are using Remix, you can get support for MDX straight out of the box by adding a file to your routes folder with the .mdx extension or importing those into some of your routes. And this will build all of your MDX files at build time, and it's the fastest way to get started with MDX and Remix. However, if you're looking for more customization with how you are using MDX, then you want to look at a tool like MDX Bundler, which gives you a lot more control and also more ability to customize. And if you wanted to build like your MDX files on demand, you definitely would want to go and look at alternatives such as MDX Bundler. So today, my talk is going to be focused on using Remix and MDX Bundler. So first, we'll install MDX Bundler and ES-Build. So MDX Bundler uses ES-Build and MDX v2 to quickly compile and build our MDX alongside its dependencies. So in terms of actually rendering our MDX to the page, we can create a MDX file. So it's a markdown file where you have markdown, but you also are able to import React components directly into the markdown. So if we're not using MDX Bundler, we're actually able to use this functionality with Remix outside just without any additional setup. And we will also have access to route functions like loader, action, and handler. However, if we want to do more customization, we will use MDX Bundler. So in order to actually render this component, let's have a loader function that actually calls MDX Bundler to transform our MDX content. And then we'll be able to render our MDX component. So what that looks like is we'll have an MDX Bundler function that only runs on our server. And that calls bundle MDX, which is an export from MDX Bundler. It takes in a string representation of our MDX file, and then it returns front matter and code. So you can think of the front matter of the metadata associated with your markdown, and the code would be the body of your file, which is the content. That includes both the markdown content and the React content. And our loader function within our route is where we would actually call that function we were just looking at. So we can get our content. So in this example, the content is in a local file. So we're on a specific path. We get the content for that path. And then we pass in the string representation of that file into the asynchronous function that we were just looking at that parses the MDX. And then we're able to return the JSON. And then when we're actually rendering the data, we have access to that data that we just called in our loader function. And we can use a special component from MDX Bundler called get MDX component, where we pass in the code that we were able to get from our loader function, and then we can render the component to the page. So now that we have that component inside of our page where we're rendering the MDX, with MDX, you can actually replace different HTML elements. So if we wanted to replace a block quote or an H3, we can use this syntax to say that we want to replace that specific element. And this is like a huge object that just shows all of the different HTML elements that you can replace with MDX, meaning every single time you write Markdown that uses that element, it would automatically be replaced. So just if we wanted to only replace, for example, anchor tags and paragraphs, it would look like this, where we pass in this components prop with those two values. And this is an example of what a custom paragraph, for example, could look like. It's silly. It's basically taking in the paragraph that we wrote in Markdown and then appending another paragraph to it saying Sparkle is powered by MDX. So I just wrote a bunch of paragraphs, and then it automatically translated it to have this paragraph appended to it. Another example of the component shadowing is we could overwrite all of our links. So we could have some logic that says if we have an internal link, we always want to use the link from Remix. And if we decide that we want to prefetch that, we can indicate that in our component. So that way we're able to preload that page as needed. But for external links, we definitely don't want to use the remix link, we want to use a regular anchor tag, and we could have it, if we want them to open in a new tab, we definitely want to follow accessibility best practices and have a note for folks who are using a screen reader where it would inform them that it will open in a new tab. And so what that would look like for if we're replacing the link component, if we wrote this link on the left where we have the blog link, if you look into the HTML, it would have a regular anchor tag that links to the blog post or to the blog route. But on hover, because we're using the remix link, you'll see that it's preloading that data so that it's hopefully available by the time someone clicks on the link. Whereas if we have an external link, we're using that in that same syntax, it will instead show the markup that we expect if we have an external link, where if it's opening in a new tab, we're going to indicate that in the DOM. And in general, we want to make sure that we're writing HTML that is more human readable, because that's going to be more accessible for automated tools to navigate and decipher. So it's good to avoid spans and divs, which don't really convey semantic meaning, and instead, if there's opportunity to use one of the over 100 HTML elements that has more of a meaning, to use that, and also using text when possible instead of images to convey information. So if we know that we want to implement certain best practices or extend make the HTML that our Markdown is generating more semantic, we can leverage remark and rehype plugins to accomplish that. So for example, there's remark sectionize that will automatically group paragraphs with their headings into sections, which is more helpful to navigate than just a pile of headers and paragraphs that don't have a clear relationship. There's also remark alley emoji, which will add additional markup to any usage of emojis. So I'll add an ARIA label with the name of the emoji, as well as role, so it's treated as an image. And then there's a rehype autolink headings and rehype slug, which are both helpful for navigating. And there's also a bunch of other React components that you can use that are helpful with MDX. And in general, people don't really read on the web. People skim. So how can we make that easier if we have a huge technical document? We can add a table of contents. So having a component where we'll render every single heading and link to it, and then we can have that show up either at the top of the document or where we think makes sense to allow people to quickly navigate and see what sections the document will cover. So let's create a rehype plugin that will allow us to use that component we were just looking at. So if we have an MDX file with a bunch of H2s, such as navigation, accessibility, and user experience, let's return all of those H2s. We can use this package units util visit to navigate the abstract syntax tree and visit every single element that is an H2, and then find the text associated with that element and return the text as well as the ID associated with that H2 element. And so what this function should output, if we give it the following MDX file that has these multiple H2s, it should return an array of objects that contain both IDs and text. And the ID you'll see, for example, for user experience, it has a dash because that's the slugified version of that text, and that's how we would actually navigate to it if we were going to click through. And then to actually use the function, or to actually use what we just wrote, the rehype headings, we will update this rehype plugins array where we bundle our MDX and include the rehype headings plugin. And we'll have access to the headings that we were exporting from that function. Please note that we do need to have headings that are actually clickable and have slugs. So rehype slug and rehype autolink headings are helpful in that regard. And then in terms of actually rendering it on the page, we can update our components, the components that we're passing to our component to include a table of contents. And then for that table of contents, we're loading the headings from our loader function and then passing it in. And then we can render that in our MDX if we choose to by just including like a table of contents statement inside of our MDX. But if we omit that, then it won't be included in the, on the page. So sometimes we also want to provide users a lot of information. Some of it may not be super relevant, or some of it may be just like kind of going down a rabbit hole. So we could add some footnotes. And we want to make sure that we can navigate back and forth between our footnotes and our footnote refs. And we want these footnotes to be accessible. So we should have both the IDs and href, so we can navigate back and forth between the footnote and the footnote ref. And there's also some additional ARIA attributes and rules that we would like to include. So we could write this up from scratch every single time, write the HTML that we would like to output. But as you're editing a document, things need to be renumbered and could get maybe messed up where the numbers in the document don't match up with what's actually rendering in the footnote section. So that might not be ideal. We could use a custom footnotes component as needed when we want to add footnotes to our document. Or we could extend our version of Markdown to use GitHub flavored Markdown, which by default will support footnotes. The version of Markdown that MDX is using is Common Mark, which is like the core specification for Markdown. So it supports the very core functionality of Markdown, but a lot of times if you've interacted with Markdown, you maybe have interacted with an extension of it. And GitHub flavored Markdown is also, like MDX, an extension of Common Mark. So if we want to take the approach of using a footnotes component, we can use this package React Alley Footnotes, which is currently up to date with the standards. And it will give us access to a footnotes provider, a footnotes ref, and footnotes. And then wherever we want to render footnotes, we can wrap that in a footnotes provider, and then include these footnote refs wherever we want to actually have like a footnote. So the description would be what you would see at the bottom of the page. And within this footnotes provider, you can have multiple footnote refs, and you would only have one footnotes where you would render everything. And that will have like the appropriate markup. So in our use case, if we wanted every single MDX component to have access to this footnotes provider, then we would wrap it. Otherwise, we can pass in the footnotes provider as a prop and then just wrap the individual MDX files. And then we also need to make sure we're passing in the footnote ref and the footnotes, so we're able to use those inside of our file. But depending on if you don't want this to be global, there's also the option to just directly import these components as well. And then in terms of what this would look like, this is an MDX file, but we have these footnote refs throughout, and it will output like the footnote section at the bottom where everything is numbered appropriately, and we didn't have to keep track of anything. And then the other option I had mentioned in terms of if we wanted to get support for footnotes is we could use GitHub flavored Markdown, so extending the version of Markdown that we're using for our MDX. And we'll be able to get that functionality by adding this GFM remark plugin to our remark plugins array. And that will give us the footnotes, but it also gives us the ability to strike through content with the double squigglies, or we could create task lists, et cetera. So that may also be an option depending on how you want to leverage Markdown in your site. And in summary, I believe MDX is a powerful tool to enhance and customize the user experience of educational content. And we can replace native HTML elements with component shadowing. We can also import custom components. And we can transform MDX with Unis util visit, remark, and rehype plugins. Those are some of the ways we can transform MDX. There's way too many to cover in one talk. And yeah, thank you, Remix. If anyone wants to find me on the web, I'm on Twitter at InDigitalColor. My website is monica.dev, and that's also me on Blue Sky. And all of the code for this site is at Monica with the 0/remix-mdx-docs. And so that has a deployed version of a site that has of various examples that I went through, but in a more like cohesive way, so you could just see everything in one place. So yeah, thank you.
Did I lie? Did I not tell y'all she's a star in every single right? Oh my goodness. That was awesome. Oh my goodness. I shouldn't be slamming on my mic. Sac passe. Ooh, let's try this one more time. Sac passe. All right, awesome. So, yay. So I mentioned obviously Haitian heritage, but I also want to pay homage to the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander community. That is a mouthful, so I'm gonna need an acronym for it. But did you know that that community spans over 100 different languages, 50 different countries, that ties back to India, China, Japan, Guam, and so many other Pacific nations, which is oftentimes a forgotten aspect of American society. So just an interesting, fun fact to share. All right, our next speaker is still winding up, but I do have an interesting fun fact to share. So bribery, so now this is a clue to participate. If you want some more of that swag. Say, all right, cool. So one insight is May was chosen as the month for the Asian American National Society. Okay, I'll get back into that. So our next speaker is a remixologist, obviously. He is an avid trail runner, a musician that plays both the piano and guitar, and I don't know how to even coordinate. I can barely type without looking. I can only code without looking, which is a weird combination. He does not have a SoundCloud, so you won't find his music. So sorry, any potential aspiring rappers or singers out there that are looking for a musician. But coming up on stage looking like a character from the stage of Stranger Things is John Jensen. Thank you.
Thanks. Hey, how's it going, everyone? Cool, well, I'm John. I work at Netflix, as you can tell, right? One of the nice perks about working at Netflix is you can go into the wardrobe closet and just grab whatever you want, which is pretty awesome. I thought about going as the Demogorgon today, but that was a little bit much to get ready, so just, I'm Dustin. Another fun fact, I haven't actually watched the latest season of Stranger Things, so I need to get on that, so that's kind of embarrassing. But yeah, so today I'm going to talk about the web platform and how we can use and abuse it. So I've got this GitHub repo up here if anyone wants to pull down the code and follow along. So just me, Jensen G, or Jenseng, abuse the platform. And just real quick, I'm going to just do a sound check. We did this yesterday, but just to be sure. Okay, cool. All right, sweet. And we can adjust the slider there, so we'll get into that in a second. All right. Okay, moving on. All right, so web platform, Remix, they go together really well. But a lot of people look at Remix and first impression is, okay, it looks cool, for building a website, like, we talked about the keynote. But, you could build a blog with it. Could you make a real app? And remixologists will say, yes, of course you can. Like every app that's out there, it's just forms and pages and links, and then we put all this janky stuff on top of it. We should use web fundamentals and Remix for everything. And I mostly agree with the remixologist, but I know there's some nuance there, right? There's a lot of apps and things we want to build. There's situations where maybe it's not the best fit. But for the next 20 minutes, we're going to say it is, and so let's kind of test the limits and see what we can do. And so some ideas I had were like, let's build a multiplayer game, or let's build like a collaborative editor, or a piano, because I think these are all things where we might be pushing the limits a little bit, and let's see what happens. All right, so let's go ahead and just look at some code here. Okay, so jumping in here. To save ourselves a little bit of time, I made a piano component that doesn't actually do anything, but it looks like a piano. And so if we look at these are buttons, and each button has a note associated with it. And there's a few little things I added just so it'll be useful as a musical instrument. So, of course, you can press one, and you see it changes slightly. And then I've also mapped the keyboard, so if we play the home row, or right above it, we can do the black keys, right? So we have a little bit of some nice things. We don't have to use the mouse to play the piano. All right, but we have a bunch of things we want to do. We want to try to make happen here. We want to make it a web-based musical instrument. We want to have recording and playback. We want to have it work to some extent without or before JavaScript is on the page. We want to support multiple players if we can, and we want some cool real-time visualization. So I think it'd be neat if, as you play, you get a little timeline of notes that are played scrolling across below the keyboard. How can we do that? All right, so web platform. Audio 101 is using the Web Audio API. Now, I'm gonna be totally honest here. There's a lot to learn. We could have a multi-day conference on the Web Audio API, and we're not gonna do that. So to save time, we're gonna use a really nice library called Tone.js. And Tone.js, it's kind of built with musicians in mind. You can have different instruments. You have kind of different concepts of you trigger a sound, attack and then release that sound. You determine how long you're going to play it, like an eighth note. For our purposes, we're not doing anything too fancy. Everything's going to be an eighth note. They're all the same duration, but we set up some basic stuff with Tone.js over here. So we create a synthesizer that allows us to have multiple sounds playing at once, and we have a function we create called play that lets us play a specific note. All right, so if we want to make this React component actually work in a client-side way, our piano component has a on-play note prop we can pass in. And so if we move to look at a single-player client-side piano, the only difference is we pass in on-play note, and then we say we want to play that note. All right, so let's see how that works. So we'll go check out the client-side piano. So, oh yeah. Right, so you can do stuff there. All right, but we've only checked one box. We got to have recording and playback. This does not work without JavaScript. We have all these things we want to do. Before we get too far down the road in interactivity, I want to make sure we address this big tricky one right here, right? With our piano so far, there's two challenges we have. One, we're using the Web Audio API, which means we're running JavaScript in the browser. If we don't have JavaScript yet, how are we going to run that? And the other challenge is we're using on-click or on-touch event, those handlers to know that a key was pressed. How can we know the user did something? So for the second part, the answer is pretty easy with the web platform. We can use a form, and Remix is all about forms, right? So rather than trigger on press or whatever, we're going to just have a form around this thing, and each of those buttons, they submit the form. So whichever one you press will submit the form. And then the default navigation, default form is a get, right? So you just reload the page with a query parameter saying which note you pressed. The audio is a little trickier, but Remix can help us out here as well. So maybe you've heard of full stack components. This is something that Kent and others have done a great job of kind of showcasing what they can do. And to give you a very quick overview of a full stack component, the idea is you have a Remix route, a resource route where maybe you can have an action to post some data, maybe you have a loader to get some data, and additionally that route exports a component, but it's not a normal route component that you render as part of going to that page. This is a component you can use somewhere else. And so in this case, we have created a resource route for a note that will receive a MP3 file to save, okay? Where does this MP3 file come from? Well, we're going to get it from the browser. We're going to use the Web Audio API to record the notes so that anybody who doesn't have JavaScript can benefit from those of us that do, right? I apologize to Dan and others. We have use effect in here. Pay no attention, right? This is terrible stuff. But we can use Tone.js when this component renders to record the audio into an audio buffer, and then we use a fetcher to submit that, And since this is the full stack component, even though we use it somewhere else, it knows to post it back to this action here where we receive the upload. And then once we have all of them, we're ready to go. As far as how we actually use that, for a progressively enhanced piano, we want to make sure we record any missing notes. And so I've created a route above our progressive piano called progressive. And it's going to use a fetcher and some other fun stuff there. But the gist of it is, we look to see, do we have any missing notes? And if so, we're going to render these missing notes for any notes we need. And then as they're uploaded, we get a little progress bar, and then we're done, we're ready to go. We have MP3s saved on the server that we can then play in the browser. Now you're wondering, how do you play it in the browser without the web audio API? There's an older and darker magic called the audio element you can use, and we just embed that on the page with the MP3. All right, so let's see how it all works. Oh, one last thing. With our single-player piano, to progressively enhance it, one, we do a form. If you want to dig into this, I made a multi-submit form because I wanted to play multiple notes at once. This isn't required, but it makes it a little nicer for chords. You know, if you have like, you press them all at once, you want them to be the same event, the same timestamp, it'll kind of snap them together if they're close enough. And then rather than have our on-play note, we have a playback component. So the playback component does one of two things. If we've hydrated, great, we're going to use Tone.js. Everything works like it did before. If we have not hydrated, that's where we use the audio element. And so then we just pull in those MP3s that we've previously recorded. All right, so let's go to the single-player progressive piano. OK, so right, so you can do chopsticks and have a good time. Let's see it without JavaScript, though. OK, so here we are. Same progressive piano. You can see, oh, whoops, this is the problem when you reload and good times. All right, let's just make sure everything's here. Computers are hard. OK. All right, so you can see all the scripts are blocked. JavaScript is turned off. But I can still go ahead and so yeah, it's fun. Now, one thing you'll notice is we have all of the notes we've played in the URL. And you see that here as well, right? So we can actually rewind. And then we can play it forward at any speed. So you have a lot of controls at your fingertip. You get recording and playback for free. I was actually playing around this earlier. I haven't quite perfected this, but I'm working on it, so hopefully I'll have this done soon. But whoops. All right, needs a little work, but we'll get there. All right, so we're let's see, 60% of the way there. We need multiple players. We need real-time visualizations. That's going to get tricky, right? Especially when we think about not breaking our progressive enhancement here. But let's break it first. Let's make it work in the nice case, and then we'll go back and make it work in the Node.js case. All right, so how can we get real-time data onto the page? We've got a couple options. One would be WebSockets, and another is server-sent events. If you haven't used either of them before, they're both very, very powerful. In Remix land, server-sent events, it's kind of a first-class citizen because those are based on just HTTP requests, and it's very easy to set up a loader that kind of streams data down. So let me walk through what it does. Server-sent events, on the client side, you're going to have what's called an event source. So let's go look at that. All right. And I've wrapped it up in a little hook here. There's not a lot of logic required, but you create an event source, and that points at a URL. The browser makes a request to that URL. The server is not just going to send a one-and-done response. It's going to send a streaming response. And so as that data comes back, you can hook into that and do interesting things. And so in the case of our hook here, we then get back whatever the latest data is. So when we use that in our component, thinking about our playback component that we have, we can just feed in stuff from this hook to the playback component, and it'll use Tone.js to play those notes. All right, on the server side, what does that look like? So again, it's going to be another remix route. This route, We have a loader. And rather than sending back like a simple object or call the JSON helper, we're going to build our own response. And so the response down here is going to have some headers and a status. But the body is going to be a readable stream. And so rather than a string, it's just going to keep sending this data. And kind of the key things here, connection keep alive, cache control, and the text event stream. And so that way it'll all work correctly. Finally, previously we switched to use the form. So that's how we're getting data to the server. We need to wire that up on the server side. So I'm actually going to switch it out from being a get to be a post. And then whenever we receive a note, we emit that to any of these event streams, and they'll just send them down to anybody who's connected. All right. And let's see, what else? OK, so yeah, this is just some more implementation details, but this is kind of the function that we call when we receive the note on the server side, and it will send it along to the stream emitter. And so anybody connected will receive those notes in real time. All right, so let's go look at our component, how that might look. So we've still got a multi-submit form. We've now switched to a post. We don't want to actually do a navigation, so if I weren't doing my fancy multi-submit form, I would just use a fetcher form, but I'm doing weird stuff, and so I pass in a fetcher submit so that I avoid navigation. But we use the same piano component. The playback gets the notes, but we see now that these notes are coming from the use event stream, right? And so they'll come in real time. OK, the second thing I wanted to touch on is a visualization. I don't have time to go into the visualization itself, but just the quick summary is I've built an SVG component that will take some initial data of whatever the recent notes are, and then it continually receives new data, and it renders those notes as a line, and then using a little CSS animation, sorry, not Tailwind, but a CSS animation, we scroll it across smoothly so that it works. All right, so let's check that out. OK, let's see, too many tabs. All right, multiplayer client-side piano. So there we go, a little line scrolling across. It works better when the audio is coming out of your computer. It's a little faster, because you can see it shows up immediately. You get the slight delay, but it's all right. OK, so we can see we've got our little scrolling visualization, and the notes come in. But let's see it multiplayer. I apologize. This is one thing that you got to test these demos beforehand. I didn't realize that on the Wi-Fi, you can't connect to other people's computers. It just black holes it, right? So I thought I'd set up an ad hoc network, and I kind of got that working on my phone. But then maybe just too much Wi-Fi interference. I have the network going now. I don't know if it's going to work for my phone. This may fail miserably, in which case I will just open another browser window. Yeah, it's just black holing here. So let's just do a new window, and we will hear the sounds twice because we're playing it twice. But what we could actually do is we could turn the volume down on one of these. OK. All right, and you can see it's happening in both places. Let me turn it all the way down here so then we really know it's. So it's still working. It's coming from the other tab. Yeah, so fun stuff. All right, now the challenge, though, works without and before JavaScript. What are we going to do, right? Like, how far can we go? Can we get some kind of visualization? How real-time can we be with this audio? Because that, I mean, we can't use a server-side event stream, right? We can't use some of these things. But again, there are older and darker ways of doing things on the web. There's the much maligned iframe. There is the much maligned meta HTTP equiv refresh. There is the much maligned HTTP long poll, which is essentially what server-side events are. An HTTP long poll is just you do a request, but it's not necessarily like structured data coming back. It might be HTML nodes. It might be audio elements coming back. OK, so let's see how we can make that work. All right, so there's sort of three problems we need to solve. With no JavaScript, if I play a note, the default thing that's going to happen is it's going to refresh the page, and I don't want that. Okay. The second thing is I want the notes to come back in real time. I don't want to just keep having to auto-refresh the page. I want them to be as close to real time as possible. And then, of course, the visualization. So iframes are going to help us with all three, as terrible as that sounds. But let's do it. OK, so first of all, forums have a really nice way since the beginning of time to not reload the current page. Forums have a target. And so what we can do is have a hidden iframe that whenever we hit a key, it's going to submit it in that iframe. And we don't see it, and we don't care about the result. The second thing is getting the stream of audio. That's where the long polling can be super helpful. So we have an iframe that does a request, very similar to our event, our server-side events, but it's going to be receiving back an HTML document over a long period of time, and it'll keep writing audio elements as they're ready, or as they're played. And then the last thing is visualization. This is one where I kind of just said, best effort, I'm going to maybe refresh it once a second. And so you won't quite see the notes as they're played, but you will see the overall time stream. So how does that look? Let's go to the multiplayer progressive one. Too many tabs. OK. All right. So some slight differences here. Our form now has a target. So we send it to a hidden target, which is just the name of this hidden iframe, which is down here. Each of these components, you can dig into them. They're literally just iframes for certain URLs. So there's nothing fancy in these. The real interesting stuff is like the wiring around it and what does the long poll look like on the server side. OK, so we submit it there, and then we have these hidden iframes that handle the rest. Again, as we, I think, saw elsewhere, kind of this idea of if we're hydrated, we want to make this thing work really well. If we're not hydrated or there's no JavaScript, that's OK. It's still going to work. All right, and so last of all is the long poll, which if you look at this, it looks very similar to our route for the server-side events, right? We have a loader. We set up a long poll audio thing, but ultimately that is sending back a response with a streaming body. But again, the body is going to be things like audio, autoplay, whatever. And then just to make sure, like to hopefully deal well with timeouts, we don't want it to run too long. And so we will close it after 60 seconds and then tell the browser to just redo it again with a meta refresh here. All right, let's give that a try. All right, and actually I've got another tab going here already with JavaScript disabled. Let's just do it from here. OK, so yeah, we see JavaScript is still off. OK, JavaScript is still off. We see in the network, we see a couple requests happening regularly. So that's the iframe reloading every second for the visualization. And then there's also the long poll that's happening and still going. But then we can go over here. Too many windows. Let's see. Let's just do a new one. Oh. I can computer, I promise. OK. All right. Here we go, the real test. So here we have JavaScript on. Let's turn it down, though, and make sure it's actually working over there. And there we go. All right, so I guess I kind of want to wrap up here. I don't know if this is the best way to build a multiplayer piano. I'm going to be honest, like I'm proud of my code, but I mean, you got to admit sometimes you look at something and it's like I made an ugly baby, right? Like that's it's okay. I love it, but it's not great. But I hope it gives everybody some ideas of different ways to think about things and to think about our apps. A lot of our apps maybe are not as real time as this. They're maybe not doing streaming visualizations. They don't have users interacting necessarily. And so if we can pull something off, maybe a little janky, with Remix and the web platform to build this kind of thing, why not use it for all the kind of more conventional apps we do? So yeah, that's it. If you want to check out the code, again, here's the link. Abuse the platform. Thanks, everyone. It's fun.
What a demo. What a demo. Sock passe? All right. Just had to cut my last fun fact short. We're going to run it back. So, May, why was May chosen as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month? Well, it's because it signifies also the first Japanese people to immigrate to the United States. May 7th, 1843, and also May 10th, 1869 was when the Golden Spike Day, which is the last spike that was landed on the railroad for the transcontinental trade. So our next speaker, Alex, what's up, is by no doubt a massive space enthusiast. He has this massive side project that's called Thorium that creates a spaceship simulator. He's started to learn the piano just so he can compose soundtracks for this, which is by far one of the best ways to expand onto your hobbies. His theme song is the Lego 2 theme song, movie theme song, but the one that talks about space music. So yeah. But last but not least, his favorite drink, or if he were to be a drink, it'd be a tropical vitamin water. So that's very refreshing, and I hope his demo will be very refreshing for y'all. So thank you, and let's give him a welcome, warm round of applause.
Hi, hi everyone. The song he's talking about is the one where Tiffany Haddish's character is like, Benny, do you like spaceships? Because I think they are great. And Benny says, how'd you know that? Loving spaceships is my one defining trait. We're not talking about spaceships today. We're talking about Remix Live Loader, which is a way that you can keep your data up to date across all of your clients. So let's run over the Remix lifecycle really quick. I know we've done this a million times, but here we go. You got your client and your server, and the client wants to get data. So it sends a GET request to the server runs all your loaders, and then it sends the data back to the client, and the client has the data. And if you want to update data, the client sends an action via a POST request to the server runs the action, sends the action response back, and then the client knows to revalidate, to get all of those loaders run again so that it has all the freshest data. We saw this happen this morning with the keynote that Michael and Ryan did. But what happens when you have more than one client? And we run through that whole rigmarole again, where we send the action, run the action, send the response back, and then it knows to revalidate, so it sends the request for the loaders run, comes back. But now the other clients don't know about that. They don't know that that action happened, and so now their data is stale. We need some way for them to know that they need to update their data. Either they need to change routes, or the server can tell them that it is time for them to revalidate to get the freshest data. And that's what we're going to do with this hook. I call it Remix Live Loader. It replaces use loader data, but it makes sure that whatever route you're on is going to always have the most up-to-date data possible. So here's how it works. You need three things for any kind of real-time. The first is some kind of pub subsystem, some way for the server to know to send messages to the client. In this example, I'm using Node's event emitter. You'll notice I've got my object called events that I'm able to call for the different events that can happen. So when an issue changes for like an issue tracker like linear, it's actually going to trigger two different things on the event emitter. One for slash for the index route, and one for /issues/issue ID. So anytime a client on one of those pages gets one of these messages, it's going to revalidate. That's the way that this works, is based on which route the client is currently looking at. Now, I want to add a little caveat. There's a number of things that you might want to do if you're doing this in production, like running it on an actual pub subsystem like Redis or Postgres or any number of SaaSes. But for our demo, this will work just fine. And then to trigger this, in our action where we're going to be updating our issue, after we update the issue, we just call event.issueChanged, and it's going to trigger any clients that are currently subscribed to events for those two routes, /and/issue/the issue that changed. The second thing that you need for real time is some kind of transport mechanism. WebSockets is a good option. We saw some very crazy options in the last demo. We're going to use server sent events for this one, and take a note at where this server sent event loader is living. It's /event/splat. You can put anything you want after that. In this case, I'm actually putting the route that the client is currently attached to in that splat, so / or /issue/2 or whatever. And we pull that out in our loader, and then we're going to use the event stream object from Sergio's excellent Remix utils to create this event stream. We're listening to that event emitter, so anytime we get one of those events on whichever route we're subscribed to, it's going to trigger our handler, which is just going to send the current timestamp down to the client to notify them that they need to revalidate. And that's the third thing that you need for real time, is what does the client do with this information? It could just pop up a notification. It could take a bunch of data that the client or the server sends in that server sent event and update some client-side cache. In our case, we'll just revalidate. It's the simplest way to do things. It's the way Remix does things whenever actions happen on a client that fires the action. So we get our event name out of the useLocation hook. We subscribe to our server sent event loader using useEventSource, and we pass that route name that we're going to at the end there. And then we're going to use the useRevalidator hook to trigger those revalidations whenever we get new data, so whenever that new timestamp comes in. And then so that we can replace use loader data with this hook, we just return use loader data at the very end. So here's a quick demo of how that works. I've got 2 Chrome windows open. One of them is on the index page, and you can see we're subscribed to the index events here. And the one of them's on an issue, specific issue page here, and we're subscribed to the events there. So let's pull up the event stream for each of these pages so that we can see the events as they come in. And when I edit this individual issue, you'll see it'll update on the one on the other side, and you'll see the events coming on both pages, because both of them are subscribed to this particular issue. But then, on this side, I can actually change the priority, and when I change it for the issue we're looking at, it'll update in both places. But when I change it for a different issue, we're only going to see that update on the index page. We won't see it on the specific issue because we're not updating that particular issue. So we only get the updates that we need, and it's going to revalidate those and make sure that all of the clients that care have the data that they need. So that's all that I have. If you want to see more about this, you can go to this GitHub URL. I wish it was easier to Google, but I just barely tried, and it's not. And yeah, that's all that I have to share. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of Remix Conf.
I don't know about y'all, but these demos just gets better and better and better as it goes. So thank you so much for that. This is great. It's been amazing to just watch and witness. So our next speaker is hailing from Chicago, Chi-Town, is a self-taught engineer and has learned ASL over the past years. He also has developed with his family his own derivative of ASL, which is pretty interesting. I'll ask you to ask him about it after his talk. If you were to be a drink, it'll be a tropical lemonade, which is also another great and refreshing choice. So without further ado, Shane.
Thanks, Ashley. How's everyone doing? My name's Shane, and today I'm going to talk about creating an API in Remix. Remix provides a great set of powerful tools and features to build all sorts of web applications, and one of those is APIs. So let's jump in. A pivotal role in creating an API is something called a resource route. What a resource route is any route that doesn't have a default export. And what we do is leverage the loader and action functions in the routes to create endpoints that can handle GET and POST requests to that route. Here's just a default structure of what those actions look like. What those functions look like. And then, being that it's an API, what do we really want to do? We want to be able to get some data. We want to be able to send a request to update some data. We want to be able to limit or authenticate who can and cannot update and get data. And then down the road, we might want to implement some rate limiting or analytics on our API. So let's jump into what the loader function is. And the loader function is going to handle any GET requests that you make to a route in your Remix function, or in your Remix route. Here's just a really simple one. It's returning an object. The object just has a data attribute, and it's loader data. And you can see in the Postman post request here, or GET request, I'm sorry, it has a status 200. And you can see the data in JSON form. So let's talk about the action. And this is where we're actually going to send a body. So in this request here, we're destructuring the body from the request, and we're converting that to JSON. We're also grabbing the headers, and most importantly, we're grabbing the authorization header. So we're going to get that authorization header, and then you can see here that if there is no authorization header, we instantly return JSON status 401. And then again, if we do have an authorization, we split it, we get the exact code, and then if we don't have a code, we again provide reasonable error handling and a 401 code. And then we run it through the authenticate token. So this is just a stub method in this, but this would return a true false is authenticated. And then if there is not an authentication, again, we return not authorized status 401. And then finally, we look in the body, and inside of the body, if we don't find the ID attribute, we return a 204, which means there's no content, right? Because the user did send a post request, they did valid authentication, there was just no body for us to actually go get a user. And then finally, we'll get the user and then return that user. So let's break this down a little bit. These are Postman screenshots. So in the upper left one, you can see that I'm sending just a body. It has an ID for the user, 12345. And the one to the right, you can see that we're sending an authorization token a very, very good auth token, ASDF. And then in the bottom screenshot, we can see this is the response we got back from sending a post request. So let's actually look at this in code. So this is the exact code that we just saw, right? So let's pull up Postman and let's send some requests. First, we'll send a valid request. Typical. Let's run our project. Then we'll send a valid request. So you can see we get back what we saw in the screenshot. But let's go ahead and remove our authorization token. Let's send this request. Now you see that we got the exact error we expected if there was no authorization header. Let's add our authorization token back and go into our body and remove, we'll just send an empty string, or an empty object. So here you can see that we got the 204 no content, and we got just an empty response back. So that's a really fast look at how you set up an API in Remix. And thank you. That was a lot of fun.
Demo gods are back in our favor. Sac passe? Sac passe? All right, well, that opens us up to lunchtime. Thank you so much for the speakers so far that has been giving us some great insights and demos, and we can break off into break. I'll see you guys back in, I don't have the time as to when that break, but there'll be a timer here, and I think you'll be hearing an announcement in the break room. Thank you so much.
To stand up for myself. It's alright, you don't know what I'm talking about. I'll try just to let everything out, but I know I can't let this go away. Shouldn't have given you my real name in the first place. Like an animal, I lose control. Words you say, they're in my head. Shouldn't have given you my real name in the first place. Like an animal, I lose control. Words you say, they're in my person caused so much record is broken. And if you've got no plans on leaving, we'll take you out.
feel that bass.
Bring it back now.
shaking it just like this. just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna turn around now. I just wanna have fun, turn around now. I just wanna now and turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna
I've been thinking, 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 thinking about you. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥 속닥. My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it.
corruption. You've been on a path of destruction. So you side with America, yet you sympathize with the problem every chance that you get. Pack your bags, here's a bill for the rent. And don't forget to pay us back for every cent you spent. It's better late than never, now it's over. You're done. It doesn't matter what you say anymore. 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 Brace yourself, cause you're in for a treat. Everybody wants to see you out on the street. You beat. This is a stain on our history. How could one person cause so much misery? You heard the people have spoken. It's gone on too long, like it's Dracula's broken. And if you've got no plans on leaving, we'll take you out.
The alleged corruption done in veteran prosecutor
chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. And I'm gonna chase it, and I'm gonna chase it. I know we can't ignore it, no matter how hard we try. Fire in the veins, I fight to gain, breaking all the rules to keep me sane.
feel that bass.
Bring it back now.
Shaking it just like this. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna I've been thinking, 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 thinking about you. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼 때, 눈 감고 말해볼 때 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 숨이 좀 나. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 나만 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속닥속닥 My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개를 흔들어도 난 네 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 내 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼 때, 눈 감고 말해볼 때 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 숨이 좀 나. I've been thinking
Doesn't matter what you say anymore.
Everyone doing? Woo! Yeah, the itis is kicking in. Well, unfortunately for the itis, I'm here on stage. So just to wrap up, just fight that up a little bit. If everyone can stand up for like 10 seconds with me, yeah, let's stand up. Yeah, let's unsettle that itis real quick. I have no exercise idea in mind, but like just give you a nice little gentle twist. Rotate the hips around, left. Look at the person on your right, on the left, give them a fist bump, a hug even. All right, cool, awesome. You guys can sit down now. Sorry for making you do a bunch of activities. All right, cool. So now that lunch is over, we're gonna get right into our next talk. Our next speaker has coming in from Chile. Really fun fact is that he loves coffee and beer as well, but even more so coffee. He can't function without coffee, and he, more interestingly, makes his own blends, which take that Starbucks. Like he's beating the man at the system. Starbucks takes a bunch of my money. Anyways, let's give it up for Giovanni. Woo!
Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Okay, cool. So how are you? How's lunch? Good? Cool. So I'm so excited to be here. My name is Giovanni Venusi. I work as a software engineer at a company called Property Simple. And today I'll be speaking about the spinners. So who here knows what optimistic UI is? Like, who knows? Okay, that's cool. So let's start with the spinners. Let me turn this on. Oh, Murphy's Law. Okay, spinners. So we see them everywhere around the web nowadays, right? Personally, I hate them. I hate them, and people in general don't like them. But why is that? So the main issue with the spinners or any sort of loading indicator is that they make people watch the clock. They make people be aware that something is going on and that they need to wait for it. But what's even worse is that it can make some interactions to look slower than if you don't provide any sort of feedback. So what we can use to solve this? So we could use optimistic UI. It simply means to simulate a positive response for the server. So even if we don't have a response yet, we can just assume that it will work, and most of the time we have enough data in memory to display the end result. So let's see a few examples. Let's start with Twitter. So when you like a tweet, you click the like button and you see the icon updated immediately, and also the like count. They're using optimistic UI here. Same with Todoist. This is a to-do list application. When you type like a new item and you click send, you can see it right away. And the same happens with Gmail. When you compose an email, you click send, the email disappears, and you can continue using the app. I think what is important here is that with optimistic UI, you decouple the UI from the network. So when to use it? When to use optimistic UI? The most important thing is that the request is likely to succeed. It should work most of the time and fail only in rare occasions, because you need to deal with errors. Like if an error happens, what do you do? Display an error message, or maybe a retry button? You could retry it yourself, and you need to decide what to do in those cases. Second is that the action is not critical, because you don't want to use optimistic UI for a visa form, for example, or to transfer money, because people want to be sure that their actions succeed. Lastly, I would suggest you to start with binary action, like yes or no, like something, delete, or bookmark something. So now, let's do some coding. I have some code here in the screen, and you can see the output. Like it's a very simple blog post. I'm using a loader to get the data, and we're going to add a like button. So I'll start with an emoji. It's a simple emoji, and you can see the output there. So now to make it work, I'm gonna surround the icon with a button. So this calls a server action. Oh, sorry, has an action on the server. So you click this button, and after a while, you see the final result. But you still need to wait a bit to see the result. So now we're gonna add like a loading indicator. This is a clock emoji, as you can see in the code. So now you click the emoji, and you can see the clock emoji immediately, and after a while, you see the final result. So here we have our dear spinner. But besides that, we have a fully functional application, because this is the minimum that you need to do anyways to have a working application. So now we're going to integrate, we're going to use optimistic UI in this code. So let's see how it looks. Yeah, as you can see, if we are loading, we just get the data that we send to the server and display the final result. So now you click this, and you see the end result immediately. You don't need to wait. So if you use this, the application feels way smoother than if you don't. Like, it's very good to use. As you can see, it's very easy to integrate. If you don't like it, you can just go back and to the previous state. Now we're going to see a second example. It's a very quick one. This is taken from the Remix website. This is a bit more complex. As you can see, we have a form to create an invoice. When we click Create, we display the final result immediately with the data that we already had from the form. I love that this is on the Remix website, by the way. So before I finish my presentation, I would like to give you some homework. So next time that you work on your application or any feature, think where you can use optimistic UI and give it a try, because it's simply to integrate and simply to roll back if you don't like it. So if you do it, please send me a message, because I would like to know about your experience with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. All right, we are moving at a blazing pace right now. So my next speaker that I will be presenting for you today, I just found out that it's his first time in America. So that is a huge plus. So when he gets on board, please give him the warmest welcome we've given any speaker so far. So that would be great. If he were to be a drink, it'll be Oolong tea with OG boba. So that's actually quite on par. He loves cycling, and he's been living in Germany for 4 years. But despite those 4 years, he still doesn't understand German. Please give a warm welcome to our next guest, Edmund.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Great. Oh, this is what happened. Okay, hopefully. Just do a quick refresh. Oh my God. Okay, this doesn't look good. Yep. Does it work?
Do I need to stop out? All right, cool, never mind.
Yeah, it's good. It's all good. Okay. Hi, everyone. Let me introduce myself quickly. My name is Edmund Hong. I'm a senior software engineer at Delivery Hero. I maintain Remix Guide and a formatting library called Conf. And today, I'm here to talk about constraint validation. First, constraint validation is a browser mechanism for form validation. It was introduced in HTML5 and is now supported by all modern browsers. Let's say we're building a simple style form, and this is how the map looks like. Now, if we type remix here and submit, what will happen? Well, the browsers block the form submission and tell us the email is invalid because the email type here is one of the validation attributes. These attributes let us define a constraint based on different use cases. For example, we can mark an input as required with the required attribute. We can also enforce a password policy using the min length and pattern attribute. Now, I'm going to show you how we can progressively enhance it using the DOM APIs. The first step is to disable the default browser validation. Why? Let's take a look at the validation flow. The top diagram shows how the browser works by default. When the form is submitted, the browsers validate the form and fire a submit event only if the form is valid. There's no way for us to add custom logic to this process. Now, in the bottom diagram, we're going to disable the default browser validation so the submit event is fired immediately, and then we will implement the browser validation ourselves. Let's apply this to our style form example. First, we disable the default browser validation with this no validate attribute. Then we implement it on the submit event handlers using the report validate method. We're also preventing the form from submitting with the prevent default method. Now, if we click on the sign buttons, the error message is still displaying, but we have a more flexible validation flow. Next, we need to learn about the error interface. First, the error message displayed is defined by the validation message property. It can be overridden with the, oh, that's not good. Hey. Okay, we're good. Okay, yeah, it can be overridden with the set custom valid method. If we want to know more about the error, we can also check the validity property. This property represents the valid state of the input, with each Boolean represent the result of a different validation attribute. with this in mind, if we want to customize the error message, this is how the new validation flow looks. The top diagram shows the validation flow that we enhanced earlier. Now in the bottom diagrams, we're going to customize the error message before we put in new errors. Now let's go back to the example and see how this works. Here we define a format error function that derives the message based on the input element and the form data object. Then we loop over each input element and pass the result to the set custom valid method. Inside this format error function, we are simply checking both the name and the valid state of the input element. We are also comparing the password and the confirmed password field manually because there's no validation attribute that covers this use case. And now, if I click on the start button again, the error message is updated. The next thing we need to learn about is the invalid event. So when browser validation happens, an invalid event will be fired on each invalid input and trigger the error display like in the top diagrams. This gives us a chance to capture error states and customize how error should be reported. But there's no valid event available. We can't check when an invalid input becomes valid again. To get around this, we're going to reset the error state before synchronizing new errors. Now, we're going to go back to example and see how this works. First, we prepare an error state that map input name to error message. Then we synchronize the validation message on the invalid event handlers and cancel the error display with the prevent default method. For sure, we're also resetting the error state, as I mentioned. Now, we can display the error message anywhere we want, like this. Well, it's great to have client validation in place even without JavaScript, but it doesn't mean we should skip server validation, right? Let me introduce you to the Conf valid state helper. This is a package for you to perform server validation by providing a valid state-like interface based on the validation attributes. It supports type inference acquisitions. It's also zero-cape on the client as you need it only on the server. Now, I'm going to show you quickly how this works. First, we extract the constraints of each input and combine them into a dictionary. Then, we import this pass helper to pass the form data based on the constraint and the format error function. Now, if there's any error, we just send it back to client and synchronize it with the client error states. Well, now if I disable JavaScript of this form and submit it, our form will continue to work just fine. In the end, I want to say it's just the web. Once you learn the gist of this talk, you should be able to apply this solution anywhere, whether or not you're using Remix. Maybe next. If you're interested in this topic, feel free to check out my project on GitHub or talk to me on Twitter. Thank you. I guess I can just leave it.
Hi, it's me again. Wow, didn't expect to be back here so quick. You missed me? All right, cool. Sac passe. One more time, sac passe. All right, you guys still remember this. This is great. You guys have earned your Haitian badge. Speaking of which, story time. So, Haitian heritage, I'm going to give you our little insights into the history of Haiti. So, Haiti is known as the first black successful revolt and the first black nation to the world. And a little bit of history context on it. It was a former French colony. Obviously, at the time, Napoleon was the emperor. And during that whole revolt, right, that was causing actually quite a bit of financial pain on his armed forces. So emptying his coffers, war coffers, just fighting the Haitian Revolution. Now we're going to tie this to American history. Because of that financial strain that it was causing on the French, that actually precipitated the Louisiana Purchase, which helped with the Western expansion. So Haiti actually played a pivotal role in triggering the French to give up that territory, leading us to America to be the shape that it is right now. Now, this is just me gloating, saying you're welcome, but like the French sold it for pennies on the dollar, which is a little-known fact on how another aspect of how Haitian history and Haitian revolution really impacted the way the world has became in shape to the way it is now. Yeah, so that's a little fun fact. I can give another speech while I'm not speech, sorry, another fun fact around Haiti. Sorry, I was saying. But I see a partner here has seeped in, and we have tons of swag that we still need to get rid of. So Shruti, would you be open to coming on board and giving us some other dev jokes? Yes, yes? Awesome. Yeah, but we just, right now, just if I don't get rid of this, then it's just gonna go back until next year's, and it's gonna be even more limited edition, and I don't want people fighting for Remix 2024 for swag.
Point.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, I have a dev joke ready. All right. What did the psychic say to the developer?
I don't know. What did they say? I'm gonna get some swag.
Want a fortune cookie? Okay. Say what? Can you sing? Can we sing? Sure. The psychic said, I see deaf people. Ah. Okay, what did the computer do at lunchtime? Actually, that's really good. 8 cookies. I like that. Had a lot of bites? That's correct. Swags, yay! Where's my swag partner?
I'm right here.
Okay, swag people. Okay, another one. What is React's favorite movie genre? Yeah! Suspense! Hell yeah, you guys are getting so good. Okay. What did the JavaScript call his son? Jason. Yeah, Jason! Your name is not Jason, is it? Perfect. Okay. Any backend developers here? Don't worry, it's not about you. Any front-end developers here? All right. Okay, I'm a front-end developer too, so don't be offended. Why do front-end developers eat lunch alone? What?
Didn't get a call back?
Didn't get a call back? Oh, that hurts.
I'm sorry, I stole that from you. I'm sorry.
Not the right answer, but it still hurts. Okay, the answer is because they don't know how to join tables.
Oh man, that is rough. That hurts. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for the dev jokes. Thank you so much. So we have a last minute swapping and ordering to our schedule, and our guest here is actually the opposite because mostly people have been moving out of like New York, Miami, and SF, but he went ahead and moved from Austin to SF. He loves cycling, and he does tons of stuff with healthcare tech. Please give us a warm welcome to Oscar.
Hey, everybody. I am not Dan, but I won't lie, I'm a little relieved to not have to go after him. So this probably worked out pretty well for me. But hey, everyone. I am Oscar. I'm a software engineer at a company called Solve Health, where we work on making booking urgent care online really fast and easy. And today, or actually at Solve about a year ago, we started looking at migrating our consumer front end to Remix. And it's been a really great experience, and we've learned a ton. And I want to talk today about a really specific part of that that was initially a potential barrier and it ended up being a really cool learning experience about what Remix can do for us. And that is powering a hybrid native and web app via Remix, which might sound a little wild, but bear with me. But before we get into that, let's start with maybe a hypothetical kind of background that some of y'all might be familiar with. Let's say you work at a trendy, cool little startup. You know, you got your Scrum meetings, and you got a small web dev team. You're building a product. You got some customers. Everything's going great. And inevitably, at a certain point, all of a sudden, time for growth. It's time to do more things. And a question that usually comes up around that time, or one I've certainly heard before, is this. So yeah, we've got the website. Can we make an app now? And so, maybe you're like me, and you do some research, and you start looking into it, and you're like, oh, okay, there's a lot to keep track of. There's a lot of really awesome technology, really amazing tools, but coming from a team of, maybe a small team of web developers that's already at capacity, there's a lot of complexity to building a whole new, native app for whatever your platform is. Now, on top of that, there's just the added challenge that if you take one code base and you split it into two, you go from having to build every feature once and iterate on it once and fix bugs once to keeping two things in sync and building things twice, and that can really slow down a team that needs to move fast and iterate on their product. So what can we do about this? Well, I'll kind of talk through one potential solution we've used, which is let's build ourselves a React Native app. We'll use Expo, which is amazing if no one's ever used it before, really awesome tool. And we'll do something real nifty inside that React Native app. It's called a web view. And there's more to it than just this. There's definitely some more complexity, and you can link out to native screens for certain flows, and not for others. That's kind of what we do. But at its core, you are just shipping a native shell that renders your web app as an app itself. And then the challenge becomes, how do we make that a good experience? This is where I pause. And I say the thing that kind of undermines the whole thesis of this talk probably, which is you maybe shouldn't do this. In fact, please build real native apps if you can. Native apps are wonderful. And in the same way that Remix is amazing because it encourages us to use the platform and shows us the great UX and developer experience we get by doing that, native apps are kind of the same. Using those native platforms gives you access to so much, animations, accessibility, interactivity. So you definitely lose something by not building in those platforms. And if you're in a position to advocate for that in your organization, please do. We all want more beautiful apps in the world. But business is business, and every engineering decision has trade-offs. And sometimes our job as engineers is to say, how do we still deliver the best experience possible with the constraints that we have? So before I dig too far into that, let's back up and talk more about Solve, the company I work at, and our kind of migration story. About a year ago, like I said, we started trying to look for a new tool, a new front-end framework to replace our kind of very old aging React app where we'd done everything from scratch. Our data loading, our routing, our bundling, our server-side rendering. And we wanted something that had really strong opinions and gave us a ton out of the box. And Remix showed up around that time, and it was a really compelling solution. It checked almost all the boxes for us. We have a really dynamic app. Users are logged in, and we need to show you things like, what are the urgent care locations that take your specific insurance? Or what are the soonest available appointment times today? And these are all things that really needed that dynamic back and forth that something like a statically rendered app just wouldn't do as well on. So that was looking great, but we ran into one particular problem that almost made us think, maybe we can't use Remix. And that was our native app. We'd had this app in production for years now. It was running on our old code base, and if you notice, as I'm clicking around here, or tapping around, I should say, it's quick. It's actually instant, because it's a single-page app functionally. And when you tap around in a single-page app, you tap a link, the new page renders immediately. And then you show a spinner, and the data fetching begins. And for us, that was actually really important. We wanted that speediness when we're trying to replicate a native app. And Remix, for very good reasons, doesn't work like that out of the box. Out of the box, Remix has this model where the user taps a link, triggers a navigation, and then Remix goes and talks to the loader on your server, and then reports back with that data in your page renders. And that kind of implicitly creates a bit of delay. But the thing is, on the web, that's great. That's actually kind of a good thing. That's how Remix has gotten rid of spinners on so many of our pages and helped us build these more solid-feeling web apps. But the crux of the problem is that expectations from users are just very different on different platforms. On the web, Remix really aligns perfectly with what users expect, how they expect to navigate pages, and on these native apps, users expect immediate feedback from all of their actions, and we need to figure out how to deliver that to give a convincing experience here. So to walk through a bit of kind of the solution we've come up with and how Remix has allowed us to do this, let's look at a demo app I put together. This is a little music library app I used from some SQLite database of songs I found online. Those are definitely not the right album covers. But it's a really kind of straightforward remix app. There's some nested routing here from the navigation to the playlist to the music, and it loads all your stuff in pretty simply. Just a simple loader, render the data, nothing more beyond that. So let's take this basic remix app and put it right in a native app frame, like I was talking about a second ago, and see how it looks. And you'll see when you tap around here, it just doesn't quite work. I don't know if it shows up as well on the screen, but if you're tapping with this, with your finger on your phone, that half a second, 750 millisecond delay between pages just doesn't feel great. It makes your app feel kind of broken, kind of slow, and that's not an experience we want for our users. So I bet a bunch of you are already thinking, hey, Remix has a really great solution to this, and it's called Defer. So let's look at Defer a little bit. This is what that loader for the route we were just looking at would have looked like initially. We're getting our playlist, we're awaiting this get playlist function, and then we render it in the page. Done. Super simple. So Remix Defer lets us say, well, let's start rendering the page immediately with some loading state and fill that data in when we get it. So that is pretty simple. All we have to do, get rid of our await call, wrap our response from our loader in this defer function, and then we just use React suspense in this await component in our page itself, and awesome. We've got asynchronous UI. It's great. It's slick. But there's one more problem here, which is that we could put defer on all of our pages, and they'd be super snappy on our app, but that's not the experience we want on our desktop or on our web at all, right? We talked about how web users have an expectation of how the web works, and I actually thought the experience in that screenshot or the video a minute ago of the desktop website was pretty nice. That's a good website. So the real question is, using Remix, how do we wait for data on the web but defer it in our app? How do we have both of these experiences that match users' expectations without having to duplicate our code, duplicate our routes, or do any of that? And Remix doesn't just have a solution, but it has a really elegant and powerful answer here. So let's go back to that loader we had a second ago. This is the deferred route, the deferred version of that playlist route. So you can see immediately we get the nav bar and the tab bar loading in here, and a second later, once our data resolves, we see it come in with a nice animation. This is great. So the question is, we know that we want to dynamically switch between whether or not we're deferring data. What do we have to do in Remix to make that possible? The answer is you just await it. That's all you got to do. And even though we still have the suspense and the await components there, Remix will see that that promise is resolved by the time we're returning from our loader, and server-side render all the data already there, and it works just like the initial page. So this looks really simple, and honestly, it is a really simple trick, but it's really, really powerful. The fact that Remix gives us the lever we need to flip between these two very different data loading paradigms with 5 characters in your code. So let's maybe look in some more detail at what this would look like to implement in that app more cohesively. So say we build a little function called isNative, takes a request, tells us if it's coming from our native app. React Native will let us set a custom user agent on our web view. We can look for that, or anything else you want here. You could look for just mobile user agents or whatever logic you have. And then we just have to take our loader that's deferring the data already and just say, OK, well, if we're not on the native app, let's just await that data. And once we've done that, this is pretty much the solution to our problem. So we can go back into this demo app, and we can see, all right, this is both of these examples are running the exact same routes, the exact same code. And on one hand, we have this nice website that navigates like a website and feels pretty good and works pretty well. And at the exact same time, we can go into this native app, and we can see we've got these really nice, basically instant transitions between pages. We've got animations, and it acts like you actually want a native app to behave, loading in that data asynchronously on these page transitions. And again, this seems really simple, but this is a really, really powerful tool. And the fact that Remix lets us do this, is allowing us to save incredible amounts of time and code duplication by powering both of these. Now, going around your code base, adding those conditional awaits everywhere can get a little cumbersome. So I threw together a tiny package called deferIf that just wraps this up in some nice logic. And you can just take your code, remove that if statement, and then just put defer if instead of defer at the end of your loader and pass whatever predicate you want to control what is deferred and what isn't. So now we can put this in all of our routes or in whatever format you want, and we get this really nice behavior anywhere we want in our app really elegantly. So this was the answer to kind of the first part of our problem of like, okay, can we use Remix for both of these experiences? And the answer was not just yes, but it does a really good job at it. But even beyond that, there's some more tricks we've learned along the way when using Remix that we can use to really take this experience of trying to give a good native app feel to the next level. The first one is one that a bunch of you probably are thinking of already, which is just caching. If you can throw a cache on slow data, even with a short TTL, store it in memory, store it in Redis, you can dramatically speed up the process of the user tabbing through your app and make it feel a lot better. But once you're doing that, you can start getting more creative too. So in a perfect world, we would use link prefetch tags, but Safari does not live in a perfect world, and we have to live with that. So instead, we know that we have this cache here. We can be creative about where we think our users are going to navigate through our app. So let's say we're on the playlists page here that shows you all your playlists. We can reasonably guess that a user is going to tap on a playlist next. So why don't we just warm the cache and prefetch those results when they're on the page, and not await the result, so it won't block our response here, but just start trying to prepare ahead of time for where we think our user might want to be. This is something we've used a lot in our app at Solve, and it's really sped up a lot of our flows and been a really powerful tool, just kind of intelligently doing some prefetching here and there in our loaders. And okay, you've got your caching here, using defer, everything's going well. You can actually get yourself in another tiny little pickle that can lead to some subpar UX if you're not careful. So in the case of a cache miss, defer works exactly like we want it to. We get this initial response, it starts streaming, and then you see a spinner for a while, then it's done, the data loads, you see your page, beautiful. But something you can actually run into every now and then is where you have this cache hit where your data still takes just a little bit longer to resolve than your route does to start streaming. And when that happens, you see a flash of spinner. And if there's any lessons from Remix, it's that flashes of anything are not what we want on our website. They're a bad experience. So what can we do about this? This is a trick I learned earlier this year that I think somebody in the Remix community tweeted about, so I definitely copied it from one of you. I don't know who, I'm sorry. But it's promise.race, a very cool function built into JavaScript that lets you take a list of promises and wait for the shortest of them to resolve. So what does that mean in our code? That means we can say, okay, let's take this loader, and we know that on the average case of, say, a cache miss, it'll take 500 milliseconds to load. But on a cache hit, maybe it's 20 milliseconds on average. So what we want to say is, for at least like the first 30 milliseconds, let's build in a buffer where we don't show a spinner, just to be safe. And all we have to do is await a promise.race here, where we race two promises. One is a 30-second timeout, and the other is our data. And once we do this, we can say, okay, in the case of the cache miss, where our data is going to be slow, the only difference we have is that we waited an extra 30 milliseconds before we show the user a spinner. They won't notice the difference. But in the case where we have a cache hit, that little bright yellow section that used to be a flash of spinner is now just more blocking time. So the app just, again, feels more solid and more stable for our users, which is always a nice thing. And then, past that, we just have a few other quick things we've learned that have really helped level up our native app experience and make this interaction feel better and better. A really simple one is just deploy to the edge if you can. Even when you're using defer on Remix, there's still a client-server round trip that happens there. So if your server is 400 milliseconds away, that's going to be latency that your users feel. So if you can deploy 20 seconds away or 20 milliseconds away from your user, that makes it feel a lot snappier. Using CSS. CSS has a ton of cool little cool little items you can use, stumbled over my words there, to make your interactions feel more native. You can set touch action to manipulation, which will remove this tiny little delay when you tap a button where it's waiting to see if you're going to double tap to zoom, because native apps don't do that. You can get rid of the transparent black outline over every link you tap on iOS. That, again, makes you feel like you're on the web. And, of course, the safe area inset variables make it so that you can have your app actually go edge to edge on the phone, from the notch down to the home bar, and fill the whole screen and make it more immersive. And finally, just a good thing to do, I always think, is to read the human interface guidelines of the platform. Apple and Google both have really amazing documents and write-ups about what does an iOS app feel like, what does an Android app feel like. And if you're trying to mimic those things or build for those platforms, it's always good to know what are users going to expect and what do they want to see. And that's pretty much all I got. I hope that there's some useful tips in there for y'all's apps. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Oscar. That was very, very informative for me, actually. I picked up a cute trick with that Promise That Race, so adding that into my tool bag. Our next speaker literally needs no introduction, so I'm just going to shower y'all with a really fun little story. So flashback to 2019, React Conf in Las Vegas. My first time meeting a lot of folks that I see on the Twitter sphere in person and getting to meet them. It's lunchtime, and I see a person in line. I run up to him and say, hey, has anyone told you look like Dan Abramov? Snap a picture with him and run away. Last I ever saw him. But I like to think that was a really fun interaction because at the time his profile picture was just him with the glasses. And I have never seen this really awesome, fun little human being in person first. So yeah, that's the story with Dan Abramov that I keep around, and I like to think that I caused him to like a really interesting state of confusion that day. But without further ado, I'll leave it up. And let's give it a warm welcome for Dan. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. It's been a while since I've given a talk, so I kind of feel like I forgot how to do that. But I remember that I'm supposed to use a lot of water, so all right. Hi, everyone. My name is Dan. I work on the React team at Meta, and my talk is called React from Another Dimension. I did not plan to give a talk this year, so it's actually pretty hard to come up with ideas for talks. But the Remix team has invited me to give a talk, and I had this idea that I wasn't quite sure in, but it just sounded like the right time and place for it. So that's why we're doing this. Does anyone recognize this bridge? When I was a kid, I watched a TV show called Sliders. It's like a TV show about a group of people who are like scientists or something, and they travel between parallel worlds, and they try to find their own home world because they actually want to go back to the world where they left. And sometimes some of the worlds that they travel to are pretty weird. But there was a world that kind of looked almost exactly like the world they left, including the fact that 4 people have also left that world as well. And so they thought that maybe they finally found their home. And so at some point, somebody was just like looking at a picture, and there was like a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge, and I was like, oh, like, okay, that's not our world because it's blue, right? So that's kind of what I'm going to be talking about. Imagine, I mean, this is in the science fiction area, but imagine there was a world where JavaScript was a popular and pretty mature language, let's say like 15 years earlier or like 10 years earlier, and that what a lot of people maybe who were experimenting with the web early on, like in the beginning of 2000s. Instead of using PHP, they were using Node.js and, for example, Express. And so imagine that some of the earliest web code was, messy. The thing we associate with PHP is like, just writing directly into the stream, soup of like markup and everything, and just string interpolation and stuff like this. And so one way to solve that would be to go with templates, right? Like invent a separate templating language, and it has its own rules, and then you have like controllers or like different things like this, and that's kind of the direction that the web has largely gone into. But as we know from React, there's also other ways to solve this kind of problem. So I have, so I guess like if we're talking about what would that kind of code look like what would what would your React component look like in that world? Well, maybe we don't use string interpolation because that's actually dangerous, and we want to have some kind of component system. So maybe we just put XML into JavaScript. They say you could do that, and we have JSX, and maybe we use that for server rendering our HTML on the server, because we only have the server. Let's say the browsers are not good at running JavaScript yet. And so I'm just gonna kind of look at kind of how it actually is gonna look. So yeah, let's check it out. Yeah, I don't know why you're impressed. Like Microsoft Internet Explorer can, it's actually a pretty good browser. Like I've tried it. It has its flaws, but like it's interesting. It's better than I remember. But yeah, let's look a little bit at the layout of the page. So I want to create a personal homepage with a bunch of, I guess like it's structured like a blog, but I want to have like song lyrics there. So it's like a song lyrics website. And so I'm going to have some kind of like a shell, like a layout around the content area, and there's going to be a content area where different kind of pages would go. And let's look back at the code. So this is my structure, and like the first problem we really want to solve, and maybe let's look at this. So how do we break the UI apart into pieces? And yeah. We kind of know how to do that. Like, we can define this greeting component here, and we can use a marquee tag. It composes beautifully, and we can just show it here. And so this is, this is like this area. But then there's also this content area, and like another really key piece of React is that, components can take props, and those props can be other components or like other pieces of JSX. And this is usually used for routing. So if I have like a shell that I want to display around all my pages, and I want the router to give me a specific page, then maybe I just accept children as a prop here. And yeah, let's see what happens. Okay, cool. So this is my song lyrics website. So there are only two types of pages here. There's like the index page, which is the one you're looking at. So it shows, it shows like a list of songs, like blog posts. It's actually called posts in the code, but they're songs. And I can also click read more, and I go to a detail page, which just shows complete lyrics. So just in case you wanted to read it to the end, and you can go back home. And so in code, if we're kind of, how do we express that? Well, maybe we could have like a router component, and because we're on the server, routing is actually pretty easy. Just return the thing for the route. So you have like a path that's a very naive router. It's not very optimized, but it does the job. So we have two types of pages, and we slot them into the layout. So it seems like we have the answer. How do we break the UI apart? Well, components, duh. Okay, let's keep going. Like what? How do we load data into the UI? So maybe let's have a look at what kind of data. This is, in this case, it's just a personal project. It's just reading some files from the file system. One thing I might be tempted to do is okay, like I need to think. The index route needs to like load all the like list the files in the directory. I need to also think about like I need to load every file. I want to also transform that file through like Markdown parser, and then maybe like I pass it down as props. but then like I kind of want to reuse, this kind of looks the same as like this. So I kind of feel like this just feels like a component to me. Like this feels like the same component as this thing, and they both read from the file. So really what I think I want to do is I just want to have a post component. Like I want to have a post component that takes this log, so whatever the name of the post, and it just reads a file. You do like async await. That's how you access the file system. Except that on the post on the index page, so where we display a lot of them, I don't want to show like the entire lyrics, even though I mean, yeah, they're very poetic, but I think I want to cut it down to like first 12 slices, 12 lines. So maybe like I have a prop that does that, and I render it in a pre-tag. No, why do I render it in a pre-tag? Actually, I just want to render Markdown, so I'll just grab something from NPM, because definitely NPM existed back then. Let's see if that works. Yeah. All right, that's way better. Okay. All right. So yeah, and let's just verify. On the post page, it accepts this log. We just pass this log down. We get it. And on the index page, again, I need to read, async await, read the directory, and I just map over it, and I just render these post components, and that's how the index route works. So it seems like we have an answer here. Async await is not bad, kind of decent. Yeah, let's keep going. How do we navigate around the UI? Well, web has solutions to this. Web solutions are so good that native solutions adopt like web paradigms, right? So like Expo has does pretty interesting thing with links. But yeah, on the web you just press a link. That's how you navigate. We don't need to do anything special because we already have a server. It returns the thing that you request. So that's pretty easy. But there are other types of navigations as well. So maybe it's like not exactly like pressing a link, but more, like for example, search. Like maybe I want to, maybe I have a lot of songs on this page, and maybe I have 1 million songs. Like I could have like 1 million of them. So I want to be able to search for them without, loading all of them on the client side. Haha, there's no client side. I'm kidding. There's no client side yet. But yeah, so one thing we might want to do is like to add some kind of a search bar. And it turns out that actually web has a solution to this. And as you probably all know, because Remix is really, I feel like Remix has created this subculture within the React community that really cares about the web primitives and like and about performance. And I think that's really great. And we can just use the platform, right? So we go to this. Actually, I think I have. I can just reset to the part that has it. So this is step 3. Yeah, because I'm too lazy to type this. So we get search params from the router, so we can just use that to filter the files based on the query. And we also want to render a form at the top. So the search form is just a React component. We can find it here. So it it renders a form. Who would have guessed? And it has an input with the default value, so that comes so that when the page reloads, you get the right thing there. And when you press submit, like when you press enter, the browser just automatically requests it. So actually, I don't need to do anything special for this. So let's check it out. So I want to search for, oops, let's see. There it is. Yeah, just one result. If I search for W, I don't have a lot of songs actually here, but yeah, I have like 2 different results. So that seems to check out. And if I clear it, then yeah, and that's just the browser form. So on the React side, we don't actually need to do anything special for this. So how? Links and forms. Okay, well, that's kind of read-only, but that's not fun, right? We want to be able to interact with stuff. That's kind of what makes web so interesting. And in particular, what I want to do is I want to have a comments widget. So I want to, for a particular song, like when you go to genius.com or song meanings, or if you're like song nerds, I know some of you have done this. There's like comment sections where people discuss what is the actual meaning of this. And so that's what I would like to add. And so, yeah, how do we actually do this? So let's see, so we are on step 4. I think I need to remember to reset this stuff because I don't want to type everything by hand. But yeah, so I have this post comments component, and the way we could implement it, this is where might have different opinions on this, but essentially, I have a database. I'm on the server. I can access the database, and yeah, I just get the comments. I calculate the label that I want to show. So I want to show those comments, and I also want to have a form that lets me post a comment. And so there's one interesting thing here. You see, like it says form action equals something, and that doesn't look like a route, or it doesn't look like a URL. So that's kind of weird. But then the React is pretty weird. So the idea is when you have a thing that you want the client to call, like I press a button, I want something to happen. That something has a name, right? So whichever way I kind of get there, even I could declare a controller, I could declare a route handler. There could be many different names for this concept. But really, what I want to do is I want to call a function, and I don't want to expose just any function as callable from my server because that would be really unsafe. But I do want to expose some functions as being callable. And so one way this could look, it could look like some different ways, but you could imagine that maybe I just imported from some actions file. And so these are my actions. And this is just a regular async function. But there is this thing at the top that says use server. And this doesn't mean run this on the server, because we only have the server. That's the only thing we have right now. Everything runs on the server. But what this means is that these are functions that are exposed by the server. They're like, they let the client use the server. They're kind of like the doors to the server. And so I could put it into individual functions to opt them in one by one, or I can put it at the top of the file, and then all of them opt into it. And what would happen behind the scenes is, React alone would not be enough. Like, you do need some kind of server-side routing, bundling thing, maybe. But what would happen behind the scenes is that we just create endpoint for them, similar to GraphQL, maybe. And we would be able to call them from the client. And the convention is that because in this case, the client is the form in the browser, the thing that it passes is always form data. So we can just read the form data, and we can insert the comment and kind of wait for it. So maybe let's see if that actually works. So I go back here. No comments yet. So it tried to read something from the database. Let's say everybody. Okay, yeah. Okay. Nice, nice. One thing that's slightly annoying is it always reloads the page, but we'll get back to that. But yeah, that's just, that kind of feels like an event handler, except it's on the server. So 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 that's called a server action. So the answer, how do we update the data, is with server actions. I'll capitalize it. How do we express loading states? Well, we actually don't have to. So one thing is like, in old school web, you just load the page. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, you need to be careful in in traditional web, the actions of post and refresh are tied together, so you can't have one without the other if you already did it. What? Not HTTPS. No. This was very tricky to get to work. Okay. So yeah, where was I? How do we express load in states? So traditionally, that's not even a concept on the old web. You just, the page just loads, right? You don't have to think about it. But let's say that the common stake, you deal with a slow database and you don't have the luxury of saying, I only work with fast code. So you actually have to do something with it. So how do you do this? And in the kind of old, older server-centered solutions, that was not always, there was not always a solution to this. But we kind of do have a solution. So let's just simulate, what did I call it, slowdown, or I think I called it slowdown. So let's say I give it like a 5-second delay. And I think it's a bit clearer if I just go here, and then I press navigate to this page. Yeah, Internet Explorer is also not great at just showing progress indication in general, so you kind of don't know what's happening. But you can see that I think it is being kind of slow. Like, wait, no. Maybe I called it something different. Let me see, database. No, it's fine. It should work. Internet Explorer also caches stuff sometimes. But yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think it is being slow with maybe if I make it like 10 seconds, a little bit slower. Yeah, like it's stuck. So one way we could solve that is we could just show in the this thing is, yeah, this is very distracting. I don't know what to do with it. Yeah, I know I'm a bit over time, so yeah. So one solution we can do is we can show a suspense loading fallback, just like you can do in Remix. You can do this and import it from React. And again, in this case, React is not, React is just like a server thing. So this just tells React you can send the rest immediately. Why didn't that work? Let me see. Import. Oh, it's already declared. I'm sorry. There it is. Just move imports above. That's why you should put imports at the top. Yeah. All right. All right. So you see now, even though it's still using, it's just normal HTML, but now we can kind of unblock parts of UI that are slow, and then when they resolve, they can be streamed in HTML later. It doesn't have to be like in top-down order, so it can be streamed, progressively. This goes in more and more. And 10 seconds is really long. While it's waiting, I will say that we have an answer to this. So we do this by suspense. But the other pretty annoying thing about this whole experience is that every time I do something, it completely reloads the page. I don't know. I think Internet Explorer got a bit stuck. But if you look at the, let me remove the delay. If you look at the, I need to find my post page. So it's especially noticeable by this. Let's see, by this marquee. So if I search, for example, oops, you see it starts like from the beginning, and I kind of don't want that. And so one thing we could do is, of course, introduce a lot of client-side JavaScript and just like go into a different world. But we could also imagine that React first maybe started adding some client-side bits, but maybe it didn't start with components. Maybe the first client-side bit that was added in that universe is just the ability to do fluid transitions between pages, so fluid navigations, which might remind you of turbolinks or similar solutions. And I actually wrote like a tiny version of that that works in IE so that I can show it. So we're switching the mode from it used to be no client-side code at all. Now it will be like a small kind of runtime that will do this. And I also need to switch to this example. So this is step 6. All right, so this will be my little fake React. And let's reload the page and see if anything changes in the experience. So if I type oops now, okay, that didn't work. Let's try again. Okay, now it worked, you see? So yeah, let's search for Nirvana. Yeah, and now this doesn't just work for, you know, for this part, it also works here. So if I say, you know, a tomato, yeah, a potato. So you can actually see that it doesn't destroy the state like around it. It doesn't destroy the shell. It only touches the parts that have actually changed. So this is something you could conceivably imagine that this is something React could have done before having client-side, like fully client-side logic. What is also interesting is that all of our code still runs only on the server. It's just this part that diffs that exists on the client. So we diff stuff. And the way we do that is the server, in order for that to be possible, like it's not enough to just have an HTML endpoint. You also need to have an endpoint that provides a format more like a tree so that it's, you know, we can actually figure out what changed and potentially pass new information into the tree. And that is actually not hard to do because this is JSX, this is not HTML, so we have all the tools at our disposal to kind of make it possible. But then we do have this big question, okay, but I want to press a button and I want it to do something right away. I don't want to wait. There are like a lot of use cases where you actually, there are entire apps that work this way that have to be fully interactive instantly on every interaction. So it's an important feature that, you know, that we want to have. And so how do we actually achieve that? Let me just close this because I keep seeing it. So for a concrete example, let's say that I want to, you know, I have this like markdown post, and I want something to happen when this, I'm using third-party markdown rendering component, but it lets me override some components. So I want to provide my own image component that I want to do something when I click it. You know, it's relatively easy to just you know, add some kind of image, like my custom kind of image component that takes like source and alt. But the problem is, well, it's on the server, right? So it can't actually respond to anything. And in traditional HTML, there's actually a solution to this. So one thing you can do in traditional HTML is you can give it a JavaScript URL for on click. So you would write something like JavaScript alert hi. But you don't really, you know, you can't put your whole like application logic there. What you kind of want to express, like, what is the version of this that will like emit a script tag? Because like what I want to say is like I want to have a block of code, you know, like I want to have this function that like let's call it onClick. And I want it to do something, so like I put that here. But again, this function is in a different environment. It's on the server. I can't pass it down somehow unless I actually emit code for it. But what if that was something you could do? So what if, wait, why do I have this here? Yeah, this is not supposed to be here. So what if you could, well, you could try to put it into another module first, right? So you could do, export function on click, it alerts something, and you maybe import it from your image button. But it's again the same problem. Even if you were to do that, so you do on click, this doesn't really work because you just imported a thing on the server and it's just server code. But what if there was something like this JavaScript URI or this thing that says, actually, don't put this, don't make this a part of server code. Make it a thing that lives on the client. Make it a script tag. Put it into a script tag, and give me a reference to that. That when this reference is rendered, it's kind of tied together later somehow. So we have this annotation. We previously, the way around. It's like, here's a bunch of stuff we want to be sent. You can't call it here. This function is not callable. It's just a thing you can pass down. And so you can pass it down to the client. And actually, I can't, at this point, my Windows XP is kind of useless because that doesn't actually work. And, because you actually need React for that. But I'm going to switch to an actual React. So this would be real React. And let's see if we can make it work. Nope. Async function. What did it say? Did I just mess up? I messed something up. I wrote it twice. What did I write twice? Can somebody say it louder because I can't hear what you're saying. Oh, first, by the way, I need to specify it here. So image goes image. I need the what? Oh, after there is a JS here. I don't understand. Wait, let me read the message. Why though? Oh, it's below. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit unprepared. You can see that. I was doing this a bit hastily. But yeah, that's why. I think I just got one branch messed up. But if we fix this, let's see. Yeah, so now if this is real React now, right? So actually, I can do this. Feels a bit faster than But yeah, I can click it and I can see something now. And so naturally, I might also want to actually move more code there. So I could also do this and export the kind of this image component. So this is image button because it can be clickable, and that is the thing that I export. And so this is this concept of a client component. So this is a component that we bundle, and that's why we can do this. All right, let's verify one more time that it works. It's hard. I'm going to reset anyway because I know that this step works, and there's one last step. So the way we respond instantly is we put some code on the client. All right. All right, and there's one last thing that I wanted to show, which is how everything kind of ties together. What's the point? You could have different technologies on different sites. It's nice to be able to reuse code in the parts, but why does it need to be? Why does this connection need to be inside React? Why can't something else kind of manage it on top? And I just kind of want to show an example of as a feature, it's a little bit silly maybe, but it's it's something I would have liked to do on my homepage if I was kind of making this for real. So let me just restart the server. Yeah, so the feature I want to implement is, on old school websites, there's usually fun backgrounds. And I kind of want to make this so that I can click on some cover art that I like, and it becomes the background, kind of like a theme. And it also gets stored in the database so that if when I visit the game, it uses the same theme. So that sounds like something pretty involved to, how do you even think about implementing something like this? So one way you could think about it is maybe you have this server image component, and that's the thing that I forgot that I had it here, that uses a server-only library that can extract gradients from an image. So it can actually extract the colors that are used in the image. And then it passes it down. It passes down the extracted gradient to the image button. So I have this gradient as a prop here. And so this prop's going to get serialized when you cross the boundary between server and client. They get serialized kind of like JSON, similar to JSON. And just to verify that it actually does something, I'm just going to alert this gradient. So let's see whether that works. Yeah, so I passed a gradient to the client. But then I also want to persist it, so I want to pass it back to the server when I click. And to do that, I have a server action called update theme that I import from my actions file. So this just saves it to the database. It saves whatever string is passed. So I pass it down as a prop. It's possible through the wire because it is a server action. It's annotated that client is allowed to call it. So it's just a prop here, and I'm going to call update theme with a gradient. And another step I need to do is actually want to read it in the cover component that wraps my entire app, right, in the layout. So I go to the layout component, and I just, I read the theme from the database. I stick it into the background image. I don't actually know if that's going to work. Sounds pretty fragile. Let's see. Okay. Okay. So you see, like there's this kind of deep integration of like both worlds where they understand each other and they like React kind of sees the whole thing. And one last thing, I promise, this is the last one, is so this operation is asynchronous, right? So it's something that goes to the server, like it does something, you don't know what it does. You might want to provide some kind of progress indication for that, but you don't want to write the coordination code for like all the possible things that could be happening. Well, luckily, React has a feature called use transition. So this is our concurrency primitive. So this is a thing that lets you spawn off some kind of a rendering task or something that includes rendering. And React can keep track of that, and it can let you notify the user in the UI. So I can say is pending start transition equals use transition. So I get start transition. This is the thing that says, kind of what I want to track. So I want to track this action happening. And then in the UI, I want to be like, if it's taken a while, I want to show opacity. Let's say if it's pending, then I'm going to give it like 0.5, and I'm going to give it a transition so that it looks nicer. So opacity, 0.47 seconds, linear. Maybe let's keep it linear. And let's see if that actually does anything. So let's see. So in this case, you see, like it's actually kind of, it feels a bit janky. So like I could add a delay on the transition, but I do want to show what happens when the what if the action is slow. So I'll add a slowdown. Let's say it takes like 3 seconds to do that. And now we see kind of it does show. So it's. I think my opacity transition did not work. I don't know. Transition. Yeah, but anyway, you can see that it does fade. So it lets you provide some kind of some kind of loading indication at the place where you did the action, regardless of like what what other code is doing and like why maybe it's like loading an image or something like this. So it's just really this deep integration between the two sides. And so that's actually the answer. How do we tie it all together? Concurrency. It's all the stuff that we worked on for the last 5 years, which like was very hard to explain. What's the point? I don't know if this example is very convincing, but I hope it shows how the whole thing works together. And the thing is, so these are like our answers, right? This is like what we think, the answers that make sense to us. And there can be many different systems, there can be many different trade-offs, many different answers. But this is kind of like the paradigm that we want to develop because we just see that it all kind of comes together. And the thing is, if you start here and you kind of want to get here, like maybe you do it like this, or like first do all the client stuff, then do the server stuff, then somehow like figure out how they integrate. Or maybe you do it like in this talk, in this like hypothetical universe where you do the server stuff first, and then you do the client stuff second. But as long as you unify them, like we arrive at exactly the same picture. We just did all these things in React in a different order. So we did this first, like then we, no, actually we did client-side React first, then we did this, we did like this. And it's just a different order, but it ended up in the same place. And so the conclusion of my talk really is, by the way, this is not Next.js. This is just Webpack in like React repo. We have an example. You can see the experience is not great. So it takes a lot of work to make a new paradigm work. It means a large investment. And part of why it's so hard to like why doesn't every framework support server components? Well, part of it is actually complicated to explain. Like the thing I was showing is not immediately intuitive. Although I think like once you kind of learn how to work with it, it becomes like a second nature. But the other part is just it's a lot of implementation complexity. It requires new generation bundlers, new generation routers, and it's it's a lot to ask from like open source maintainers. So I think we'd like to make we'd like to work with everyone, like every framework that wants to invest into this paradigm, and whatever way we can help, we'll try to help. But we also need help because we can't build this thing alone. So I think it's just a question to like the Remix community. Like, do you find this interesting? If yes, then maybe we could work together. If no, that's also cool because you're exploring your own thing and we're exploring our own thing. And then the layering. Like the client-only kind of layer, it stays because it's a part of the paradigm, just like a server-only layer is also part. And we kind of want to empower you to build apps like everywhere here, like in the spectrum. So that's kind of the point. Thank you.
Oh no, dude! Let's give it up one more time. Woo! Everyone has been a great sport so far. We're chugging along. I think like conferences probably just like Node, how they have like the version numbers and a name for the version numbers. I think the conferences also need a name for like kind of like the years that they do it. I think like this one's probably its name should probably be like Fire Hose, because I've been taking notes trying to keep up. All right, cool. Our next speaker, as she's getting set up right now, doesn't quite understand zombies. They just don't make sense to her. But that doesn't really bother her too much because she is also a martial artist. So should they actually really occur, she knows what to do. Her favorite meal is Hiroshima, specifically Hiroshima-style okonomiyaki. Apparently another fan out there. But yeah, I'll let her to kick ass on this presentation. Give it up for Arisa.
Well, thank you, Ash, for a very nice intro. And yeah, I'm so touched because there's never like, like a nice intro that introduced about me that I specifically like did myself for. And yeah, if you ever like see anyone from Hiroshima, definitely mention it. You like Hiroshima style, not just the plain okonomiyaki. Anyway, besides from like what I was talking about it, first of all, I wanted to, say a huge thank you to everyone who joined these conferences. I know, like the transportations nowadays are quite hectic. Me, myself, also like missed the connection. But I'm so happy to see everyone making it here. And also wanted to say a huge thank you to our awesome MCs, as well as the conference team and awesome Remix team. So let's give them a big round of applause. All right, so I18N, right? But why am I going to talk about I18N? I mean, like, instead of something performance, better DX, accessibilities, you name it. Anything, whatever, consider, like, in our community, like, sounds so hot topic. So there's actually quite outstanding numbers and the statistics that I wanted to share with you today, so that we all can learn what's going on about the state of the I18N. I mixed up with the NPM package that I'm going to talk about. But besides that, yeah, so we're going to learn something interesting, things about that, about the internationalization. Also, not just about that information. I also wanted to give you the main point about my talk by telling you, by knowing, like more approaches and the solutions out there before you start to implement the whole process, then you're gonna, you're gonna be able to secure like way better, more nice DX before, like things are gonna be too late. So, just little things about me. My name is Arisa. I'm originally from Japan, as you heard, like in a nice intro. Yeah, but currently I live in Germany. And I'm a developer relations engineer at Storyblock. We have a little booth over there, so make sure that you join the raffle to win the nice Lego sets over there. But besides from my work, I'm an ambassador at Girl Code, and I'm a GDE in web technologies. It's a little bit far to reach out. Anyway, so there are 3 takeaways from my talk. So first of all, we're going to see the impact of the I18N. And secondly, we're going to see the fundamental logics, how it works. And lastly, we're going to see how things would work with Remix. But before I'm going to, get into the main point, I wanted to give you a little heads up because there are still ongoing, very active ongoing discussions around the Remix and the I18N. So please keep in your mind that the things I'm going to talk is perfect solutions or something that I want to push you to use it. It will be depending on you how you're going to take, but who knows? You could be one of them to contribute to make the things better. So if you're interested in, here's the discussions you can join, and I'm going to make sure to share my slides later on Twitter. Oh. No. OK. So I18N is an acronym of an internationalization. And when I was creating my talk, I was thinking about, first of all, like why, maybe it was just for me thinking, but why there was like not so much, active discussions going on in our community. Honestly, like I didn't feel I heard, like quite a lot of people talking about like internationalization. So I started to wonder, like maybe there could be some reasons. For example, like the DX to implement internationalization is not fun, or simply it's not something like highly demanded feature to implement. So to narrow down what I was, like wandering around in my head, I started to ask in the community. So here's the question. So do you like to implement the I18N logic? I need to get used to pronouncing it. So not so many of them, but luckily I got a couple of friends and volunteers helping me to give their experience about that. So the one who were who are working on internationalization told me that actually kind of like over 40% of them are not fully enjoying the DX. So I know the answers I kind of was able to get is not something that I can 100% confirm, but I could get like one kind of element, right? So, oh, did I go back to the previous slide? Sorry about that. Maybe I should stick here. And so from this element, I was able to think that, okay, probably the DX is something, it's disturbing them. And here's one of my friends, Maya, told me about more details. So according to her DX, she says like there is always the cost to learn again every single time when she uses the I18N library. So imagine the time you need to consume, and you know the amount of the time you consume, then you're going to get frustrated. And also there is an issue in tests between like the localized text and the I18N keys are not matching. So based on what we were able to hear from a couple of our folks out there, seems like DX could be one of the elements disturbing maybe developers. So based on that, because I also want to be sure, like what are the demands out there? So let's now talk about the numbers and some outstanding statistics. I'd like to talk from something bigger numbers. So let's start to talk about billions. And I want to ask you a first question. What do you think this 5.07 billion stands for? Oh, that's a good one. Sorry? Oh, that's also a good one. I like that. Any other guess? Say that? Oh. Well, great guess. I really like all of the answers, but here's the answer. So it's the numbers of the users in the world who use the internet. And let's break down these billions of the numbers into some percentages. So here's not so much big number. And what do you think, again, this 25.9% stands for? Oh, good one. And actually, you got it right. You got it right. Yes, actually, this is the percentage of the users who consume the English content on the internet. It's not even 50%. And here's another percentage, 74.1%. As you could guess, I'm not good in numbers. I'm not going to test you if you're good at in math or not. So I calculated for you. So this is the rest of the numbers of the users who are consuming non-English content, and which leads to this keyword, China. Actually, China has the most internet users worldwide, the most number of the users. And no surprise to reach to this keyword, Asia. It means Asia leads more than a half of the global internet users. More than a half. Imagine the numbers of the users. You didn't see it actually, and that's huge numbers to ignore. But I'm not in a position to put you into something like great pressure that, oh God, so now we need to consider about more than the half of the users in the globe. Although like the DX of implementing internationalization is not the best. I'm not in a position to tell you that, don't worry. Actually, I'm in more kind of, or I wish to be in a position to tell, by knowing more different approaches, like as many as possible, would help you to find the better DX when it comes to implementing the internationalization. So let's now talk about the fundamental logic, how it works. So there are, in general, 3 ways to determine the languages and the regions. And the first one is detecting the location from the IP address. Personally, I don't recommend to go only with this way, because users like me who live in Germany but do not speak fluent German, my German is really awful, do not appreciate that. So that's why there are 2 more options to back it up. So the second approach is more respecting what users would configure on the users. Basically, what they prefer to see the content on the browser. And the last option is creating the identifiers in the URL. So as I was saying before, first option, not recommended personally. So that's why we are going to use the rest of the two approaches to go hybrid. And there are actually 3 identifiers to create in the URL patterns. So I'm just going to visualize a little bit. So pattern 1, sorry about my throat. I kind of destroyed in the last night's speakers dinner. Anyway, so this pattern 1 is like differentiating by the domains. But as you could see, this doesn't follow the same origin policy, so it's not an ideal. I'm moving on to the pattern 2, which is using the URL parameters. This approach looks okay, but maybe for the developers. So for the other users, it just looks quite chaotic. So I also wouldn't recommend that. Moving on to the last pattern, pattern 3. So this is the approach to use the localized subdirectory. In this way, your users, like regardless of their backgrounds, they'll be able to know like what kind of, let's say, localized content that they're having a look at it. And also, if you modify the UIs for them, you will be able to give them the, I would say, control to switch back and forth between different content. So let's move on to talk about the frameworks and the libraries. And why suddenly out of nowhere I'm going to talk about the frameworks and the libraries? Well, it's not just because just came it up in my mind, because some of the frameworks and the libraries, they use the I18N frameworks. And now let's talk about how it works in a remix. So there are 2 approaches to choose. And one of the approaches is using an NPM package called Remix I18 Next, and the other approach is content management system. Again, these are not all approaches out there, so I highly recommend you to have a look at on your own if you're really like into or interested in to search to find the best approach. But we are going to see one of the examples. So this is the NPM package, like I said, but specifically dedicated for Remix to use I18N. So here's the example. To get started, we are going to create the translation files. In this example, I have a default language in English and translated language in Japanese. So after that, then we are going to move on to create the I18N configuration file. In this file, what is important is we are setting the supported languages and fallback language. Also, we are defining the name of the default namespace. And why I named this default namespace in common is because I gave the names to these 2 translation files to be common. So based on what we configured and created the files, we import, first of all, the I18N configuration file. And then into the i18next.server.js. And what I'm doing is simply calling like the supported language values and the fallback language values. And what I'm doing is the values that we configure from the I18N configuration is simply arrays and the strings. That's why we can iterate them. And the rest of the part, what I'm doing is setting the paths for the translation files. So now we can move on to create the client-side and the server-side configuration files. But because of the time I have, which is going to be like under 5 minutes, I'm going to only show you about the client side, because server-side of the file would have the kind of similar configuration, so I'm not going to repeat the same thing. So here's the client side of the configuration file. What I only want you to pay attention is the highlighted lines of the code. So first of all, I am importing an API called I18Next Provider. And what I'm doing is wrapping another component called Remix Browser. And there are 2 things I'm doing. So first of all, we are waiting to ensure the translations are going to be loaded before the hydration happens. And we are going to see why in the next slide. And the second thing I'm doing is wrapping the Remix Browser component with the I18Next Provider. And again, we are going to see why together later on. So first, why? why translation should be loaded before specifically the hydration happens. Or even better question, why does it matter with hydration? So let's imagine this case. If the translation is not yet loaded before the hydration happens, what's going to happen? Your application is actually not interactive at all. So you fake the interface, but the inside, behind the scene, is not yet ready. So users who want to have a look at the content in Japanese, they cannot see the content being translated because your app is not yet interactive at all. So let's imagine the opposite example. If the translation is loaded already before the hydration happens, then you're not just faking the surface. You have everything ready, so your app is already interactive. Moving on to the second why. So why wrapping the Remix browser with the API? I said i18X provider. So I like to do a little bit of research more. So I went up to the node modules, and here is what I was able to find where the i18X provider has been defined. So they use the useMemo, which is the React hook, and useMemo helps to prevent triggering unnecessary re-rendering. So what I mean by that to say is, I think you can see my arrow, right? So if the values of i18n configuration and the default namespace are not changing, then we are not going to trigger unnecessary re-rendering. Why not to save the energy? But if one of the values or both of the values are updated, then that's the only time we are going to use our energy to trigger the re-rendering. So now let's use the configurations in action. We configure a lot of stuffs, and now let's use all of them. So moving on to your Remix app and going to the directory of your root file. What I really love about the Remix is it's so simple, and they don't load you up or fill you up with a bunch of numbers of the APIs that you need to study a lot. They have really right amount of the APIs, and all of them provides you the essential, I would say, functionalities. So I just only want you to pay attention to the 3 APIs where I highlighted. Loader function, which is a backend API, and it already has the connection with the used loader data. So in this example, used loader data gets the locale from the loader function. And in the end, what I really like is instead of defining the new response headers, things like that, what takes up to minimum 4 to 5 lines, you can do that in one-liner code by calling this JSON API. So in the end, in this file, there is a function called useChangeLanguage, and what this function does is it updates the i18n instance language to the current locale from the loader function, and next up, then the loader function will be updated, and the i18X loads the correct translation files. So let's do the final step, and I hope the video is loaded. Cannot be loaded. Let's see. It was loading before going up to the stage. This kind of things could happen. Maybe it would save the time. Let's see. Or I could switch to Hilton Honors for 1 sec, and let's see if it works. Ah. Test, okay. Oh, 2 times. All small capitals? Okay, thank you, Dan. Let's see. I regret that I left my phone behind in the backstage. Let's see. Oh, did my laptop get frozen even? Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I tend to trigger something, like accidents when I'm talking like in person. The first one I ever got was like triggering the fire alarm. That was really good because I stressed out so much because of all the technical issues. My laptop, first of all, didn't connect at all, and it triggered the fire alarm. That was really the best. And now my laptop got frozen. So I need to bring up my memories to tell you the rest of my talk. Let's do that. And I think I was trying to show you like how it works from what we configure and putting into the action, right? So it's going to display you, like switch back and forth between, like the translated localized content and, the default language. But I prepared the 3 confessions because with this approach, using an NPM package, it actually kind of made me to use like sneaky way. So I had to use an escape kind of hatch that I actually had to use the URL parameters, which I specifically said in the beginning, better to avoid. So, and the other thing is like I didn't create yet the, or I didn't create the logic about localizing the URL. So that's something that I also promised in the beginning of the talk I wanted to achieve. And lastly, what is probably like going to be annoying for you is that we saw together that we created the two translation files. Means that you developers need to maintain these, like translation files, which is a nightmare. So that's what was the rest of my talk are going to cover to, like solve like beautifully, but I don't know, surprisingly my laptop really like rejected to work, so I will do my best to give you the best image how it's going to work beautifully. So sadly there's no demo that I can play right now with my laptop, but there was an example of the combination used in the content management system. And as it doesn't work on the stage right now, but luckily there's a backup in our booth. So you could, like come down to talk to us to show you the rest of my talk, or even the demo, how it works. Yeah, it's so sad if the laptop doesn't work anything at all, that I can show you anything, but I hope your imagination is nice. So anyway, the point is like if you go with the content management system approach, then you don't have to install like any additional NPM packages at all. So you can, keep in the light way. And also by choosing, depending on the headless content management system or CMS itself, it will give you different numbers of, the choices, how you can lay out to, create or design of the internationalization approach. And I was going to show you that as one of the examples by using Storyblock. It had the 4 approaches, but this I also cannot show you. But to give you one of the examples would be like, it's called folder level translation. So we have the concept of like dedicating localized content into each different folders. So your content editors, translators, they do not need to mix up the environment. And you as developers, you can completely focus on what you want to implement, just focus on for the code-related work. And yeah, I also wanted to show you how it works nicely with, like simply giving the name of these, like folders, like by adding the slugs. Means if it's Japanese, then just give the name as JA. Then from the UI, you can actually, like already configure how the URL path would be translated. So the default language would stay as it is without having any additional slugs. But with the translated, let's say, articles, for example, like traveling to Salt Lake City in Japanese would have traveling to Salt Lake City /JA, things like that. And that's what I wanted to tell you. And I really wanted to show you the splat approach from Remix because it will simply, like give you like very easy approach and very minimal amount of the code to create such folder level translation to add the translated slugs. Because you just need to simply, call the special parameter called params with the square brackets and the strings value of the asterisk. Simply just, put this, value into the console.log, and whenever you go back and forth between different pages, it will give you the false flags of every pages that you go. So you don't need to create such kind of, very difficult configurations or parameter by yourself. Remix already provides you. So that's what I actually wanted to show you, and I'm very sad that I cannot show. So I think to wrap up my talk, to give you extra few minutes for the afternoon break, I think I can wrap up my talk. And yeah, I really wish to talk about more and show you more, but I will be around the booth over there. So if you're interested in, my colleagues are able to lend me some of the laptops as a backup, so I can show you what I was going to talk and show you. So feel free to drop by, and yeah, let's keep discussing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Let's give her another round of applause. Doing live demos are as well. All right, as she mentioned, we're gonna put 15 minutes on the clock to give you guys a nice break to reset. Go get drinks, restroom break, and chat up and recap on any fun facts and things you've learned today. I'll see y'all in 15, and yeah, enjoy.
just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun, clap my hands, turn around now and dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap.
Can you all hear me okay? All right. Since everybody's still trying to trickle back in, let's call them by clapping. So if you can hear me, give me a clap. 1. If you can hear me, give me a clap. 1. If you can hear me, give me a clap. Woo! All right. Okay. How's the energy?
Excellent.
Some people are excited. Who's tired? Yeah, it's okay, no shame. So, to get you all back in the mood, because we got 2 awesome sessions coming up right after this, we're gonna do a little dance move. All right. Okay, so it's pretty easy. I'm gonna teach you. In case you didn't know, I am from India. I moved to Canada when I was, 17 years old. So Asian Pacific Heritage Month means a lot to me as well. And so to honor that, we're going to do a little dance move of India's Punjabi dance folk music. So why don't you all stand up, please? And I have my dance squad right here who's going to help us out. All right. I know we're all tired. Let's give it a shake. Thank you so much. Let's give it a shake. Stretch your hands. We're not going to be using them. I'm kidding. Okay, so have you had a chance to say hi to your friend, to your neighbor, to your partner? If you don't have a neighbor, please find a neighbor. Scooch and find a neighbor. There you go. Sweet. Meeting friends. So, the first dance move is very simple. It's saying hi to your neighbor. But because this is Bhangra, we don't just say hi. We go like, what's up? We go like, what's up? Okay, so let's do it. So put your hands on your waist and go, what's up? What's up? And do a little shoulder pop. What's up, yo? How's it going? And if you're Punjabi, we say kidda. Say kidda. All right. So that's the first dance move. So it goes 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There you go. You know Bhangra now. Sweet. Awesome. Okay. By a show of 2 hands, who's having a great time at the conference? Woo! That's your second dance move. But we're going to add a little Punjabi flair to it. So we like to hop. We're very energetic people. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to hop on one leg. Hop. Hop. Please be mindful of your neighbor, the friend you just made. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. And now we're going to add the hands. So just keep the hands up. And you can do like this if you feel like it. Or you can do like this if you feel like it. Or you can do the one finger if you feel like it. Whatever you feel like. And then we're going to add the legs as well. So let's combine it. So the hint for this step is, this conference is awesome. 1. Oops. I guess it's too awesome. Let me sort this through. Okay. I think this goes in here. Can you all still hear me? Okay, cool. So what were we doing? This conference is awesome. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I can go 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we learned 2 steps, right? Kidda? What's up? And this conference is awesome. And what was our 3rd step? Yeah. Okay, so this is super simple. Sweep, clap. sweep, clap, sweep, clap, sweep, clap. So that's our 3 moves, and now you know Bhangra. Give it up. So we're gonna combine this and make it a dance choreography. So the steps are gonna be like, what's up? What's up, neighbor? What's up, neighbor? What's up, neighbor? And we're gonna do that 6 times. 6 times. And then this conference is awesome. This conference is awesome. This conference is awesome. 6 times. And then we're gonna go sweep, clap, sweep, clap, sweep, clap, sweep, clap. 4 times. And then say hi back to your neighbor. Kidna? Okay? Cool? Sounds good? Does anybody want to do a little practice? Okay. Ben, hit it. Say hello to your neighbor. This conference is awesome. Sweep. Hello to neighbor. Freestyle. Freestyle. Woo! Thank you so much. Awesome. Yeah. Okay, how's the energy? All right. Cool. That's what I'm talking about. After that mind-blowing performance, I'm so excited to bring Christopher Chadeau, the Frenchman, who is the co-creator of React Native and Prettier and Excalidraw, which we all use. I love that tool. He's going to talk about how video encoding works and how to make it work within the browser. And apparently, it's not trivial. Take it away, Christopher.
Thanks, everybody. So I definitely need a drink after this dance. Cool. So yeah, my name is Christopher Shadow, and oops. I've done a lot of things that are related to React, like as she mentioned, but this time we're going to do something like talk about something very different, which is about video editing in the browser. So during the pandemic, I spent a lot of time editing videos, and at some point, I did enough that I was thinking maybe I should become a YouTuber, like full-time, quit my job. Now, if you look at the number of views, I should probably stay at Facebook for a little while. So what does video editing mean? So in practice, I bought a $20 green screen that I put in my mirror, and I started using Final Cut Pro. And so one of the things I felt like was like basically back 20 years in the past. And for example, like right now with Zoom, you're expected to be able to remove the background automatically. But here I had to find like the green color and the ranges of color, and like there was a shadow, and it didn't really like disappear, so it was pretty manual. And same like when I'm talking right now, we have this amazing speech to text, and I didn't have this. In Final Cut Pro, you have like the sound waves, and it's like not very useful. So I'm a front-end engineer. I was like, okay, I'm going to spend some time implementing this in the browser. And one thing that's happened in the browser ecosystem is I felt like we had all of the tools to do it. So for example, with web codecs, we are able to do encoding and decoding in the browser. Now with TensorFlow.js, we're able to remove the background. With Whisper, you're able to get the text and get the speech and put it into text. So I felt like, okay, I'm going to do it. It's going to be easy. Now, spoiler alert, it was not. And usually when I go into those projects, there are some like things that I think are true that I'm going into the project with. And in this case, like there were 3 things that I thought were true that weren't. So the first one is that time only travels forward, which seems logical, but wasn't true. The second is, if you decode 1 frame, you're given 1 frame back. Again, this was not true. And the last one is, WASM is faster than pure JavaScript for video decoding. And so those are three things that were like, oh, this is obvious, but it wasn't. And so today we're going to go through the tale of like everything I discovered during this journey and see why they weren't. So let's think about what is the problem, like the project I wanted to go about. So imagine you have like a super video about Remix Conf, and it starts with like the logo sideways, and like you start like going in the full screen, and like I'm not a good designer, so like this is the best I could do. And we want to like start modifying it, manipulating in JavaScript. So this is the API I expected for us to like have. So it was like a load video function that takes a file path and gives me an array of images. Then I would modify the array, I would run TensorFlow, I would do a bunch of things like crop, like move things around, and then I would have a function save video, take a file path, and a list of images. So, okay, it seems like a pretty like simple enough API, but why doesn't it work? So for this, we have to go a bit into like how is an image actually encoded like in binary, like how is it represented in the device. So let's look at the image. So in order to know how many pixels you need for the image, you use like the width multiplied by the height, and you get around like 1.3 megabytes. Then each pixel is commonly represented at 3 components, red, green, and blue. And so you multiply by 3, you're already at 4 megabytes. And this is just for one image. Now we all know that like an animation that runs at 60 FPS. So for 1 second of video, if you encode it like this, it would take like 200 megabytes for 1 second. My talk right now is 20 minutes. So I can let you imagine like how big that would be. So the API that we were thinking about to load the video and get the array of all of the images like would run out of memory even for like super tiny videos. So we are there, like what can we do about it? So the obvious solution is to get a shrinking machine, obviously. Now what does it mean like for software engineers? So in practice, we're going to use techniques called image compression to be able to like shrink the image. So the part of this talk is going to be a bit technical and like math heavy and everything, but the thing I want you to get out of it is like what are the concepts, the high level concepts, and less about like the specific details. And the reason for this is the concept that we're going to talk through are going to have a major impact on the API that we actually have to play with. And they are needed to like actually use this API. So let's go. How do you compress an image? So this is like a small part of the remix image. And as you can see, there's like basically only 2 colors in this case. There's like red pixels and black pixels. So the idea for this is, well, I'm going to start encoding 1 pixel, 1 pixel, but you can see like there's like 5 or 7 pixels in a row that are like very similar. And so instead of encoding like dark, 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 like 5 times, I could just like have 1 byte that says like how many of the pixel I want, and then the pixel. So this is able to like start compressing. So this technique is called run length encoding, RLE. And so this is very useful for this kind of images. But as you can, like I probably expect, like if I take a picture of like all of you right now, like you're never going to get like 5 dark pixels in a row. Like it's going to be like a gradient and everything. So this technique alone is not going to cut it, but it's part of a pipeline. It's part of like we are going to see 2 other techniques that can be combined together in order to improve the image compression. So this was the first one. The second one, you need some imagination. So instead of looking at the image as a series of pixels, we are going to think of the image as a continuous function. The same one you've heard in high school and in college in math courses. It's actually useful in practice. And this is basically like a continuous function. And one of the theorems that exists is that you can decompose any arbitrary continuous function into a sum of sinusoidal function. So this is called the Fourier transform. And so you're like an infinite sum of those sinusoidal function. And the idea for this is, as you can see in the illustration, the first few sinusoids are like really big, and they basically capture the information, like the most salient information in the image. Now, if you want to actually encode all of this, each of the sinusoids actually takes the same number of bytes to encode. And so the idea behind this optimization is that you're only going to encode like the first few ones that represent most saliently the image, and the rest you're not going to encode. And so this way you're able to destruct, like remove some information that is less visible and less useful for the image, and therefore you're able to compress the image. So this is the second technique. The last technique, we're going to think of the image again in a different way. Now, instead of thinking as a series of pixels or a continuous function, we're going to start thinking about it as a series of zeros and ones, like bits. So I know as front engineer, like we rarely have to think about it, but in practice, if you dig deep down, like this is how everything is encoded. And so now that we have this, one of the things we can start looking at is how many of each patterns are there. And so in this case, the pattern 0101 is present 15 times. The pattern 110 is present 7 times. And then there are some patterns, for example, like 101, that's only present 1 time. So now that you have this, the idea is to do a remapping of the common patterns into like fewer bits, and the other pattern into like more bits. So in this case, what we can do is to remap the pattern 0101 into like a single bit. So if you see 0 anywhere in the stream, we're going to replace it by 0101. And then the pattern 110 in 2 bits, 10. And then we're going to keep going. And at some point, the first few ones we're going to give like smaller number of bits, but we cannot have only smaller number of bits, so the last ones are going to be larger. But because they only appear so few times, in practice, it's going to compress. And so one of the last things we need to think about is we also need to ship the compression table. And hopefully, if the data is compressible, if you add the compressed data plus the decompression table, you're going to get a smaller image. So now that we've seen those 3 techniques, and you can combine them together, what is the impact on our image size? And so in practice, this is like very rough order of magnitude, but we can divide by 10 the size of the image. And so instead of having one image like weight 4 megabytes, now it's 400K. So it's much better. And the name of the compression algorithm are JPEG, WebP, PNG, just for your culture. So now it's still a bit too much. Like 23 megabytes per second is much better than 200, but it's still a lot. And so this is where the people working on like image compression and video compression were like, okay, they have more ideas. They have like ways to get better. And so in this case, the fundamental thinking around this is instead of thinking of the image as like one image and one image and one image and one image, what we can do is to think of the video as like sequences of image, and all of the images that are neighbors tend to be very, very similar. So in this example, we do a transition, but all of the frames like subtly change. And so this is where like the next idea around like video compression comes in, is instead of compressing only single image, we're going to start thinking of doing a delta of the image. So in this case, the 2 images, only 3 pixels are basically changing. And so we're going to start encoding only what changed between the 2 images. Now, we can even do better. What we can do is to start predicting what the next image is going to be. So in many cases, the transition are like animation that like goes somewhere. So in this case, sorry. In this case, the remix is slowly translating. And so the video encoder can start predicting what the next frame is going to be based on the previous ones. And then we can do a delta of the difference. And so the name of this step is like a codec. And so the major codecs are H.264 and AVC. And so in this case, the two are exactly the same thing. This is like I'm sorry. This is like JavaScript and ECMAScript. There's some trademarks and everything involved, but they are the exact same spec. And then there's AV1 and VP8, VP9. So what does it mean? Like this is nice, and I think you can follow like how this works. So how does it work for like our API? So now the interesting thing about this is there's now two types of frames. There's full frames. So for example, like the first one. So the first one, where you need to like use JPEG or something to decode it, but it works in isolation. And then the second one is like the prediction plus the delta. And so now in order to decode the frame number 2, you need to have decoded frame number 1 and have the information of number 2. And same, like there's a chain. Well, like now if you want, oops. If you want to encode frame number 1, you need to have decoded in order like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. So this is like going to have some impact on the API, but the people working on video compression were not done yet. They were like, okay, this is nice and fancy to do it like in this order, but we could also set that the frame number 9 is a full frame and do it backwards. And then start like doing the whole prediction backwards. And then you can start doing it forward, doing it backward, and see which one has the smallest file size. And so this is where the notion of B frames comes in. So in this case, the frame number 5 is bidirectional. So in order to decode it, you need to have decoded frame number 4 and frame number 6. And so, sorry about this. In order to 6, you need 7 and 8 and 9. And so now this is where it gets interesting for the API, is now what you need to do is to be able to send the things to the decoder in the right order. So if you want to decode in the order it's going to be displayed, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and 9, you need to actually send to the decoder 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 9, 8, 7, 6, and 5. And so there's two notions of time that are happening. There's the presentation time, which is the one you expect, and then there's the encoding time. And so you need to understand like those two concepts in order to use the API. So now let's look at, and so this is our first like myth that got busted. Like time doesn't only travel forward when you're thinking about video encoding. So now let's actually look at some code. So now the video is there still some kind of a load video API that takes a file path. And now there's a new concept that you need to understand is a decoder. And so this is what is called a web codec, the API in the browser. And that is a new video decoder. And there's a bunch of options. And like in one of those options, there's a callback on decoded frame. And so now what you want to do is to send it frames to decode. And so the load video is going to give you some kind of magical API to give you like frame number 1. And then at some point in the future, the callback is going to be called for you. And then you're going to do it, and this looks like code you've seen like many times. You're giving the frame 2, is going to give you the frame 2, etc. But at some point, you're now going to start giving those frames in a different order. So you're going to give frame number 9, frame number 8, frame number 7, frame number 6, and it's never going to call your callback because it doesn't have enough information to actually give you the thing in the presentation time. But at some point, you're going to give frame number 5, and now it's going to give you call your callback, everything in order. And so this is where our second myth got busted. Decoding 1 frame gives you 1 frame back. And now if you think about it, like I've programmed for like 20 years, and I've never seen any API that doesn't predictively give you like a response or not. And in this case, you can give it 5 things, it gives you nothing, and that's like the 6th one gives you like 6 results. And so this is like a bit mind-bending to figure out like how do you schedule all of these events where like you don't know in advance like how things are going to go. So this is like some of the API, like the web codec API, but there's still like this question of like the magical load video API. So if you were to like start thinking about like how would you represent like all of this metadata we're talking about. So we're talking about like what are the dependencies between all of the frames. We're also thinking about what are the like binary data around like the compressed images and everything. How do you present it? So in practice, I'm a front engineer, so my thinking is in JSON. So I would think of a JSON like this, JSON structure like this, where you have like some general information about the video, and then some tracks, a video track, and a bunch of frames, and then a bunch of like list of dependencies. And so this is something that is called a video container. So the art and the data structure to like store all of this metadata is a video container. And this is something you're most likely familiar with. You've seen like MP4, MOV, MKV, AVI. So all of those are video containers. Now, they were not built by front-end engineers, so they're actually all binary encoded formats. But if you actually look, this is basically a tree structure like a JSON. Now, this step of like reading this file and sending it to the decoder is called demuxing. It's called demuxing. And one of the challenge that you're going to face if you want to use in the browser is that the web codec, which is like doing the hard and heavy lifting of like decompressing, like prediction and everything, is part of the browser, but the demuxing is not. And the reason for this is all of those video formats, like there's so many variations that in practice, as they start working on the API, they decide to like reduce the scope. And so you need to find the right libraries in userland in order to use this. So now that we've seen like the whole pipeline of like how the API works, there's still one question that people are thinking about is like performance. What about performance? And there's actually two steps for the performance. So the first step around performance is like the video codec one. It's to actually do all of this compression, decompression, delta frame prediction. And so in practice, this part is so performance intensive and so critical that there's actual hardware implementation of the Hoffman encoding, of the fast Fourier transform, like of all of the steps I talked to you at the beginning in the hardware. And so like next to your CPU, next to your GPUs are dedicated chips for doing those operations. And one of the things that's like very good about web codecs is that it lets you use those hardware accelerated components to be able to do those operations. And so now if you're thinking about WASM, so first you would have to write it in C++ running on the CPU, and even this is like an order of magnitude slower. So even if you have like C++ and everything, you still won't match the performance. And now with WASM, there's some overheads of running WASM compared to pure C++, and so you got another like slowdown. And so this is why using JavaScript to send to the browser, and that's going to send to the web codec and the hardware, is faster in JavaScript. Now there's a second part, which is around like the demuxing part. So reading this file and being able to like send to the web codec. And so for this, you may think, OK, I'm going to read this, like writing C is going to be faster. Now, one of the things is the demuxing part is actually not the most expensive part. And for this, to get an idea, is the binary data that we have is tens to hundreds of kilobytes of data. But now, each line is like tens of characters for each frame of overhead. And so like parsing tens of characters is like way faster than like doing all of this processing. So this is one step. And the second one is the way WASM works is it has its own memory pool. And in order to call to it, you need to send all of this data to this memory space. It does this work, and then it's going to send it back to you. And here we're talking about like megabytes or like tens of megabytes. So you need to do this copy first and then copy back. And so in practice, do it in pure JavaScript, avoids this copy, and is faster. So this is our third myth that got debunked. WASM is actually not faster than JavaScript for video decoding. Now, I want to put a small asterisk to this. So as I mentioned, the demuxing part is not part of the browser. But like all of those codecs have been there for like decades. And and there's a lot of C++ libraries that are really, really good and battle-tested around this. So we can actually use those with WASM in order to like do code reuse and use the ecosystem that already exists in order to re-implement it. And we're going to get a slow performance degradation, but in the end, it's worth it to not have all of the bugs. So now that we've seen like the 3 myths and everything, what about the initial like premise of my talk, which is, oh, we're going to build like a video editor with like all of the shiny AI stuff? Well, unfortunately, I wasn't able to get there because I spent all of my time trying to get like just encoding and decoding run it. Now, what this means is I actually succeeded at this. And so I have like a raw HTML5 with no dependencies, like it's 200 lines to do all of these steps that I talked to you about. And in practice, one of the great things is like it actually works. Like you can re-encode a video. And the second thing, it's really fast. So I compared it to Final Cut Pro re-encoding and to like the browser, the same performance. Like so it's possible and the perf is there. Now what's needed is like someone to like really make the API good. And so Dan was like doing like a talk about like a different dimension, like talking about IE6 and everything. So my challenge to every single one of you is who's going to be the one that builds the jQuery of video editing? Because this is what we need right now. Thank you.
That was a great talk on such a complicated topic, and you're right, that was not trivial. Okay, now we have an amazing panel coming up, and while they set up, I want to give a huge shout out to CockroachDB for sponsoring the conference. But in case you haven't played the Cockroach Race game, please go ahead and play that. If you play and you win, you get a chance to donate to a charity of your choice. Actually, they are doing the donation for you. They are donating $3 for every person who participates. So please go and play the cockroach game. Their booth is right over there. Since we are just setting up, should we do some dev jokes? OK, cool. Since the React core team is here, I think we have to do some React dev jokes. You guys better know the answers, all right? I'm just kidding. OK, why didn't the React component understand the joke? Didn't know the context, correct. Swag back for you. OK, I think we can have the React core team and Michael Jackson up on the stage. Please come and join us for a panel on React core stuff. We do not have a topic in mind, so please bring your spicy questions. Good luck.
Is my mic yet? OK. Do we have a microphone that we can use to pass around if people have questions?
I'll pass it around.
OK. So I was talking, we were talking backstage, and we were like, we hope we get some really spicy questions, because, I mean, that's exactly what you would hope for at your conference, right? It's like very, crazy stuff. So anyway, thank you all. This is a bit of an experiment. We have a couple of members of the React core team here. Meta sent some people here to attend Remix Conf, and we're just super stoked that they're here to join us. Immediately to my right is Joe Savona. You might know Joe from a lot of work on Relay. He's en_JS on Twitter. Anything else you want to say to introduce what you kind of worked on?
Yeah, wait, this isn't a Relay talk?
No, not a Relay talk.
I've been working on Relay worked on Relay for a while, and then recently kind of switched to work on React. So thanks for letting me attend this.
Yeah, man, thanks for coming. Yeah. And then, of course, Dan spoke to us earlier today. Dan does a lot of things. Redux back in the day, but done a lot of work on the React docs and everything. I think that was the first time I ever met you was 2015, React Europe.
Yeah.
We were in Paris, right? And it kind of blew my mind when he went like back and forward. Anybody remember that talk? Where he was like rewind and forward? Yeah, that was pretty like, what? Who is this guy? So yeah, it was the first time I met Dan. Anything else you want to say about what you're currently working on, or?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I guess like the last thing I was working on was docs with Rachel, and right now I'm just talking to people, I think.
That's right. Cool, cool. And then last but not least, Rick Hanlon. I think the first time I met Rick was React Conf, like 2018, I want to say, something like that, or 2019, yeah. In Las Vegas. So it's been cool getting to know Ricky over the years. Honestly, probably the member of the panel that I know the least, though, about. So tell us a little bit about what you've been working on. And
yeah, actually, I joined Facebook right after we met at React Conf. I had accepted my offer and hadn't been in yet. I worked on React Native for a couple of years. I built Logbox. I worked on then switched to the React team. Worked on React 18. We worked on the React working groups, the React docs, all kinds of stuff. Just
awesome.
like lots of odds and ends.
Awesome.
You forgot to say where we met.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Do you remember?
Joe and I met at a Telmate meetup
Yep.
in San Francisco.
The first React SF meetup.
And Devin was there.
Devin hosted it.
Yeah,
yep.
you
yeah.
guys, yeah. So, yeah, so.
Back in 2014, it was like the very first.
Almost 10 years
You were talking
ago,
about
dude.
React Router, yeah. It's been a long time.
Yeah, so there was a React meetup in San Francisco, and I was like, oh, cool. I was living in San Francisco at the time. Like, oh, cool. I'll go and talk about this React Router thing that Ryan and I have been working on. And Joe got up. I remember you got up at the meetup, and you were like, React needs a router. We need to have a router.
Yep.
And then I got up, and I was like, we built a router. And
yeah.
So that's how we met.
Yep.
But that was cool. Yeah, good times.
Yeah.
Cool. So, again, really just stoked that these guys joined me today. I wanted to, just kind of talk. Part of the reason for this panel is, there's a lot of stuff that goes on at Meta on React. Like, there's a lot of different stuff, and there's a lot of different people there that work on it. You can imagine there's, documentation and community outreach. There's like different facets. There's React Native, obviously. There's React itself. There's like the data loading piece. There's Relay. There's just so much stuff that goes on. And I think sometimes our conversation is like a little bit, kind of narrow on like just certain topics, right? So like the one that everybody wants to talk about today is React Server Components and RSC. It's a very hot topic. But there's a lot more stuff that's going on at Meta. But like, let's just talk about React Server Components, and then we'll get that out of the way, and then we'll talk about everything else, right?
Okay.
So I was wondering if this is just, again, if any of y'all have questions, please like raise your hand and we'll get it. But I just have a couple questions to kind of get the ball rolling a little bit. So could you tell us a little bit about React Server Components, the main motivation, and what you think is so interesting about it? Dan, I feel like you said a lot in your talk today about it. Either of you guys have anything to add to that?
I feel like that was a pretty good, that was a great talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's
cool.
Maybe not quite meeting your usual bar, but it's still. Kidding.
I mean, it feels like a lot of. It felt like it was a good way to present it because it was like, let's imagine this evolving as a server-first language. Let's imagine it sort of evolving over time, right? And then thinking about the client as like an afterthought, right?
Well, I wouldn't say like an afterthought. I think it's. And I think that is the part that like is really hard with the naming, right? Because like a lot of people, when they hear server components, they think like, for example, even people who use them might think, oh, I have to convert the entire thing. Like every component I have, like I have to try to convert it, or that it's like client components are an escape hatch or something like this. But it's really not how we think about it. It's more about having this shared language between parts that live in different places, and you just, you can put all of it on one side, you can put all of it on the other side, you can put half and half, you can keep moving things as you like, and it's like the paradigm is this freedom to move stuff around. It's not that like we're now on the server, and then like the word server is also, we're kind of overloading because like it runs at the build time, for example, like in Next.js by default it's build time and not server. So I think like I wouldn't say like, even like in this vision of like, imagine we got there through server first, it wouldn't be that like client is an afterthought. It's like client is a very important piece where you want fast interactions. And like server is like important piece where you want to do stuff ahead of time. And let's just get these things talking to each other in a way that kind of is natural.
Yeah. Would you say it makes sense to kind of like think about a component when you're writing React Server components as like, by default, all of the components that we write are going to run on the server, right?
I'd say not quite. I think this is actually kind of interesting, and it's tricky to wrap your mind around how it works, just in terms of like how to use it. I feel like not because it's like very complicated or you need to remember some arcane rules. I think it's more like learning to ride a bicycle or learning to knit in. So it's like this like muscle memory thing where you learn to do a thing that like once you learn it, it's like, oh, I get it now, but then it's very hard to explain what you learned. And like one of these things is exactly like, for example, in generally if you build an app with like fully server components, it's not that every component is server component by default. It's more that the root of the app is server. And there is a very simple reason for it, is because it has to run first. So server is
because they're going to send HTML to the client.
Yeah, because you have to send HTML, or we also have this other representation that we use to update without blowing away, how like reloads blow away the state. But it's just that the server is the entry point for like, that's when everything starts.
Yeah.
But then you can immediately return the client component and kind of go to.
So you don't get a web page at all without like talking to the server.
It's got to be somewhere. And I think like the part that is a bit confusing is like when you create a component, when you just add a new component, what kind of it is it? And it's really determined by where it's being used from. So it's kind of like if you import it from a server component, like I did with like this markdown, like this markdown thing is on NPM, like I didn't touch it. I just imported it and it worked in server environment because it didn't use client features. So it's kind of like contextual to which world you're importing it from. And then if some features are like they don't work in the other world, you get a build error and then you decide where to cut things off to be like in this other world.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, but I think when you're working, it feels really natural. You start writing a component.
Not immediately, like
right,
you have
not immediately,
to.
Yeah, like what kind of once you get used to it, I'm working on something interactive. I start using state. That I get a build error. I put use client, and then I just move on with my day. And you don't really have to break out of the flow, right?
Yeah. That's one thing that I love. I've always loved about React is how it like keeps you in the flow. I remember back in the day, people saying like, well, what are you using for like data in your React components? And back then it was like this.state and all the lifecycle methods. And, like what are you using like an ORM or like, do you have like your models over here and your controller over here and your view over here? But I was like, nah, this component kind of feels like all three, like the state feels like
right.
Keeps you in the flow, right? Keeps you in the, from going into different files. So I love that sentiment. Cool. Anything else that we wanted to cover on that topic? Any other questions from the audience on that topic? Yeah, we've got a question over here. Do we have a mic?
Yep, mic is here. I'm going to hand it over to you.
Do I go first?
Signals. When are signals coming? Is this a troll or is this a real question? Oh. Okay, it's a real question. All right. I just got to check. I just got to check.
All right. Yeah, we want to do signals. We can do signals. So I think that signals, there's probably two things that people are kind of wondering about when they ask about signals, and that's probably developer experience and performance. The developer experience piece is I don't want to have to declare dependencies, right? I don't want to have to think about just kind of like stale closures and things like that. The performance piece is that signals are kind of designed to do the minimal amount of work. When you change some state, you can kind of do the minimal amount of work. And I think that signals are one way to attack both of those problems, right? But they have their own trade-offs. And so what we've seen with the bewildering number of libraries that have adopted signals, I think it's everyone but us, did I get that right? Is that they make some really, there's some real developer experience trade-offs there, and it just becomes a different way of thinking about your code. And so Solid is a great library, and I think it's also like a very emblematic of this like kind of signals-based approach. But if you're used to working with React, it is a bit different, and so your components run once. So if you early return from a function, that's it. None of the other code will ever run again. So that is a very different way of working than React. And we think that the React style is a bit easier to reason about. And so, so what we're doing is kind of looking at those two problems and saying, OK, how can we hear you about the developer experience pain points of declaring dependency arrays. And so we have a bunch of ideas planned for like improvements to hooks. Some new hooks coming that will kind of alleviate that. Also looking at compilation to automatically fill in the dependency arrays. On the performance side, we're working on Forget, which is a compiler that will kind of automatically memoize and achieve kind of what we hope, making sure that your app is kind of re-rendering the minimal amount possible as you change state. So kind of two different approaches to tackling those two different problems, but while still retaining the same familiar React programming model that you're used to.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. It feels like signals are, it's just a different model, right? Yeah, it's like, like when I played with Solid, it totally messed with my mind coming from it, because I've used React for years, and I guess I just expected it to work like React. Right. And it wasn't until after I started using it I realized, oh, there's no virtual DOM here. Right. Completely different model, right? Oh, there's no, like, this is not like set state at all. This is like a broadcast into that little node there telling it, hey, something changed. Yep. Go and update. So
I would maybe like slightly, I think like there's, like virtual DOM is not like the important part from like it's I hate the term because like everybody means something different by it, but it's that is an implementation detail of like how exactly you work with the code. The thing that signals changes is more than implementation detail. It changes like you can't write a bunch of code that it's just like I think early returns is a good example. Just like in React when you write if is logged in, return dashboard, else return something else. Then like if the result of the render would be the same regardless of if it renders for the first time or like for the 10th time. So it doesn't matter how many times it runs. It's just whatever the props are, you look at the condition, you look at the return, you see what the UI should be. So it kind of like React kind of removes time from the equation. With signals, it's a bit different because your component is kind of like a constructor. And so it really, like if you have top-level conditions, like if is logged in, return dashboard, it kind of means like that just runs the first time. And from that point on, like you have to use like different patterns to regain the same kind of dynamic thing. And so we just don't like this very much. And we do like the targeted, the fact that it can, by default, it doesn't over-render, like it's very granular, but then there is a price for that, which is, we can't be as expressive, and we'd like to remain expressive, so the way we would like to do this is more like on the compilation side, and then for things, like there are cases where you want some kind of, maybe we miss some primitives for kind of deep like updates between like different parts of the tree that like don't pass through.
People
like
do that with context now. Right?
Yeah, and like sometimes if you don't kind of unwrap it, like if you don't care about what the value is in the middle, we could maybe provide better primitives for that. But we would like to explore that after we solve like the main cases with the compiler, because you never know like how important it is until you've exhausted like what we think is the primary approach to this problem.
Got it.
That's something that I really appreciate about the approach of the team when I joined, is just seeing how we could just like add signals. It wouldn't be it'd be very fairly trivial to add it, but digging deep as a value to figure out like what is the problem that it's solving, what is the best way to solve that problem, what trade-offs are there for other things that we could be doing.
Well, and it's okay to have opinions too, right? And to be like, we don't need to adopt every,
But it's also not new, right? I think like there is a big push for it, but it's been around since like 2013. Like first state libraries for React, many were signals based.
I feel like, and you might disagree, but I feel like computed properties in Ember are kind of very similar to signals.
The one
I had a bad experience working with computed properties.
Yeah, I think maybe like philosophically where we land is that the signals as an implementation detail is fine, right? So for example, if a compiler could detect that a prop you're passing from way up top is only used way down in some leaf component, and we can just transparently turn that into a signal and get the same benefits, that's fine. What we don't, where we kind of disagree is that signals shouldn't be a kind of first-class part of the programming model that you kind of have to actually think about. Like, oh, I have a signal, and Solid kind of tries to hide it, but it's not fully hidden, and you see that with the earlier turn. And so I think for us, starting with compilation and then maybe having signals as an implementation detail down the road is like more where we're going.
Yeah, can you have your cake and eat it too?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
You mentioned briefly React Forget.
Yes.
Now that is something that I don't know if a lot of people in here have actually heard about React Forget. I saw a tiny demo of it when we were on a call a couple months ago. Let me tell what I think it is, and you can correct me because I'm going to butcher it. But I think the basic idea is like, Joe described it as a reactivity compiler, right? So you've got certain values, like you've got like a use memo, for example, which is a value that you recompute only when certain things change, right? Because maybe it's expensive to compute, so that's why. React Forget, it will come in the compiler step, and it will see that use memo, and it can say, oh, I know how to like unwind this so that you don't actually need a runtime use memo function. I can just write some JavaScript here that will have the exact same effect. And I think the hope is, is the goal to rewrite it in regular JavaScript so that you can like essentially eliminate parts of the runtime?
Yeah, so it's kind of what you said. So the idea is actually that developers don't have to write use callback or use memo at all. That they would disappear as a concept.
Got it.
And then the compiler kind of figures out which values are kind of created independently and can kind of wrap them in the appropriate memoization. A lot of people think that this is a simple Babel plugin. It is not a simple Babel plugin. But you can certainly try. So it's really sophisticated analysis of the code. It relies on like a deep understanding of the rules of React. So the idea that render is kind of pure or idempotent, and that for example we rely on the fact that any hook you call might be wrapped in a use memo, and so there's kind of some very specific. I don't want to get into the details here, but like there's specific rules about React, and so the compiler can kind of take advantage of those to figure out where you might be constructing a value and where you're just kind of using it. And use that to memoize at like very fine-grained units. And yeah, like under the hood, that is not using, it's not compiling to a use memo call, so we don't have to, pay the cost of allocating a dependency array. So the idea is that the hope is you'd get roughly the same kind of performance as a very well manually memoized application out of the box by default without having to think about those concepts.
Yeah. Very cool. So, very cool. So, yeah, go ahead, Dan. You want to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I think there's a very interesting kind of parallel there where like when people talk about signals and reactivity, there's often this kind of like understanding of like React, that React is not like reactive, like React is, and I mean like I kind of thought that too, but
not like Cycle.js.
Not in that sense. Right. Yeah, but I think like what people mean is React seems like very not granular, right? Like you update something and we just like recompute, what we can't prove that it hasn't changed. But I think there is a, if you look at these, for example, if you look at Solid again, right? Like, the thing you said about, like in Solid, the mental model is that it's really only your template that is reactive unless like you specifically opt into things. So in the general, like in the reactivity models, there's usually this notion of like computed. So like you have this, you have a thing you calculate from two other things, and you kind of have to declare it or like somehow like work in a special way with it. And I think there is this just funny kind of thought that like, in a way, React is like overreactive. It's it is because that is a philosophical position too, because we think there is no separation between the template and your like rendering logic. For us, it's like it's your component logic. Like JSX is not special. Like your full name equals first name plus space plus last name should not be treated differently from having that in your template. And so that is, and from that perspective, like in React, everything is reactive, but because JavaScript, like in JavaScript values, when you create an object, even if nothing changed, like it's still, it's a new object. It's like if you use this comparison of like, is it the same object or not, as a, as a way to determine if something changed, by default with JavaScript semantics, it just seems like everything changes all the time. And so we lose that information. Yeah. And so the purpose of forget is to recapture that information back and actually only kind of propagate like changes down when there are actually changes, but without compromising on the, you just pass raw values like Boolean strings and so on.
Right. I mean, who hasn't been in that situation before where they've like used an object in state and then they set a new object and they realize like, oh shoot, now the whole thing is re-rendering, even though nothing in the, I mean, you all have like learned this by heart now, right? Nothing in the object actually changed, but for some reason there's a new object there, and so that's when you throw in a use memo and everything else. So, really cool stuff, which is, hopefully that sheds some light on a topic that some of you might not have known was actually going on.
Well, I think also it's worth calling out, like, there's a lot of discussion, obviously, about server components, and a lot of folks have asked us, like, what about client-side React? And like, the whole point of Forget is client-side React. This is like, 4 people working for quite a while on building a compiler, all focused on client-side React developer experience and performance. So definitely very much like a lot of things happening.
Yeah, client-side React is still evolving, right? It's not like the whole React team is like, how do we figure out the server side of things? Like, there's a lot of stuff going on there.
Well, even for the server stuff, we try to layer it in a way that there are parts that are like client-only, then there are like parts that are SSR, then there are parts that server components. So like, whenever a feature makes sense, like to have some layer below, we try to like make it work on all layers.
We have a question here.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, in the back.
Wait, where are we?
Here.
There's a few.
Oh, okay. Go for it.
Hi there. Juan from the hydrogen team in Shopify. So we have a bit of an experience with React Server Components, and one of the tricky things that we discovered is observability. In the context of being able to fetch data anywhere in the tree in a server component, and how there is this point where having too many server components. We spoke a little bit about this yesterday, Dan. But I think it's nice to get everyone to hear your views. But yeah, at some point, putting too much into the server has a diminishing return. With sometimes it's convenient or it's better to actually create some client components to reduce the payload sizes of RSC. So yeah, like, do you see the team at Meta as being responsible for creating some observability tools, or is this going to be probably more in the framework side or collaboration? And also, yeah, is there going to be a way for the user to detect when at what point you should start putting more client code versus server-side code? Thank you.
Great question.
So maybe I can try to answer
this. Yeah, sure, go for it.
Yeah, so to kind of, if I understood correctly, the question is like, okay, if we have these tools, we can put some components on the server only, we can put some components on the client. How do we decide what the balance is, and also how do we understand, like, what kind of new performance problems does it create? And I think like Hydrogen kind of got burned on like trying server components very early when we just didn't know answers to a lot of stuff. And actually, like Hydrogen's feedback was crucial to the changes that we did. So that like we're actually like very thankful. I think there's like one kind of problem that's like not super obvious is as you move more of like logic to the server, then your data connection can get more chatty, right? Because like you used to just return the JSON, and now you return like UI output. So like if you have like, I don't know, 20 Tailwind classes, and then like that is in the server component, and then you render like 500 of them. Okay, maybe like gzip does the job, so compression also factors
Dan
into
said
it.
at Remix Conf, don't use Tailwind.
No, I love That's wait. That's actually the opposite. Like, that's
what I got from it.
It's actually really good.
Yeah,
but the thing is, like, I think it's not obvious sometimes that client components, like, they're also a feature, right? Like, it's you have this thing that's like repeated a lot, and you just kind of slap use client on it, and then it turns into a template in the sense that now you download a bit more code, but that code can produce the same things, many times. So it's kind of like template versus, because like now you got a new tool, you got new trade-offs.
Yeah.
And I think in practice, like we probably, I don't really see us building like tools that like usually when we do build tools, like they're very integrated into the meta stack. So I think this is something that like the community and frameworks will have like an opportunity to do. You could imagine kind of component-centered tooling. Like imagine you had a like an analyzer that can, maybe can be fed with production data or specific interactions. But imagine if you had like the kind of profile in tooling that is focused on components, where you could see not just like the bundle size, but like which components kind of drag into those dependencies that contribute to the bundle size. And the same way, you could see like which components are most kind of contributing to the data payload when it moves between the boundaries. So it's definitely like a very new space.
That's an expensive component, right?
Yeah.
Like this is,
So this is like a new kind of expensive. So it's, we'll see if there are like new tools for that.
Cool. Great question, JP. Thank you.
Another question
in the back.
Hey guys, so first off, congrats on launching the new docs. I know for spiciness, the Create React app thing was interesting, the conversation that went around. And it was cool to see the output of like, hey, there's Next and there's Remix and there's all these people that you collaborate with all the time. So my question is TypeScript. So I know Dan, you and Matt of Total TypeScript had a conversation about a month ago about who's maintaining the definitely typed React code and looking at Create React app leaving and all these frameworks now being very TypeScript first focused. What is your relationship as a React core team? What is your relationship with TypeScript? And how are you trying to work with them? And both, like everybody uses TypeScript nowadays, it seems like. So like, what's your relationship with that? And how are you looking at these new features and how to make sure the types are accurate? And I know it's, from my understanding, an independent team that's maintaining the types. And so how are you bringing them into the conversation more to help make sure that TypeScript works well with React?
Joe uses a lot of TypeScript.
Yeah, so actually the Forget compiler is written in TypeScript, so I'm a personal fan. We've had a bunch of really great conversations with the folks, like the TypeScript folks, and just kind of about better supporting React, kind of understanding what their roadmap is and things like that. So definitely just big fans of TypeScript in general, and I think we definitely recognize that. Obviously, React itself is written in Flow. We understand that most people don't use Flow. That's fine.
I was going to ask about Flow. Is that kind of like taking a bit of a backseat, or is Facebook still invested?
Yeah, so we're still invested internally in Flow, but we've kind of pivoted Flow to focus really just on the internal use cases. Yeah. And so we recognize that in the community, TypeScript is the de facto choice. Obviously, fine if you don't want to use TypeScript, that's cool too. But I think we all are probably aligned that we think that we should really be setting, like, be defining and owning the definitions for React. That's like kind of on us. I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, one thing to call out there is that the core team does maintain the types now. Sebastian Silberman, Sebi, sorry if I didn't pronounce your last name right. He's on the core team, and he maintains the types for us and has just pushed through a really important change to the types. So even though they don't live in the React core code base right now, they are maintained by us, and we are increasingly giving more input into what the types are.
I would say that like every new API, at least since Hooks, was designed with TypeScript in mind. So like we always check, you know, that it works in TypeScript. Yeah. I think it's just that the one difficulty is historically there is just a bunch of stuff in the typings that doesn't quite match how we think about, and part of it is, you know, just kind of historical baggage. Part of it is limitations of like TypeScript JSX support. Part of it is, you know, just like mistakes that were done along the way. And so, for example, like Sebastian Silberman, he did a pretty significant change in React 18 as part of React 18. So I know a lot of TypeScript users were kind of annoyed that it was a bit hard to upgrade to 18, but actually, like, it fixed the flaw, it fixed the mistake in the typings. And so I think it is important to understand, you know, as a community that you know, if there is a desire for the React team to get more involved with typings, it will mean that we will make breaking changes when the typings are not correct. And so that is a cost that, you know, that's associated with it. But we definitely want to move in that direction. We want to own the types, we want to document the types, and yeah.
And one thing I'll add is that on the React Native side, we are exporting the types and maintain the types in the code base directly. And the template now installs TypeScript by default. All of the examples on the React Native website offer you examples in TypeScript. So that's kind of more evidence that we're investing more and more in TypeScript.
Yeah, TypeScript first APIs. We've been experiencing the exact same thing over in Remix land. I think I was learning TypeScript when I was writing React Router 6. And so I don't think it did a great job. So I was like just figuring it out for the first time. But it's been a huge focus for us for Remix v3 as well. Just thinking in those terms first. It's just such a huge help.
With server components as well, like because we had like earlier proposals, kind of more similar to some of the Remix stuff with like, you know, where you had call a hook, like use data or something like this.
Yeah, yeah.
But like part of the consideration against it was like difficulties with types.
Yeah.
And we kind of settled on this model where the only thing you can do is pass props, and that just dissolves this whole thing.
Yeah, yeah. Cool, I think we have time for maybe 2 more. Chance, is that you? What's up, dude? Wait for the mic. Shruti's on her way.
Coming.
There he is.
Go Shruti.
Yeah, back to React Forget for a second. I'm really interested in that project, and one thing I'm wondering is if you've started to explore debugging in that sort of environment. The one thing I sort of worry about is when you start hiding things behind a compiler, they get obscured to the point where when something doesn't work as expected, it's hard to figure out why.
Yep.
Dan, you had mentioned community involvement in tooling in terms of observability for server components, but with something like the compiler with React Forget, it seems like it might be more of an internal meta or React team concern. So I just want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So yeah, how we're thinking about debugging for Forget. It's been something we've thought about very much from the beginning, and we see kind of a few stages to Forget. The first being kind of just getting the first version out there, where the actual output of the compiler is kind of designed to be more debuggable. So for example, once you kind of have like an idea of what Forget is doing, console.log does something very sensible and predictable. And so if your console.log is running, it means that that value that you're logging is being reevaluated if it's not running. Like, so there's a predictable semantic that you can begin to understand and use to debug. The code is we're not doing like crazy reordering and things like that. So a lot of things that are going into making it more predictable. But longer term, we also see probably even having a React language server, like an IDE integration, so a language server in the technical term. So that you can actually have much more feedback in your IDE about what's going on. Our understanding of the code is even more sophisticated than what the current ESLint rules can do, and so we can suggest to you, oh, like maybe you want to refactor your code in this way because it'll memoize better, or things like that. And so that'll also help. And then we'll definitely have to integrate with dev tools. So and that again, that may end up being a community involvement. But I think the language server side is definitely something that we're thinking about working on, not committed to yet, but something that we are thinking about. But yeah, certainly developer experience has got to be, it has to actually be predictable for developers. And we are pretty happy with the model that we've come up with. We think it is pretty predictable. Once you kind of work with Forget a little bit, you kind of begin to develop an intuition. And I think that that's actually probably the most important thing, is that if it's actually predictable to the developer, and we think we've got that. So, but yeah, definitely something we're thinking about.
I would maybe add that, because I'm not involved with the project, I'm just observing. So I do feel like it is interesting because, again, like the compile target is not something that's, some inscrutable like bytecode or whatever. It just really rewrites your code in a way that maybe, like for some people, I think might actually feel more natural because like you think, I just changed this thing, like what does this re-render? And then Forget like rewrites it to say, if this thing changed, like recalculate this piece, otherwise don't. So you kind of feel like, oh, I see, yeah, makes sense. Like so when you debug it, there is a feeling that it kind of does what maybe you would do yourself, but it's just too annoying to write by hand.
Yeah.
So there's a bit of like GPT feeling to it.
Yeah,
like
that's cool. It's helping me, right? It's helping me out.
And I'm also excited just about because it really understands the data flow. So it kind of understands this thing depends on this thing, depends on this thing. So I actually think like it can serve as a foundation for much deeper developer tools that, for example, can say, why did this render? Well, because like this thing recomputed on this line, this thing recomputed on this line, and so on. And that's the kind of insight you don't even have today. Yeah. That's something that could be built in principle.
Yeah, I think the piece that we really need for the developer experience that I think you're kind of alluding to, the sort of the actual output is, I think, pretty readable. And then the kind of magical piece is, okay, but this Forget says that if these three things change, recompute this, why is it those three things, right? And that's the part where we kind of need like IDE tooling to be able to say, oh, we grouped them because of this line over here where you're modifying two values together, or doing some operation. And so that's the piece that we'll need. But yeah, we think we can build that.
Well, that, and I think a lot of us have spent years getting used to object identity as sort of the source of truth for why something changed.
Yeah.
And now we're sort of going.
It's built in.
We've spent so much time internalizing that where now we have to unwind that a bit. So
exactly.
It'd be nice though if we didn't have to think in terms of identity.
No, I mean,
right?
trust me, I'd love it. Just have to unprogram.
I'm telling Ryan all the time, like, remember this .set state? That was so nice. Like, yeah, it was. There was something really nice about that model. I'd never thought about object identity in React 14. 14, yeah, that's what we call it still. Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah, I think maybe we've all come a long way in terms of just like understanding React. It was always a concept, right?
It was always there.
Should component update relied on object identity, right?
Well, I remember the immutable JS folks. I remember Lee getting up on stage talking about it, and I was like, yeah, that's weird. I don't care. I've never had to worry about that. I was naive at the time, but yeah, I agree. We've come a long way. All right. I think it's just about time to wrap it up. We might have time for one more if it's quick. Can't be a big, long question. Okay, quick question. Gotta be quick. All right.
Okay, it's slightly spicy, but I'll make it short. So for a long time, Facebook and React were like analogous in my mind, right? And now like a lot of the early React people have moved on. And so I'm just wondering like
where do they work now, Cameron?
Yeah.
Where do they work?
Who wins in a dispute over like React's future direction,
So you're basically asking, Is the future direction of React determined by Vercel now?
That's what I'm asking. Well, who? Facebook or Vercel or
Just get it out.
the
Just rip the
community?
Band-Aid
Like
off.
who's
It feels so
winning?
much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry if I've misinterpreted you, but I think that's kind of what we're saying.
That was what I was asking. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great question.
Yeah, let's talk about the relationship between Meta and Vercel, and Meta and Shopify. I guess I can speak to that.
Yeah. So I think it's honestly a great development that the direction of React is no longer being set solely by Meta. The fact that we are now actually really a truly multi-company effort. And it's important to note that there are several core contributors who are not at either Meta or Vercel. Sophie Alpert, you already talked about, Sevi, who are now independent, right? So it's also just not, it's not correct that it's just Meta and Vercel. It's actually already a kind of multi-pronged effort. And so I think that's working really well. I mean, obviously, it has been a change, right, over the last year or so for us to kind of like rethink how we work as a team. The team has also grown significantly. We have a bunch of new people joining on the Meta side. So in addition to kind of becoming a multi-company group, we've also had just a much larger core team. So we're kind of going through like kind of a growing phase on the team with the associated growing pains. But I'm really excited about this as like the beginning of a new phase kind of for React. And we're working, one of the things we're kind of working on now is how do we like kind of more formalize this new way of working. And we don't, I think we've gotten some fair criticism about Vercel having the appearing to kind of be in like a privileged position. Well, Seb and Andrew have been working on React since forever, and so they're deeply ingrained in React. We'd love to get more people into that position too, and who don't necessarily have to, and that shouldn't have to be the only on ramp to working on React. Shouldn't be that you work at Meta or Vercel, and so we kind of want to figure out how do we make it more possible for other folks to kind of ramp up as contributors. I think a thing we're really looking at there is how do we work more with frameworks and libraries, which, hey, how's it going? Why we're here.
One example is that we announced last week was the Canary releases,
right?
And making it possible to kind of expand from the only testing at Meta that we used to do. To being able to test with the community and test with frameworks and make sure that practically we're able to actually all build together.
Totally.
Because you can use the canaries.
Yeah, that was cool.
Can I add a few
sorry,
things? Yeah, I think like it's a tricky topic because I think like people have points. Like there are things I dislike about Vercel. Like I don't like their marketing. I feel like it's very, kind of in your face, and sometimes it's, like it's kind of not like as restrained as I associate with the React brand, for example. But there is I think there are also a lot of misconceptions, and I think it might be helpful to just. I think a lot of people don't really know how the React team works in general, and I think that is creating this this kind of perception. And it's the way we work is we try to listen to a lot of like a lot of things we've heard over the years, like a lot of issues we've read. Like for example, like server components is kind of influenced by like 10 different things and like things from like 10 years ago almost, and so on. So it's like we try to have like a very broad understanding of like the space in which we want to work, and sometimes we just see how different things can connect together in a very kind of satisfying solution that we can build. And then when we do that, previously this was only happening internally at Meta. So we would need to find the client. So like Meta doesn't tell the React team what to do. It's more like an agency-client relationship where the React team kind of acts as an agency where we steer the direction, but also we need somebody to try our stuff because like we don't know if the idea is good. We don't know if it's going to survive the real world. And so it's this like symbiotic relationship where from we find one team at Meta that's willing to try something that's like unstable, can fall apart, might be like removed later, and they provide feedback, and we kind of just tune it up and figure out how to make it better. And eventually we see, okay, like maybe like 10 different teams can try it, or like maybe the entire company can try it. And like a year later, maybe you see it in the open source release as open source React. And so you only see the final kind of polished product, but you don't see the process. And the thing that's happening now is that this process is being opened up. Because, for example, like Vercel, working on Next.js and integrating React Server components there, that's been happening in the open. And that is exactly the same process where Vercel acts as a client. Because like Next.js, it's a framework. It needs like server features. It wants to integrate deeper with React. And from React perspective, what we, when we put on the React hats, even people who work on Vercel, like their goal is to prove out the paradigm, figure out how the pieces should fit, and like figure out how to make React better. And this collaboration started like several years ago, and I think on the one hand I get a lot of criticisms of Vercel. On the other hand, it just gets under my skin when people say, "Oh, like Vercel is telling the React team what to do." Well, like actually the
React team is telling Vercel what to do.
It's more complicated, but the reality is Vercel has invested years into building out our vision, and like when Sebastian left Meta, if Vercel would not, if Vercel was not building a server components framework, he would have gone somewhere else that would have been that client that would have been willing to build it.
Yeah, so he could still like work on the thing that he was interested in.
Yeah, because he's building the architecture. Like he knows what he wants to do, and there needs to be a place to prove it out. Yeah, and so that's kind of part of it. Like they've invested years of like full-time engineering time into proving out our direction, and we appreciate that, and we want to extend that to more companies as well.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Well, cool. Thank you. Thanks for asking the question, Cameron. Good job. We are out of time, but please give Ricky and Dan and Joe a big hand for joining us today.
Thank you.
All right, that's it.
Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you so much, guys. That was an amazing and spicy panel.
I'm all about the spicy.
Thank you to the audience for asking those spicy questions. I was thinking of them, and somebody had the courage to ask them, so thank you. So what do we have now?
We got one more speaker now. I'm just kidding. We're just wrapping up. You give a talk. Me give a talk? Oh, man. I will talk about Haiti at any time, any day. Just call me. But, yeah, we're here. We've made it. We've, reached the end of the day.
Full day.
Full day, man. So much knowledge, insights. My butt hurts, my feet hurts, my ears hurt, my eyes hurt because this thing is blinding me. But man, it's been great. What was your highlight for the day?
Highlight of the day. Everybody dancing to Bhangra. Yeah.
That was a huge one.
That was amazing.
That was a very huge one. The biggest one for me was multiple every single time you guys got sac passe. Oh man, that just works me up so hard. Biggest takeaway for me was Promise That Race. I like that. It's just stuck in my head now. That's all I got. And
we have board games at 7 p.m.
Yes.
And we are also giving away board games at that time. So if you are competitive like me, please come and play with us.
Absolutely. I expect to see a lot of you there. There's plenty of you that I still haven't met yet. So please come by. I do not bite. We still have a few bribes left over. So we have quite a few in women's sizes. So ladies, please, I would love to see you stop by and grab some extra swag.
Other than that, thank you so much, everyone, for sticking around. It's been a long day. Enjoy your dinner. See you at 7 o'clock.
Bye.
Turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap. Turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna have fun. Turn around now. I just wanna have fun. Turn around now. I just wanna turn now and turn around now, turn around now. I just wanna turn around, dance, 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 dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna clap, clap, turn around, dance, dance. I just wanna
I've been thinking, 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 thinking about you. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 이 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 전달. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 다가가도 괜찮겠지? 다른 애들보다 내가 훨씬 단단하게 걸어가면 다들 속작 속작. My confidence is shooting through the roof. 아무리 고개 흔들어도 난 이 생각만 하고 있을 뿐. 아무리 딴짓해봐도 난 너의 목소리만 들릴 뿐. 있으면 here with me. 가득 심장이면 please tell me. 빨리 고백해볼까? 눈 감고 말해볼까? 미치겠어 only you. 이런 건 처음이야. 너무 설렘이 전달. I've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about you, boy. Yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is yeah, yeah. All I think about is you, boy. All I think about is 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. 내 맘 아는 사람 손들어 하여 우리 눈엔 완벽한 lover. Hey, boy, I can sleep at night. So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서. Hey, boy, I can sleep at night. So 내가 한번 해봐 이리 와서. I've been thinking, I've been thinking, I've been thinking, I've been thinking, thinking about you. I've been thinking, I've been thinking, I've been thinking, I've been thinking, thinking about you.
Here's a bill for the rent. And don't forget to pay us back whoever you sent. You spent